Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The January 3rd, 2007 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. So if alarms should go off during the meeting, please evacuate using the exits, and once outside, assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. Now, I make this announcement at every meeting. It's basically just a precaution. There's no reason to believe that there'll be any necessity to follow that process, but I've been asked to do it, so I therefore do it. However, today, I'm advised by Councilman Weekly that there may be some kind of sound, I don't know, or noise or something which may cause us some alarm. That doesn't count, okay? When we hear that, assuming that we hear it, please, everybody, remain, don't leave, don't look for marshals, don't look for yellow vests, and don't leave the building under any circumstances. Okay, so before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Mary Bredlaw, Palm Mortuary, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. Most Holy God, as we begin another year of our lives, guide us to see the preciousness and uniqueness of all beings by bringing our full attention to each day of life. Help us to make a difference in other people's lives. As leaders in our community, inspire our council members to remain objective. Bless those citizens who malign our leaders with the realization that their own heart must be changed to be sincerely heard. Shelter our military personnel who are in harm's way, and make world events unfold in such a way that they may come home alive. Heal the mental anguish of those on the front lines, so that when they do come home, they can rejoin their families as healing wounded. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor, as an addendum to my prayer, I would just like to make a personal comment. Recently, I know there were very hateful words addressed to you regarding your Jewish heritage, and I felt that since this was spoken publicly in council chambers, someone should address that and apologize on behalf of the citizens of Las Vegas. Thank you for being our mayor.
Well, I appreciate that. To be quite frank with you, I consider the source the same type of feeling that I had when I heard the comments of the movie actor and producer Gibson, is that his name? Mel Gibson. When hate can be spewed out so readily, you know that it's on the tip of the tongue of the misanthropic, bigoted person. The same thing with the gentleman from the Seinfeld show, Mr. Richards. When given the slightest provocation, hateful statements can come out of his mouth as well. There's no place for that kind of intolerance and bigotry and prejudice in the United States of America. And it's a great country, and there's freedom of speech, but it gets to a certain point that one could go over the line, and we'll be looking at that very carefully. But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda. We start off with a delightful moment, a very important moment in the history of our city. We're going to be swearing in a new municipal court judge, Rob W. Baer, as our Department 6 municipal court judge. And Rob, would you please come forward? And anybody who was here at our last council meeting heard the pride that Rob has in his family, and in particular his mom, who was here today. So I would ask Elizabeth Baer to please join us up here at the dais. And a late arrival, Rob's good friend, who is also with us today, the great lawyer Bill Terry. Thank you for being here. At this time, I'm pleased to administer the oath of office. Bill, would you be kind enough to take the Bible, which is the family Bible, for Rob's left hand? And Rob, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, domestic or foreign, and that you will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, that you are not under any direct or indirect obligation to vote for, appoint, or elect any person to any office, position, or employment in our city government, that you are a bona fide resident at your stated address, and that you will faithfully perform the duties of the office in which you are about to enter, so help you God.
I do.
Congratulations. At this time, the judge's good friend, Councilman Wolfson, will have the honor of robing his honor. Good. And now the Mayor Pro Tem, Gary Reese, has a presentation for Mrs. Baer. And now we may be asking for the impossible, a few brief words from His Honor. If anybody was here at our last council session, we know that His Honor is eloquent and loquacious at the same time. And I reminded him that Justice Holmes said if I had more time, I would have made it more brief. Your Honor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to start by indicating that everybody within the city government system that I've dealt with has been just a pleasure to deal with. I am so proud to be part of the group that I get to go be with. They've been courteous, they've been professional, they welcome me with open arms. They hug me as much as strong as my mom just did now. So I appreciate that, and I can't wait to work with them all. The family Bible that we have here, that is reflective again of your staff. Ronnie Ronimus, who is your city clerk, who is retiring. Congratulations, Ronnie. One of the first things she did after she found out about my appointment was she called and said, "Do you have a Bible?" And I thought to myself, what am I getting into here? I mean, I've heard of BYOB, but this is ridiculous.
I've heard him too, Your Honor.
But I want to acknowledge that this Bible was given to me some years ago by my mom's sister, my Aunt Jean, and her family, wishing me well here in Las Vegas. It worked. Steve Wolfson wrote me, not a better person in the world, Your Honor, to wrote me. I remember 13 years ago when I first started presenting cases as a prosecutor for the state bar, I came in and there was this guy as the chairman of my disciplinary panel, Steve Wolfson, and attorney Steve Wolfson, now Councilman Wolfson. Steve's done everything you can humanly possibly do with me over the years as a professional. He was the chair of that disciplinary panel. He's been my adversary. He's represented lawyers who I've prosecuted on numerous occasions. He's been on the Board of Governors of the State Bar. He's been a chairman of important committees of the State Bar. And he's been my client as a member of the Board of Governors. And now he's city councilman. I couldn't think of a better person to do it. Besides, he's probably the tallest guy in the room.
There is Councilman.
Oh, Councilman Brown. Now, Bill Terry, we'll be quick, Mary. Bill Terry, he's been my friend for a long time. We've been professional adversaries probably, 15, 20 times over the years. And I'm very proud, sincerely very proud, that I can say that my best friends have been my adversaries. And it's a credit to people like Bill. What I do with Bill Terry when he does a hearing against me when I'm trying to prosecute his client, I wait for cross-examination, and I simply take notes as to the style that he uses. This is one of the best lawyers in the state of Nevada, and I'm so proud that you were here to hold that Bible for me today. Mom, thank you so much. My mom traveled here twice from the house that I grew up in Pennsylvania, and I appreciate that so much, Mom. Too. I have a tremendous respect for the judiciary in this state. I have been humbled and honored as bar counsel for the state bar for the last 13 years to be in front of the Nevada Supreme Court, be in federal court, be at all levels of district court. This group that's sitting right here, I am so proud to be part of and learn from. The day after my appointment, the chief, first thing he did was have me come in and sit down. I want to let you know, Chief Gregory, I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that moment that you welcomed me in. I sat down there. What a humble and good man you are. Thank you so much. Judge Assad, my good friend, thank you so much. You're going to be my neighbor in the courthouse. I can't wait to learn from you. Judge Kukowski, Judge Kearns, Judge Brown, who's not here, I can't wait to learn things from you and serve with you. It's my honor to be part of your court. I will keep it short, so I'm going to cut some things out right now. My old office is here. I said last time that I mean it with all my heart. There's no way I'm standing here with that for you. My new office. Becky, thank you so much. My mom's here, and you've kind of been my surrogate mom the whole time I've been around you since I've known you. First thing that you said to me was, I'm here to take care of you. Well, you sure do. I've got the most veteran people. The lawyers in the community know the people that are going to sit next to me in court. Lily, 22 years. She's going to teach me things. I'm real happy to have Lily. Beverly's out there in the courtroom with me, too. Can't wait to work with her. And then I have two Beckys. Easy to remember. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And now, we're going to have some pictures taken. The first pictures will be with the judge, his mom, and his friends. And the counsel will step back from this one. Yes, now it's time to have, let's see, pictures with the counsel. Pictures with the counsel, please. Oh, and then the judges, of course. The judges with his mother and the new judge. And now there's been a request that the council has a picture taken just for the council. All right, congratulations, Judge Baer, and why don't you go to work? The ceremonial portion of our agenda continues with our next two items. Councilman Wheatley will recognize the January Citizen of the Month and a local business for the support of the city's fire department. Councilman Wheatley.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and members of the council. Happy New Year's to everyone. Happy New Year, should I say. Hopefully everyone will have a blessed and prosperous New Year. With that being said, I am extremely honored this morning to recognize Ward 5's Citizens of the Month. This group here is a very special group to me because they are some of the hardest working people in the city of Las Vegas. This was a neighborhood that was established back in 1954. And since 1954, there are residents who have resided there since then and residents who worked hard to maintain the quality of life. This past Memorial Weekend was a serious tragedy in the neighborhood where this neighborhood gets together each Memorial Day and have a neighborhood block party where they celebrate just enjoying themselves as neighbors and welcoming new generations into the neighborhood family. Unfortunately, this year it was marred by gun violence and there were actually fatalities that had taken place. But through all of that, I have to commend this association, which was established back in 2003 through the Neighborhood Services Initiative, Neighborhood Associations program that we have here in the city. And this group here, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you, they have been heroes. They have gone through their neighborhood and they have just immediately began a healing process and have just kind of worked their way up through the ranks, continuing to meet and showing comfort to one another and just working very hard to improve their neighborhood day by day. And I'd like to right now recognize and ask for a nice round of applause for members of the Berkeley Square Neighborhood Association. If y'all would please stand and be recognized. And I'd like to ask the Neighborhood Association President, Ms. Ruth Dalton, if you'd come up, please. This association, ladies and gentlemen, in this neighborhood is comprised of more seniors, if you will, probably 80% seniors in this neighborhood here. And I'll tell you, they're just a wonderful group of people to work with, and through all the trials and tribulations that they've had to endure, especially this past summer. We just want to thank you so very much for your strength, for your courage. We know that you all have had to deal with a lot of law enforcement officers. We want to thank our Baldwin Area Command very much for working with this neighborhood and helping you all to get back on your feet. And so with that, I congratulate you and thank you so very much for your service.
Good
morning, Mayor, and to the council and our councilman, particularly at Ward 5. My name is Ruth Doan, and it's been a pleasure. We've learned how to work with the neighborhood. We've had an awful lot of help and hand-holding from the neighborhood services, from the Golden Command of the police department. These are just some of the ones that took time out this morning to be here with us to see that we're being recognized. And I just want to say thank you to everyone, and we look forward to this year, which is going to be great. And a happy new year to you all.
And the next item that I have on the agenda, I'd like to call up Chief Dave Washington to join us in this presentation here. And then I'd like to also bring up to the podium, if you will, Bill Walter, who is the owner of Buffalo Wild Wings. This is a wonderful project that they have at Buffalo Wild Wings, and we're very, we're very grateful. Okay, there it is. Okay, that's the funny noise you were talking about. Don't be alarmed, everybody. Please welcome Bill Walter from Buffalo Wild Wings, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Mayor, distinguished guests, it is a privilege to do business in the city of Las Vegas. We have been selling our famous wings for 6 years now, and ever since we opened our first restaurant, we decided to donate a portion of our blazon, which is our most hottest wing, to the fire department. And we put that money aside and we save it, and when we donate it to the fire department, they can do whatever they want. Sometimes they use it for education, sometimes they use it for materials for schools, and for senior citizens. So it is our privilege to do that again this year. Joey, who is the general manager of our Montecito location up at Montecito Plaza.
There's really not much to say more than what Bill said. It is an honor to present to the chief a check for $1,800 and as the proceeds from, I believe, the challenge which we hope to get someone to do here today. And I'd like to thank you very much for
Just so everybody knows, because it's one of those things like you're in a game show, people say, well, how much is behind that curtain, really? The check is for $1,825.95. We hope that other businesses will follow our example and support the fine services of the city, because it is a privilege to do business with the city of Las Vegas. So thank you. Got to do the challenge. Someone's got to.
Well, in order for the city, I'll take that check. In order for the city to receive their check, we have a challenge here this morning. Chief, Councilman Brown, do we have a brave student from Palo Verde want to join in on this challenge? Oh boy, I love this. Come on, young man. Come on. Is this a star player? And we have a representative from Ward 2, Palo Verde High School. Come on up here. All right, everybody, sound the alarm. Sound the alarm. Okay, all right, let the challenge begin. Let's go. Who can do it? Who can do it? Reese is finished. Reese whipped out. Okay, that's it. Ward 3 is done. Is it hot? Is it blazing? Oh, look at your mouth. That's good. Bill, we want to thank you so very much. We want to thank Buffalo Wild Wings, and I'd like to also have the chief to bring up a very special guy from the Fire Rescue Services as well.
Thank you. I got my mouth full. First of all, this is insane. First of all, on behalf of the men and women of Las Vegas Fire Rescue, thank you, Councilman, and the gentlemen from Buffalo Wild Wings. They are hot. Happy New Year to everyone, and I accept this on behalf of the men and women of Las Vegas Fire Rescue. It's great to have a community business that's willing to make a contribution to our department. And we do have a Las Vegas Fire Foundation, but instead of us accepting that money, I told Councilman Weekly I'd like for a guy who's done a tremendous job in our community.
He's an officer with the Southern Battle Burn Foundation. That's Captain Nathan Project. Captain Project, would you come down, please? This gentleman has done a tremendous job in our community. Each year, he and the members of the Fire Foundation, Burn Foundation, they go out and they pick up a lot of toys for the kids of our community. So we'd like for this $1,800 to go to his account, the account for the Burn Foundation. And I am so thankful, Mayor and Council, for you all picking the fire department to be recognized as the first ones to be recognized in '07. Barbara Jackson and Larry Hobson.
Chief, you want to say anything about
This year we passed out toys to 7,400 children throughout the valley. That's all 4 departments: North Las Vegas, City, County, and Henderson Fire Department. We did our toy drive and we passed them out not only to families but to schools, to churches, Child Haven, battered women, battered spouses. Anyone that called, we passed out toys to. And we did save enough for the families that get burned out during the year. We give them toys all year long. And the kids in the ICU, the ER, we did have enough toys this year. We want to thank the community very much. And your efforts help our efforts, and we get the job done. Thank you.
On behalf of Buffalo Wild Wings, $1,800. And last presentation.
The challenge, we gave a shirt that says, "I survived the wall fight." So for everyone who took that,
Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, that's great. For our next item, Councilman Wilson will recognize the state champion tennis team. Councilman?
You know, they always say in show business you never want to follow babies or animals. But today I get to follow wings, top to wings. Keeping in line with this council's desire to recognize our students throughout the community, and especially our student athletes, it's my privilege today to talk about the Palo Verde men's tennis team. I think we have a full team here, unless we lost one in the wings competition. In all seriousness, this is the second time in 3 years that the Palo Verde men's tennis team has won the state tennis championship. This team was undefeated with a 23-0 record for the season. On their way to the state championship, they won the Sunset Division and regional championships as well. In addition to the team accomplishment, 2 players also won their second straight regional and state doubles championships, and they are only sophomores. So what I'd first like to do is ask Coach Brandt, who I believe is here. Coach, please come up. Let's give him a warm welcome, please. I'd like to give Coach Brandt a few moments to say a few words about the team, and then we're going to recognize the team individually.
On behalf of Palo Verde High School, I just want to thank our area and city leaders for recognizing these young men, the hard work they put in the classroom and obviously on the tennis courts. I just want to say thank you. Thank you.
Now, individually, would Alex Zera come up, please? Sure. Well, why don't we do it in the order that you have it right there, Mayor Pro Tem. Jared Clark. Is Jared here? Please come forward. John Rowe. Go ahead. Philip Hume. Philip. David Jeremillo. Jeremiah. Darren Sayazan. Darren, please come forward. Jeremiah. Okay. Tyler Jeremillo. Tyler. And I think Tyler, because you have the guts to participate in the wings competition. How do you feel right now?
It's hot.
Congratulations. Ronnie Yeganzeri. Okay. please. John Javorkian. Okay. Jake Weisgard. Are they in school studying? Is that what they're doing? Brandon Parker. Brandon, congratulations. Dimmy Sermonera. Dimmy is not here today. Justin McClellan. Colby Hawker. Not here today. Kaboo Jackson. Not here. Did I chop that up pretty good? Dan Crow. Dan. Dylan Burkeville. Dylan. Is your father Dan, by any chance? Okay. Shows you how old I am. We're going to save him for last. Get ready, Josh. Zach Letterling. Zach, come on up. David Nichols. David, come on up. Spencer Aguiar. Spencer, come on up. Alex Zera. Alex, you here? Okay. And I know that I'm saving Josh for last. Where's Josh? Come on up. Did I miss anybody? Okay. Josh, come on up. My understanding that you are the designated spokesman for the team. Is that right, Josh?
Yes.
Well, congratulations, and I'd like you to say a few words.
Well, this year's been great playing on Palo. I've really bonded with all the guys on the team. You know, it was like a Rudy story. It's really inspirational, you know. We had a great time this year. You know, I'd like to say thank you to all the guys, thank you to Coach Brand, thank you to Palo Verde for, you know, just letting us have such a great year.
Yes, some quick pictures. Why don't we have everybody slide in center here? Don't get forward to that. Short guys in right here. Okay, everybody, 1, 2, 3. Thanks a lot.
For our final two items, Councilwoman Tarkanian will recognize a local senior for her volunteer work and the board of a local mobile home park for their outreach efforts. Councilwoman?
We're here today to honor Simone Valier for her work working with the seniors at Stella Fleming Towers. Simone, could you come up here, please? I'm going to let them get out a little bit before we... Back to school. While working a full-time job, Simone, for the past 3 years, has volunteered at the Stella Fleming Senior Towers. She's given unselfishly of her time and talents to the Stella Fleming Towers Resident Council, serving as the president of their board. In celebration of nearly every holiday, she has worked closely with business and community leaders to furnish delicious, delightful meals and special events free to the residents of the towers. And a lot of that cooking she's done herself, and I will re-emphasize it's delicious. I'm a witness to that. As president of the Resident Council, she has been responsible for the monthly board meetings and seasonal outings, working to enhance their quality of life. Her time has been spent thinking and helping others. Volunteers such as Simone are priceless, and we are very, very proud in Ward 1 to honor you for the help you've given us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's fun being a volunteer, and I just wish everybody would volunteer because we're not old. That's just a feeling. I have 2 people with me today that volunteer and help me every time I turn around. They're there for me, and I thank you. And I thank Lois for always being there. Thank you.
I wonder if maybe the 2 volunteers could come up and we could just take a quick picture. I see Frank is there with his camera, and also would like to give you the certificate. And you can hold it so they can see it. It's a team effort at the towers. Nice to see you. Thanks.
Take the speaker this way so you can be with the mayor.
Now I'd like to call up here, if I could please, the Board of Directors of the Meadows Mobile Home Park Neighborhood Watch and Association. We're very proud of this group as a newly formed I'll repeat again. We're very proud of this group. As a newly formed Neighborhood Watch and Association, they've been spending a lot of their time not only helping their own association grow strong, but also reaching out to the neighborhood and helping other associations develop. In an effort to help their neighbors understand the benefits of forming a Neighborhood Watch and Association, they have been giving of their time and their talents by attending numerous other neighborhood meetings in the evenings, giving testimony as to why others should follow suit, and assisting these new organizations with their formation. And we think that united we're strong, and this group has really helped us be united within the community. Board members have also been attending the first Tuesday monthly meetings to work closely with Metro to make not just their immediate neighborhood, but the entire surrounding community a safe and a better place for all to live. The Meadows Mobile Home Park Board of Directors have been a model example of community outreach, neighbors helping neighbors. We're very proud of them, and I am as their president, but I've been told that we want to have John say a few words today for us.
Thank you. One of the first questions that usually comes up when you say Neighborhood Watch, they say, what is it? Very simply put, it's neighbor looking after neighbor. Get to know who your neighbors are, what their circumstances are, so you can recognize if something unusual is going on. A simple example, one of our members looking out the window one day, and he saw 2 young men leaving the residence across the street with a motorized wheelchair. He knew it was an elderly lady that lived there alone. He called his block captain. The block captain looked at his list, and he called one of the members who lived nearest the gate. It's a gated community, and they ran there. They met the young men trying to get out the gate. The young men split, ran, climbed over the wall, but we retrieved the wheelchair. That's Neighborhood Watch in action. Now, this is not anything new. Now, to me, at least, as the founder of this program in our community, it comes naturally because I grew up in a neighborhood in a northeastern city, a mixed neighborhood. We lived next door to an Italian family, across the street from an English family, up the street from an Irish family. Everyone looked after everyone. Everyone knew everyone for blocks around. If someone was in trouble, one of the neighbors saw it. If someone did something wrong, one of the neighbors saw it, would swat them in the back of the head. And when he ran home and told his mother would swat him again. And it was a friendly neighborhood. And we weren't afraid to say things to one another because it was done in a friendly manner. Next door were the Italians, as I said, with 3 boys. Little guinea, big guinea, middle-sized guinea. They lived next door to me. My mother was Polish, my father was Russian. They didn't know what to call us, whether to call it a Polak or what, so they called us hunkies. But nobody got offended. We used to kid each other about it. We liked each other, we looked after each other. Now, leave you with one story that happened in Meadows Park. It could happen to you no matter where you live. My next door neighbor, 12:30 in the morning, the knock at his door. He goes, looks out the window, there's a policeman standing there in uniform. So he opens the window and said, "Officer, is there a problem here?" The officer said, "I'm answering a 911 call." The neighbor says, "I didn't call 911. He says, "Everything all right here?" My neighbor says, "Yes, there's no problem here at all." The officer says, "Well, you did the right thing, not answering the door," and he turned around and walked off. After a moment's thought, the neighbor looked out the front window. There was no police car there. An SUV drove off. The next morning, the neighbor called 911 and said, "Did you dispatch an officer to this address?" And they said, "No." The false officer? If a person had answered the door, that officer probably would have come in, not being an officer, and did a home invasion or whatever he had in mind. So no one is immune to crime. In our case, neighbor looking after neighbor and recognizing that things can go wrong. And I'm delighted these ladies who solicited all our members. Out of 338 residents, I believe, we have now over 280 members participating. And I'm delighted to be a part of it. Thank you.
I wanted to add that that's very active participation by the 280. And as crime has risen throughout the valley, as crime has risen, we realize you don't do this by yourself. The residents can't do it by themselves. The police, it's all together. I wanted to mention how much the Bolton Area Command has helped in working with your group and how you guys have shown what it's really like. Working together, we can make the difference. Thank you very much. Can we have a picture, Franklin? Are we ready there? Somebody? Okay. Take one more with us all, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I bet they were. I wasn't going to be a hero today. Item number 11, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 37, is approval of a cooperative agreement with NDOT for perpetual maintenance of the Bonanza Trail beginning at the intersection of Washington Avenue and Durango Drive. Staff's asked to strike. Item number 45 is appeal of work card, Flaviana A. Goretti. Metro's asked to strike. Item number 51 is new supper club license for On the Border located at 5630 Centennial Center Boulevard. Staff's asked for that in advance until our January 17, 2007 meeting. And item number 52 is change of ownership location, business name from Golden Walk to Cultural Club located at 2000 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Staff's asked for that in advance until our January 17, 2007 meeting. Council members, are there any other items that we need to bring forward at this time?
Mr. Turbot.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, we need to strike item number 46 as well. It's repetitive with item number 48.
I'll read it.
Item number 46 is a abeyance item, discussion possible action to retain the consulting services of William Aviation to assist the city of Las Vegas in an appeal of FAA record of decision regarding the proposed right turn at McCarran International Airport. You say, Mr. Jerbick, that we need to strike that item?
That's correct. Item number 48 supersedes it.
Okay, so 46, we got a motion to, or a request to strike. Are there any other items? Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to pull forward, to be heard this time, Your Honor, agenda item number 58.
All right. Item 58 is report on the status of the US 95 widening project between Cloud Canyon Road and Charleston Boulevard and Interstate 15 from Craig Road to Sahara Avenue.
All right, we'll hear that item at this time at the request of Councilman Ross. The reason for that is the representatives from NDOT who are here, and they're on a...
Can you take action on these other items, please?
Yes, we'll take action on the other items first, okay?
Okay. You've heard those items. Are there any other items? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these 5 items forward, please, and take the appropriate action.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, item 58. Read it into the record once again. That is report on the status of the US 95 widening project between Kyle Canyon Road and Charleston Boulevard and I-15 from Craig Road to Sahara Avenue, affecting all wards. This is a report from Mr. Kukowski.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. You had requested this item on the agenda to get an update of critical NDOT projects that affect the the city of Las Vegas.
And the United States. Right. I mean, let's think big, Mr. Kukowski, okay?
Today we have Susan Martinovich, who is the current Deputy Director of NDOT, and there's anticipation she will be appointed Director next Tuesday at the next Transportation Board meeting. And also Rudy Malfabon, who is the Deputy Director of NDOT, who resides here in Las Vegas. So let me present Susan.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here and look forward to many future opportunities to let you know what we're doing and for you to let us know what your needs and concerns are. So we're pretty excited. As Charlie indicated, we are undergoing some changes in the department. The governor, as of yesterday, announced that I would be replacing Jeff Fontaine. He was our director over the past 3 years. He's retiring to go to work for NACO, which is the Organization of Counties, and we really wish him well. So I'm very excited to be assuming his position. And also, as part of the leadership team, Rudy Malfabon will be still the deputy director in Southern Nevada, and we've also appointed Scott Rollins, and Scott, you should stand up. He will be my replacement as deputy director, chief engineer. And then also just quickly like to introduce Kent Cooper. I think many of you have worked with Kent Cooper. He's our assistant director for planning, and we're looking to expand his role and get into more of the government liaison, government relations. And then we have a couple of our project managers here that have been living and breathing the US 95, I-515 and 15 projects, and that's Jeff Hale and Bill Hoffman. So just before Rudy gets started, I just did want to let you know on a couple things. As I indicated that following the governor's lead and the governor's direction is that I want to continue on the base that Director Fontaine has gone on, and we've got some really big challenges ahead of us. Financing. We've identified some big projects in pretty much on every road in and out of Las Vegas, in Southern Nevada, a couple up in Northern Nevada, but we need funding and financing for, and so we'll be working diligently to try to put the money in place, and more importantly, have the projects ready to go so that when we do have money, we can get those projects on the ground, because that's where you get the benefit from them. Also, we'll be emphasizing safety, that unfortunately we've gone up in the number of fatalities killed on our Nevada streets and highways, and we need to really start getting proactive. It isn't just necessarily an engineering function, it's all of the partners working together, and we've developed a strategic statewide safety plan that we'll be working with all of the partners of that to start implementing actions to try to bring down the fatalities in the state. And then most importantly, or most something that affects us is customer service and communication. And I think that we can do a lot as a department to get some more outreach and really serve our customers in, project delivery, just in responsiveness to answering phone calls. And so we'll be really working on that so that we are working together and not in an adversarial role. So given that, just please never hesitate to give me or any of our staff a call if you have some questions or concerns. We have had a great working relationship with your staff, Charlie and all the engineering staff here, and we just really want to continue that relationship. So with that, I will leave it to Rudy to give you the nitty-gritty on the projects. He can answer all the questions. Our project managers can answer the questions as well as I can. But thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. For the record, my name is Rudy Malkabon. I'm the Deputy Director for Southern Nevada for Nevada Department of Transportation, and I work down here in Las Vegas. As Susan mentioned, funding is a big issue for NDOT in the coming years. With all the growth down here, we need several transportation projects to be delivered. And this is just a menu of those projects, which it adds up more to the $3.8 billion shortfall because we do have some funding available for the project, but not enough to fund all of them. And the Blue Ribbon Task Force made those recommendations. Now it's up to the legislature and the governor to address that. First of all, the 515 corridor study, what a lot of people call 95, that gets to Henderson. Here you see a slide that shows that primarily in the city side, there's widening on the north side. We're widening it to 10 lanes. We're working closely with the City of Las Vegas Public Works and the redevelopment group at Las Vegas to mitigate the impacts to some of the community facilities, such as the swimming pool, the rec area, and provide more access at F Street, Pecos Road, and Sahara Avenue. So some new interchanges there on 515. We will have a public meeting in the spring, incorporate those comments into our environmental document. Since the project is such a large size, typically we use federal funding for those projects, and we have to get the environmental clearance from FHWA. And we'll incorporate those comments in. If approved and if funded, we estimate construction to begin in 2012.
Right here.
US 95 widening. I'm working from southeast to the northwest right now on 95. And the current construction project, you see a lot of work going on. We anticipate that it's going to be completed by the end of this year. The major structure work at Rancho and Jones is complete. You'll see some girders being replaced at Martin Luther King Bridge on 95, and the sound wall work continues. As we move traffic around, that's when we'll finish the sound wall installation on 95. We're shifting traffic this weekend, and we'll have, unfortunately, the lane closure at some of the parkways you enter into 95 will remain closed through until the project is complete this fall. The other thing, the ramp closures at Rancho, we've asked the resident engineer to at least open the northbound movement at Rancho Drive from that closed off-ramp, the northbound off-ramp, to at least get the northbound movement open as soon as possible, although we can't have the left turns there for some time. So we're doing what we can to accommodate traffic on 95. The landscaping project will follow. It'll be a separate project, so it'll be contracted separately for the 95 project. It'll address a lot of the properties, the parcels on the other side of the sound wall, so on the homeowner side, as well as the interchanges. We also have a study on 95 Northwest that went all the way down from the Rainbow Curve on up to Cow Canyon. Shows you the project limits there. The recommendations that our engineering firm has come up with, widening from 6 to 8 lanes up to Durango, 3 general purpose and 1 high occupancy vehicle lanes or carpool lane, and then from Durango north to Kyle Canyon Road, 3 general purpose lanes each direction. There'll be some more improvements as clear as the interchanges at Forest Drive and at Kyle Canyon. We are working with the City of Las Vegas team on the Mountain Edge Parkway and the impacts there at Powell Canyon, and where the Mountain Edge Parkway will connect with 95 there. So also it clears the system-to-system interchange with the Beltway, 215 Beltway in the north. And we'll have some ramp improvements at Cheyenne and Durango, and also the graded ramps, which means that you separate the ramp traffic right there at Ann Road and Rancho, similar to what we're doing at Rancho, to the south there by closer to Martin Luther King, with the separation of the traffic that comes from I-15. They actually go over and one goes under, so you don't have that merging problem. And we're looking at the parking right lot, working with RTC at Durango. It shows you a schematic of what the interchange will look like, the system-to-system interchange of the Beltway and US 95. Just to align yourself, the right-hand side would be headed north. And this shows you the Rancho, where I mentioned that we'll have some graded ramps there by Painted Desert. Just briefly, I know that Councilman, you mentioned concern, and as a resident of Ward 6, I know that what you're talking about, the backups that we have right there at this interchange of Ann Road. And I will discuss those concerns with staff and see what we can do in the interim, because it will be a while before the final graded ramp structures are built. So we'll address your concerns there at Ann Road and the backups that we see today. The next steps for that 95 Northwest project, we have an administrative draft that's submitted. The FHWA has to approve that, and we'll have publish that document and have the design location hearing in the spring, and then proceed with the design after that. Now moving to I-15, just to the south, we have a project that's addressing from the Beltway on up to about Sahara, and what we're looking at there, we fill in the median, but right now that project's going to be slated to open this completion this late spring. But we also have some more room that we're looking at buildings managed lanes. What I mean by managed lanes, it could be carpool lanes, it could be lanes that you can actually require people different times of day access into those lanes if they're carpooling. Obviously, it's a concept right now. We have to do a lot of engineering before we deliver this type of project. We also have to get the funding. But it's one of those projects that we could receive a lot of bang for the buck on I-15 by adding more lanes without a lot of purchase of right-of-way. We already own the right-of-way in that area. With all the projects that are being built in that area along the resort corridor, it's an important project to advance for NDOT. Project Neon is the brand that we've given a major project. Here you see an overlay of an aerial view of the project. It includes reconstructing the Charleston interchange at I-15, taking the Martin Luther King over the I-15 and then connecting to industrial, so you have a major north-south arterial connection there. Also taking Wyoming over the railroad tracks, improving the access at Alta to have some ramps to get southbound on and northbound off at Alta. So important to the development of the 61 acres, providing additional access there. That project, there's still a lot to do environmentally. We're about a year away from having the environmental work finished. Also, recently, because NDOT just finished an HOV study, so a valley-wide carpool lane system in Las Vegas, one of the recommendations from that our previous director, Jeff Fontaine, approved was to look at a direct connection from the carpool lanes on 95, which will open at the end of this year, to connect approximately from Martin Luther King all the way to head southbound on I-15. So for a lot of the commuters that live in Summerlin, it would be an important connection for if they're carpooling. So we'll have to address that into this environmental document for Project Neon, and it will require some additional engineering. Moving north on I-15 from Spaghetti Bowl, we have a corridor study from the Spaghetti Bowl interchange all the way up to Apex. One of the important elements of that project is from the interchange, Spaghetti Bowl interchange to Craig Road, is our first design build project. Traditional method of project delivery is design bid build. The city uses that method where you put out for low bids, In the design-build method, you save some time because the contractor actually gets a partially complete set of plans, and he has an engineering firm as his partner, and they design it and build it as they go along. It saves a lot of time. There is a significant amount of risk for the contractor, but the state, NDOT, and the contractor's team, the design-build team, will work together to mitigate that risk. This is a project that, excuse me, we're asking for a one-shot $170 million from the general fund surplus from this next year, from this current legislature, to see if we can fund this project. And we believe that it has the governor's support and significant support in the legislature to fund this project, which is ready to go. And in this project, we're going to widen from 6 to 10 lanes and reconstruct the Lakeview interchange. It'll address a lot of the backups that we see right now at Cheyenne and at Craig Road. And also realign D Street to F Street, so I have a good connection there. Excuse me, I have a cold. With that, I'm prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the very instructive presentation. Would you give us some water?
Yes, please.
Good. I hope it's water in there. Actually, I hope it's not water in there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How come it takes so long to get these projects from the drawing board into a completion? For instance, the first presentation said that we'll be up and running and we'll start the project in 2012. That's a long time. Why does it take so long?
Big part of it is getting the environmental clearance on a project that size. The other part of it is just the funding for a project that size. We just cannot. With the bonding that we did on US 95, it was a good idea because we missed a lot of the construction inflation that's hitting us right now. Just terrific increases in the cost of asphalt, steel, concrete. But when you put that stuff on that bonding program, you have to pay it back. And that's the position that we're in right now, is we have to pay back those bonds, and we only have so much revenue. So a lot of the delay that you see in those projects is partially for the environmental process and the clearances you have to get in the design, but mainly because of the funding. We won't have the funding in place until then.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Mr. Rudy, I really appreciate the report. But again, though, the area that I represent has been completely left out. I'm talking about the east side between 95, I guess you call it south, and 15, down there around Lamb and Nellis. We got the ring around the circle with the city that stops over on 15 and 95. And we're really having a lot of traffic congestion, traffic problems. We need some help down there on the east side of Las Vegas, too.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, as you know, the county did study that area on the east side, and because there was so much development there, residential development, they didn't recommend building a continuation of the Beltway there. What we're going to be doing is providing more access at Pecos and at Sahara. We believe that will help reduce some of the congestion that we see right now in Charleston interchange.
But again, though, just like the mayor alluded to, it takes so long. Maybe we need to go out there and look at going on back to Sunrise Mountain or something, getting something in plans, because if the valley continues to grow, we're going to have some kind of relief down there. And again, it's just going to get more expensive, and there's nothing on the books. We're just left out. And what you're talking about may help a little bit today or tomorrow. But what about next week? It's just getting worse.
Yes, I agree. One thing that we could do is to, excuse me, work with the RTC. They have their annual unified work program for planning studies, and I think that would be a prime candidate for that, to study that east side and see what kind of new alignment could be built into there.
Well, they need to get started. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilor Weekly, and then Councilor Ross.
Thank you very much. Mr. Malfadon, thank you very much also for the presentation today. We've had a chance to work with you on addressing some of the issues that we've had in Ward 5, and I guess today I'd like to ask you in reference to sound walls that have been going in. Many of my constituents were asking questions as to how closely are you all working with law enforcement as it relates to the graffiti issues that we're having, because I noticed on areas of the sound wall, particularly in my ward, we have a lot of graffiti in the area. What are you all doing from a state level to address that? And then my second, hold on, let me just ask you two parts and I'm finished. And then on the second part of that is your presentation. Do you have that in a hard copy? Because I saw some timelines on there, and I appreciate you incorporating some of the concerns that I had when we met with you to talk about landscaping and future beautification projects, especially in the Spaghetti Bowl area there. So if you could provide me with a hard copy of that, I'd appreciate that, because that will help us be able to address those questions when we get those type of phone calls in as well. Thank you.
That works with Metro, the county, the cities to combat graffiti. We have excuse me, what's called we call it a team of temporary employees and full-time maintenance employees that go around town picking up debris and painting over graffiti. And we recognize that graffiti is one of the areas that we have to do a better job on. Because I think that if you leave it up there even for a few days, then that person gets emboldened to attack something else. So we need we're working towards a 24-hour eradication of graffiti, and also trying to get a contractor on board, similar to what Park County has done. They hire a contractor to go out there and address graffiti quickly, because it's hard for us to keep up with just our maintenance crews and our temporary employees.
Only concern that we have about you painting over the graffiti is that the paint doesn't match, and you put the different color, you make a square. I mean, that's kind of like what our rapid response team does. We don't have compatible paint to a lot of the walls that are tagged in some of our neighborhoods, but it looks horrible from an interstate standpoint when you're driving. And I like the fact that it's being abated, but I wish that we could find some type of paint that's kind of compatible to the walls that we're putting up.
Yes, one thing that we've discussed with the district engineer who handles maintenance and construction operations. We're aware of, in California, they have some type of computerized color matching system that's mobile on a truck, and they have all the paint available. So we have to look into that. I think it's in Riverside County, so we'll have some contact with them and see how that works, because that would be a great system for color matching, because I recognize that it does look ugly when you just have that blotch of different colored paint on there.
Thank you, Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor, and Rudy, I'll be as brief as I can so you can get over to quick care. Mike, too, I'm suffering from the same thing. First, I want to pre-congratulate the director on her new position with NDOT. What a wonderful opportunity. Also, your deputy director, Scott Rawlings. I want to express my appreciation, of course, to Rudy, Kent Cooper, working so closely with my staff. You address several issues that are paramount to the Northwest and its growth and development, and I appreciate that. I don't want to take away from other wards in the city or other commission districts, because everything you're doing is affecting the entire valley. And it's needed, and it's needed yesterday. Fairly new to this government thing. I'm not much of a bureaucrat. When we need roads built, we need roads built. We need them built yesterday. We're growing so fast. You kind of alluded to my question to you in regards to interim, short-term things we can do out there at the Ann Road bottleneck. And if we can sit down, and I know you guys are working diligently with the city staff as well as my own staff to find some Band-Aids until we can get those things done out there. Your Honor, it's always a challenge, and I'm not one. Fortunately, we've got great city management and county management. They're helping me understand the environmental impact process, because when the freeway's clogged, we need a bigger freeway. I don't quite understand why we need that environmental impact thing that takes months and months and we spend lots of money on, but they're teaching me. So I'm learning that process. And Rudy, because you're my neighbor, the challenges we're faced with out in the Northwest. So I think, Director, keep him living there if you can for me. I'd appreciate it. But everything you're doing is paramount to this entire valley, not just the city council and the city of Las Vegas, but the entire county. I call this item forward, Your Honor, because of the important issues. The director's got a great team They're working very closely with our staff. Also the RTC, and I know Councilman Brown knows this, working closely with them to make things happen out there. I just want to express my appreciation to you and to your team. Thank you very much, Ron.
Thank you. Anybody else at this time?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman.
I wanted to thank you also for your presentation today and for the hard copy that you're going to be giving us. I wanted to reemphasize what Councilman Weekly said about the graffiti, if I could. It seems to take us a long time, or a longer time, with the graffiti where NDOT's concerned than perhaps other places. And if we could just maybe give a little bit more emphasis there, it would help us a lot. Particularly the signs on the rainbow turnoff that we need to address. It's been like that for a very, very long time, and it sort of gives a bad feeling to the whole area.
Yes, I agree with you, Councilwoman Tarkanian. What we need to do, I think, is not argue with the contractor about whose responsibility it is. We need to just get those signs replaced, and, because I believe that they tried to clean them, but they couldn't take the paint off. But what happens is, when a project is under construction, it's actually the contractor's responsibility for things that aren't accepted yet, for final acceptance. But in that case, I think that we need to just not argue about it and get the sign replaced, and then so that we don't have that eyesore of graffiti on that sign for months at a time.
Right, and I want to thank you very much. And if you could let me know this Riverside area that has the mixing of the paints, I would really appreciate it, because we're doing a lot of other types of work in the ward that we could use that. So I would appreciate that very much, and thank you again for all that you do to help us.
Thank you.
Your Honor, one more question.
Yes, certainly, Councilman Ross.
Lighter up here for our viewers and for the audience. When we see graffiti out and about, how do you want the residents of this city to contact NDOT? We already know our own rapid response teams are fabulous in trying to abate these issues. But we've got this throughout the county, throughout the valley, throughout the city, this graffiti issue. How do you want us to tell our constituents and residents to help get over this, get this fixed?
The best thing to do, Councilman, would be to call our maintenance engineer, 385-6502, and just report the graffiti to him, and he'll dispatch the teams or coordinate the work schedule so that they'll address it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll share in the congratulations to Susan. You've got a great team, and certainly if those that are involved with the US 95 are here today, if they could just wave their hands. They should, it's been a long time, it's 12 years, but from the resident perspective in the Northwest, once we see that work being done and the constant activity out there and the lanes being paved, they know that something's at the end of the tunnel, and hopefully at the end of the year we'll be able to open that up. So thank you, especially the last few years, for all the work they've done on the 95. And also, I'd like to thank Jeff for what he has accomplished over the last few years, and I'm sure you'll carry on. I think from the city's perspective, one of his accomplishments was to eliminate the either perceived or real perception that there was some inequity as far as not only the funding statewide, but the attention statewide to transportation. There's always been this feeling that the North, at times politically, got things that probably weren't fair in the big picture. And I think the equity that's been built in over the last few years, not only from a funding, but from, again, the commitment of NDOT to Southern Nevada, with Rudy being moved down here full-time, that's been a pleasure to see and experience, and a lot of people at NDOT should be thanked for that. The relationship with the RTC, I hope you continue that. It's a wonderful relationship with Jacob and all the people over there. Likewise, with Charlie at the city, we want to strengthen that relationship, make sure that we are at the front of the line when those discussions take place as far as the prioritization of projects. Charlie is always in there with his sleeves rolled up. And Rudy, I just encourage you to continue being our point person and avoid taking any kind of backward step as far as the attention that's given to Southern Nevada, just on the bureaucracy, not in a negative sense, but just how big NDOT is and all the complexities of the project. We in Southern Nevada do not want to lose that immediacy as far as being able to go to Rudy and not so much the major projects, but as you've heard today, the things that impact our constituents day in and day out. We want that relationship to be on a day-to-day basis and not on a monthly meeting basis. As an RTC board member, I can certainly attest to the fact over the last half dozen years or more, the NDOT's relationship in Southern Nevada has been strengthened tremendously, and we certainly appreciate that. I'd also like to throw in some kudos to Kent Cooper. Sometimes in your world of engineering and in Charlie's world of engineering, some of us lay people get lost in all the overpasses and blueprints and such, but Kent has done a tremendous job being responsive and informative to translate a lot of the engineering side of the world into our constituent side of the world, and that's greatly appreciated, with all due respect to the engineers in the room. But it's, Susan, my last words would just continue the momentum that has been built over the last few years with Rudy and Jeff and the entire team. It's greatly appreciated, and from the citizens' perspective, when they see the work being done and the accomplishments that we're getting, albeit slowly, there's success there. And all you need to do is become the rainmaker and bring in about $4 billion, and everything will be set. Congratulations. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Mr. Kukowski, I'm going to give you an assignment. Okay? The assignment is this, that graffiti costs the taxpayers hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's a blight upon our community. And I get folks calling me all the time saying, if we see somebody doing graffiti, which is pretty hard to do in the first place, what do we do? Because if we call Metro, they're probably gone by the time Metro will get there. I'd like you to talk to Metro and speak to the other law enforcement agencies in the valley here, and then come back to us so we can tell the folks in the public what to do if, in fact, they see one of these vandals out there destroying our quality of life. And I think it would be a lesson that we'd all like to learn. It's just completely out of line that they go about their business without any consideration of the other folks who live in the valley here. So if you could bring that back, I'd appreciate it. One way we do it, and I have to give him kudos, is Dan Still, who is a member of the Reserve, the Army Reserve with Special Forces. Last week, Dan was driving home for lunch, and he saw one of these punks out there defacing the walls on the highway. And Dan, being an athletic sort, hopped out of his car, tackled the guy, held his arm behind him, and got on the phone and called Metro, and Metro cuffed him and took the guy away. Now, we're not all that athletic, unfortunately, but that's one way to do our business, of course. But for old people who see the graffiti people out there doing their thing, give us a lesson as to what we can do in order to stop it, okay? Because it just costs too much money.
One last comment. As part of the environmental process for US 95 project from Washington to Kyle Canyon, NDOT has asked for the City Council to give an expression of support. And so in the future, near future, I will have a resolution for you to consider giving that project your support. And also, relationships are important, and we acknowledge that. And we're setting up a meeting with NDOT and Susan and her staff and the Federal Highway Administration to discuss those issues that are near and dear to the city.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, and congratulations on everybody for their new positions and for the work that they do to make Nevada a better place in which to live. Thank you. Item number 12 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of November 15, 2006. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. No additions or deletions. Make a motion for approval, please.
Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 13 through 42 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward on the consent agenda? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. Hearing none, I make a motion to approve the consent calendar items 13 through 42 with the exceptions of 37 for approval with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed, please? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 43 is a report from the city manager on emerging issues. Dr. Selby?
Good morning, Mayor and Council, and Happy New Year to you all.
Good morning. By the way, there's something wrong with the microphones. There's sort of like a reverberation that I've been hearing from the mics, not only down at the podium, but also, I think when Councilman Ross was speaking, his mic had a sort of a reverberation as well. So can we look into that, please? Thank you. Doctor?
Just on New Year's, the event itself, downtown on Fremont Street, experienced 17,000 people and relatively few incidents. I think everybody enjoyed the celebration. We have just a couple items. You'll be for the listeners, they can see that. We're making arrangements to see that on Channel 2 live, as well as streaming video on KCLV.TV on our website. And then the other big event this month, obviously, is recognition of Dr. Martin Luther King. And this is the annual parade. This will be the 25th year that the city of Las Vegas has participated with the Martin Luther King Jr. Day Parade Committee to host the parade in downtown Las Vegas. It'll be on 4th Street. It's one of the biggest parades of the year. That and other events related to Dr. King's life can be viewed on our website, lasvegasnevada.gov. Now, I'll note that in recognition of Dr. King's birthday,
Thank you, Dr. Selby. Any questions of Dr. Selby at this time? All right, thanks for the report. We appreciate it. Item 44 is discussion and possible action on appeal of a work card denial approved July 12, 2006, granting a site-specific work card with a 6-month review for Susan Rhea Galoon at 1300 Fremont Street. Is Ms. Galoon here? Why don't you just step right up to the mic here, and we have the detective with us.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Tony Weeks, Detective, Special Investigations Section with Metro. This is a review of a 6-month work card that you gave Ms. Galhoun on July 12th of 2006. And as you can see in the report, Ms. Galhoun did not stay out of trouble. One of the premises of giving her that temporary site-specific work card in July was that she had no more contact with police. As you can see, that did not occur. Also, there are some issues with her employer, as you can see that in the report as well.
Yes, I was under the impression, reading the report, that the employer was not going to continue her employment, and this would be mooted as a result of that.
Yes, sir, but he did not want to give me a letter to that fact.
I see.
Because his exact words were he needed someone to replace her before he could do that.
I understand. All right, what do you have to say for yourself, Ms. Galoon?
I haven't gone to court on the charges, so I'm not it's just, I've been made manager since I started working there, and I don't know anything about what's being said.
All right, are there any questions of the council that they'd like to address to either Detective Weeks or Ms. Galoon at this point?
Well, you say she doesn't, I'm sorry. You say she's saying she doesn't understand these charges and stuff?
Yes, sir. When I spoke with the employer, he has not discussed this with her.
I don't mean about getting rid of her. I'm talking about some of these things that she's supposedly done since she's had this temporary license.
That is correct. She does not go to court until March 12th. She does understand the charges that she was arrested for. What she's saying is she doesn't understand what the employer said to me in reference to her employment, I believe.
Do you know whether or not, upon her arrest, she advised Metro or Mr. DiFiore with her licensing department that she was in fact arrested?
She did not advise our office, no, and I believe she did not advise Mr. DiFiore.
Is Mr. DiFiore here? Mr. DiFiore, did Ms. Galoon advise you within 48 hours of her arrest?
That is not a condition of the work card that was approved. It was just for site-specific with a 6-month review. There was no condition of reporting.
I see, okay. And she goes to court on the charge on March the 12th, 2007.
Yes, and in speaking with the employer, Ms. Calhoun did not, she was not honest about what her charges were to him, and that was, I know in the past that was an issue.
Well, it is an issue, but, you know, he's the employer, and he's dealing with his employee. If he feels that she's not being truthful, he could have fired her.
Absolutely.
He didn't, and at this point in time, I assume you entered a plea of not guilty? Have you been to court yet at all?
No.
What do you intend to do when you go to court? Do you intend to enter a plea of not guilty?
Yes.
You do? All right. All right, any other questions? May I have a motion, please?
And your recommendation is, Sergeant Weeks?
Detective Weeks, and my recommendation would be to deny the work card because she did not represent herself in the way that in the last 6 months that she was told to do with the last council meeting.
I agree, and that would be my motion, Your Honor.
All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Go to item 47. I'll read this in conjunction with 47 and 48. 47 is discussion and possible action to retain legal services of Chevalier, Allen, and Lichtman to represent the City of Las Vegas in an appeal of the FAA record of decision regarding the proposed right turn and the Caron International Airport. 48 is discussion and possible action to award contract number 070128 for aviation consultant services, Department of Government and Community Affairs. Award recommended to Williams Aviation Consultants, Inc. These pertain to all the wards. Mr. Jervik.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of Council, Happy New Year, everyone. You asked that we hold this item for a couple of weeks after Christmas so that I could call Barbara Lutchman and have her present today to answer any questions the Council has regarding any potential litigation we wish to enter into challenging the proposed right-hand turn at McCarran International Airport. The other item, just for the record, item number 46, which I asked earlier to be stricken, has been replaced with item number 48, which is an actual contract with Williams Aviation. As you can see, we had originally recommended $100,000 set aside for Williams Aviation. It came down to $57,000 as a result of some contract negotiations. That's $42,000 in contract costs and up to $15,000 in reimbursable expenses for Williams Aviation. That's on item number 48. But with that, Your Honor, I will introduce you to Dr. Barbara Lutchman, who will be glad to answer any questions regarding our litigation.
Very good. Dr. Lutchman, would you like to make some preliminary observations to us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the Council, and thank you, City Attorney Mr. Jervik. My name is Barbara Lutchman. I am from Costa Mesa. My office is in Costa Mesa, California, and we specialize in issues involving airport development. There are many communities in your position. That position is located off the end of the runway of a large and expanding airport. The impacts of that size and expansion are often visited upon residential communities under the flight ban. In this case, our understanding is that there will be a change in the operations of Las Vegas. It is not it's not a physical expansion issue, it's a change in operations, which will take a turn for the aircraft once departed the end of the runway. Instead of turning to the left or south, they will turn to the right or north about 35% of the time. Our further understanding is that there are new communities located to the north and east of the airport, which were not there back in 2001 when this procedure was originally recommended. It was rejected by the FAA at that time, but now it's been reinstituted for the alleged reason of increasing efficiency of the airport by not forcing all the aircraft to go over the same fixes and therefore requiring some distance, increased distance between them. Very abstruse stuff. The bottom line is that right turn may have some substantial noise impact over communities to the north of the airport. There is also another very important issue that has been given short shrift in the analysis provided by the airport and the FAA, and that is air quality impacts. They were not analyzed. And as you know, this region is in serious non-attainment on various pollutants, criteria pollutants that the EPA looks at as being important, including carbon monoxide and particulate matter. And it is the view of our consultants so far, and it is preliminary, that the proposed right turn will cause increased air quality impacts by, and this is directly contrary to what is being said in this environmental report, by causing increased taxi times, by forcing aircraft to sit at the end of the runway while waiting for coordination with Nellis Air Force. Now, the issue of noise is going to be relatively confined, relatively, I said, but the issue of air quality is going to be region-wide. And it's something with which not only the city of Las Vegas, but the county, Clark County, and the United States of America is very concerned. And we believe that it requires further analysis before this procedure can go into effect. One more thing, and then I will advocate. There are some safety issues involved here, and those are conflicts with Nellis and with North Las Vegas. And our consultant with whom we have worked, our firm has worked on every project over the last 10 years, he is quite convinced that there will be these conflicts. He, by the way, you'll be looking at his contract, he was the airspace manager for the Western Pacific region of the FAA. He was tower manager for Chicago O'Hare. He was also tower manager at LAX. I mean, he has the background to know these things, and he is convinced that there will be increased safety issues. And those are preliminary comments. I'll give you more when I have more, but they become quite obvious upon reading.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think it's important that the public understands where the council will be coming from, assuming they support the retention of your firm and Mr. Williams' firm. I was the issue that struck me the most when I read Mr. Williams' comments was the safety issue. I think that we as a city council owe this community the obligation as part of our position of trust to do everything we can to make sure that the health and well-being of our constituents is protected. And the emphasis was on that particular aspect as far as my feelings on the retention. The first time that I really have been advised of the separate issue of attainment under air quality is today. That has not necessarily been emphasized in any of the briefings that have taken place, and I know how important that is, because if we are not within attainment, all the federal dollars that come into this area for roads and for improvements and those things that do sustain our quality of life are terminated. We've been through this not only with particulate matter, but ozone and carbon monoxide, and we've always been on the cusp, so to speak, of being within attainment, going out of attainment, and whatever. And the fact that you say that this is not just Las Vegas's problem at this point in time, but the county's problem, should open up their eyes, and they should begin to think in terms of their constituents as well, and the community in general, because they will be sorely affected if, in fact, we fall out of attainment due to the right-hand turn. I'm going to propose, and of course my colleagues are going to be heard on this matter, I'm going to propose that the retention take place, but conditionally. Not to show any weakness, of course, but to make sure that we, as the stewards of the taxpayer monies, are able to do our job knowledgeably and being able to use prudence in our decision making. I'm going to put as a requirement, after the motion is made, that you report to us on a monthly basis, and certainly not to the detriment of the lawsuit. Or to your legal action if necessary. You can brief us individually if you feel that a public briefing is not appropriate, and justify whatever fees are being billed on an hourly basis to the city during that briefing. And if, in fact, at any time we feel that we're either not going to prevail or that the fight is a futile fight, then we have to bring it back for further discussion on a public basis to make sure that the public is kept aware as to exactly what we're doing. It's important to me that the folks who live in this valley understand that, at least in my opinion, this is not just Las Vegas's problem. This is the community's problem. If, God forbid, there be an accident caused as a result of the congestion and the issues that you point out on the right-hand turn from McCarran, taking into consideration North Las Vegas or Nellis, that will have a devastating effect not only on the folks who are in the plane and under the plane, but also on our economy, because we have a tourist-based economy. It's a very sensitive economy. People elect to come here. If there's any kind of an inference that the public could draw that there is a safety issue when you fly into or out of Las Vegas, that would have a debilitating effect on the community as we know it today. So I want the folks who have written to my office that they know that this is not a rich man, poor man issue. This is not a Summerlin versus Ward 3 issue. This is an issue that pertains to all of us in the city here, and you have made it into an issue today that pertains to all of us in the valley here. And I hope that the county's listening, because this isn't just, it's not going to be a freebie for them. But I think this is a very important matter based on the information that I received, and I think we would be derelict in our duty not to pursue it. That's my position. I'm happy to hear from my colleagues.
Mayor Goodman.
Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. First of all, you've been referred to as doctor. Are you a doctor?
Yes, not a medical doctor. I have a PhD in urban and regional planning from, God forgive me, the University of Southern California.
Okay. Well, Doctor, thank you for coming today. I do have a series of questions, and I'd ask the council for their indulgence. And I fully recognize that I don't want to tip our hand. This is a public setting here. We're being recorded, and for all I know, the FAA is listening and taking notes. So I certainly don't want to show our hand. You've done an initial case assessment, I'm sure. Without going into detail, do you think we have a case that can be won?
As we spoke earlier, and that would depend on the definition of the winning. The answer is, of course, we're not going to proceed in a case that we feel is a dead bang loser. It doesn't pay us and it doesn't pay you. Losing is not a good recommendation for a law firm. So to take a losing case will be like committing harakiri. However, in cases of this nature, the federal government, unlike in a normal court case, the federal government gets extreme deference from the courts for its decisions. Therefore, the burden of proof is on us to show that the decision was not based on substantial evidence. We believe, based on a preliminary evaluation, that on the issues of, for example, air quality, potentially cumulative impacts, which goes to the safety issue, and of course the derivative issue of alternatives, we can do that. But we like to use quantitative methods that our consultants provide us, our air quality consultant, to show that the way that the analysis was conducted was flawed. The courts respond very favorably to that. So the answer to your question is, yes, we think we can win this case. We think based on a preliminary evaluation, but with a monthly reporting, if at any time we feel that our consultant, for instance, if our consultant comes back and says, no, they were right, their numbers are good. In that case, I would recommend to this council that the case be abandoned, and whatever amount of money has been spent up to that time will be spent, but I think it would be a much attenuated sum.
And you are the lawyer who will be the primary lawyer working on this case?
Yes.
Okay. I've been asked by a number of constituents if we can file for injunctive relief, because it's my understanding that the proposed right turn is scheduled to begin sometime in mid-March. That's a couple months away. Is there a chance where we could ask and obtain some sort of court order prohibiting them from instituting the right turn?
It's unlikely, but not impossible. And
My explanation is as follows. Because the standard of review for injunctive relief is, one of the elements is irreparable injury, as the lawyers on this council know. You have to demonstrate irreparable injury. If this procedure were to start and then be stopped at some later date, it would be hard to show that there was some sort of irreparable injury, except potentially if the air quality analysis is so flawed that it would somehow deeply impact the compliance with the state implementation plan, even in a preliminary, even if it began, then maybe we could get it. But I think on the irreparable injury, the probability of prevailing, maybe. Irreparable injury, probably not. It's not like a construction project where if they put up that building, it's not coming down. You have irreparable injury.
One of the things I'm a little concerned with is that if the right turn goes into effect in mid-March, and we begin our appellate process, if you will, in the next couple of weeks, this litigation could take how long? 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, how long?
It depends on if the Ninth Circuit sends us, this is going to the Court of Appeals, the Federal Court of Appeals, as required by the Airport and Airway Development Act. If the court sends us into mediation, it will take longer. But there are very firm prescribed schedules. And the court, as soon as we file, within a week or two, will send us a schedule for the provision. The Justice Department will provide the administrative record within a certain period of time, and we'll negotiate that to be as speedy as possible. We will have to review the administrative record to see the basis for their decision-making, if any. And then the briefing schedule will be worked out. Could be 9 months. If there's mediation, it could be longer. But mediation could help us and attenuate this suit tremendously. Because if we are correct on the numbers, the mediation will provide a forum in which we can negotiate a relief from this matter. Because for them, if we're right on the air quality numbers, they'll have to stop dead in their tracks because of the conformity rule. So there will be a basis for negotiation at that point. I'd say we'd go 3 months before we determine that. 3 months to 4 months before we determine that.
One of the things I'm concerned about is that if they start their right turn in mid-March, knowing that we are challenging and fighting that decision, and that this fight could well go into spring, summer, fall, winter of '07, can they adjust the number of flights that are going to be making this right turn, the manner of the flights, the number of the flights, etc., to have a lesser impact, knowing that if they scheduled flights as they originally had proposed, it would have a greater impact? In other words, can they do that to try and appease the City of Las Vegas residents while this litigation is pending?
Oh, yes, they have flexibility as to when to use that right-hand turn. That's what this whole thing is really about, to give them the flexibility to change the direction of the turn when they need it to accommodate capacity overload.
Okay, but my point is, will we be monitoring this right turn when it goes into effect in March during the litigation so as to gauge whether or not they're playing with their number of planes and the type of planes and the path of the airplanes? You know, if all of a sudden it's April or May and we're not hearing much, and all of a sudden my constituents say, well, it's not as noisy as I thought, are we going to be able to monitor whether or not they're playing games with us?
Oh, yeah, it's on the internet. It's easy. I could do it today.
And is that where Williams comes into play? Are they going to be doing that?
Yes. It's easy. You can call it up at any moment of any day.
And
20-minute delay.
You already answered my question. You've worked with this Williams aviation expert on many cases over many years.
That's right. Absolutely. He's a treasure. He's absolutely terrific.
Well, thank you for coming and answering the questions. Mayor, I'm going to certainly support your motion. I represent people that live out in the western area that are probably, on a sheer numbers basis, the most affected and the greatest affected. And in the last year or so that this issue has been on the forefront of people's minds, probably about 98% of the people that I represent want us to fight. I'm also mindful of spending taxpayers' money. We're talking about a lot of money here. But in my opinion, when we talk about the air quality impacts, as the mayor noticed, are valley-wide, if you will. Public safety is not only valley-wide, but statewide. God forbid something drastic or tragic would occur. It could affect our economy statewide. And then in particular, the noise impact for the people that I represent. And I've been elected to voice their feelings and their concerns, and with very few dissension, they are all in favor of fighting this fight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, just a couple quick questions. One is, when it comes to the FAA, do they have the discretion or the ability to just change operations at an airport? Is that within their scope that they could?
Well, it must be, generally speaking, the airport asks for that change. They don't just walk in and say, you know, we've decided to make all these changes. Usually the airport asks for it. Now, there are overarching changes like the East Coast and the Four Corner Coast Plan that were instituted a number of years ago. Those are long-term, many years that plan them with the cooperation of various airports. So the answer to your question is rarely done on an airport-by-airport basis without the request of the airport.
And you jumped ahead to my second question. There seems to, no, it's perfect. I mean, you're out in front of me already. There seems to be a lack of a definitive answer to the question, who initiated this? Was it, I've heard at least from either reporting or talking to different colleagues that the airlines asked for it. The FAA just thought it was a capacity issue. The county may have been involved. Is it possible in your preliminary work to find that out? Is it written somewhere, or can someone answer that directly?
I think I know already.
Okay. And you don't have to answer that yet.
Oh, okay.
I'll be surprised. And just so I understand, the final question is, at least publicly, the justification or the reasoning behind this right-hand turn has been increased efficiency at McCarran. Is it?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Likewise, Your Honor, I will be supporting your motion for many reasons, but mostly because I think there's there are answers out there that we have not been given, and the expertise that's before us today, I think, will provide the council and our citizens those answers that they have demanded.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman.
I agree with Councilman Brown on the fact that there are a lot of questions, and the same thing is coming in to me from residents of the ward I represent, and these questions need to be answered. I wanted to reemphasize, the mayor started out by talking about this is not a rich man, poor man fight, and I would sort of like to close reemphasizing that. I represent a ward greatly affected by this, from whom I've been receiving many, many comments of not wanting this to go through. We are adjacent to an area that just had 2 crashes recently from North Las Vegas Airport. We also have air quality problems. We went through a big thing with the high school in the ward I represent, a big thing with all of the new expansion of the freeways, and this is not an affluent ward. This is not Summerlin. It seems the media has picked up that it's Summerlin and rich people. This is not what this is about, and I wanted to reemphasize that from the ward I represent, and my ward is adjacent to Mr. Councilman Weekly's ward, and I know the same holds true for the residents that we're adjacent to. So I think I've emphasized from day one the safety factor, my concern about the North Las Vegas Airport. Also, we have such helicopter traffic from the hospital and from Metro in the areas. And again, these are not affluent areas. And I just hope that our being able to support you today will help us get the answers that, as Councilman Brown said, our constituents desire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, I appreciate you being here. I've had to deal with the FAA for about 10 years over the helicopter noise along the Strip, the neighbors to the east. I find it very frustrating. I find that they just look at you and laugh. I think the only thing I've accomplished is maybe that there's as many helicopters still flying in the area. They just fly maybe a little bit higher, and I can't tell if they are flying any higher or not. I do have the area that I represent is not really going to be affected by this too much, but I feel like that I've been elected to represent all the people of the city of Las Vegas, especially the people that elected me in my ward. I have had a few of them that have called me and expressed concerns over the amount of money that we're going to be spent. It seems like they don't call and talk about the money we spend on the new parks, on the other side of town. And I really hope that those people that have called me look at this and listen to what I'm trying to say, is that I am going to support the motion. I really feel like that it can be, it has been, it will be, I don't know. And that's talking about detrimental to our economy. God forbid if we do have any type of an accident anywhere in the valley or in the state, we depend upon the tourists coming here. And yes, the airplanes have to take off and land over somewhere. I understand all that. That's what I'm just repeating what my constituents have told me. And I just feel like that we have to make sure that all of us up at this dais support one another in those needs that we have. And I really feel like that it's important that we do at least explore the possibilities of maybe winning this suit. And you got my support on. I hope we do win. And I just feel it's important to state those on the record, because, like I say, I want those people that have elected me that I do support them. I think it's really necessary to spend this money to make sure that we do everything we can to make the city safe.
All right, thank you very much. Councilor Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. I feel like the lone gun here. I've had many constituents in Ward 6 contact my office not wanting this money to be spent in this capacity. We are not affected by this right turn. However, as I've shared with Councilman Wolfson, if this was affecting my ward, I'd be carrying the flag and the torch as well. And that's what my constituents would want. That being said, we're faced with our own challenges in Ward 6 in the Northwest, along with Councilman Weekly and Councilwoman Tarkany with this North Las Vegas Airport. So I did a little homework, Councilwoman and Councilman, if you'll indulge me. North Las Vegas Airport is the second busiest airport in the state of Nevada. In 1999, over 40 incidents reported to the FAA, not resulting in crashes. But since 1983, there's been over 100. There's been over 50 crashes at the North Las Vegas Airport, resulting in 17 deaths. This record does not include injuries, and that's been reported by the National Transportation Safety Board. The Miani family in 2004 was killed in a crash at the North Las Vegas Airport, and I believe Mrs. Miani worked here at the city of Las Vegas. In 1999, an airplane crashed into a yard on Sisk Street, about 3 blocks from my previous home in Ward 6. 2 planes crashed within 3 days in this last year, last November, with one plane crashing at Cheyenne and Clayton, another plane crashing at Jones and Rancho. North Las Vegas Airport has an average of 232,000 takeoffs and landings per year. That's tremendous. I don't know what McCarran's numbers are. Since November 2006, North Las Vegas Airport had 37% of the traffic that McCarran had, with an airport the fraction of the size. I previously did not support this initiative to fight this, because at the current time, the consolidated tax has been flat for the past quarter. Spending a significant amount of money has been of great interest to the residents of Ward 6. And as I represent their interests, I also, Mayor Pro Tem, represent the interests of this entire city. After doing my homework on the North Las Vegas Airport and public safety issues dealing with the North Las Vegas Airport, I've changed my mind. And I'm not going to apologize to those residents in Ward 6 for joining the fight, because I think it's prudent. It is our responsibility to not only protect my responsibility, not only protect the residents of Ward 6, but this entire city. And if that includes the county residents, Mayor, then so be it. It is our responsibility as well.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Just for clarification, I don't know if it's been said, but I want to make sure it is said. The figures that we're talking about right now, which is $57,000 for Williams Aviation and $300,000, Dr. Lichtman, for your firm, those are projected maximum amounts. We're not writing you a check today. We're not writing Williams Aviation a check today. These are projected possible maximum amounts. You will be billing us on a periodic basis, so we may not spend those kinds of monies. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct with one change. That's an estimate. It could be much less, it could be more, depending on this council's decision. If this council wished to pursue something further, who knows? These things tend to get, I am very much in favor of this monthly report, because these things tend to get out of hand, and we want to come back to the council and talk to you about where you want to go each step of the way, so that nobody comes back later and says, my constituent said you spent way too much money, didn't get the results. This is fine, but the answer, yes, these were estimates, pure estimates. It could be much less than that. It could be much less, because we may decide to halt this whole thing if our numbers don't work.
Well, and periodically we'll be able to assess that, and we as the council will make the decisions along the way.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. My experience on the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority Board has led me to the suggestion that we have these monthly reports, because when they were building the south portion of our convention center, the monthly reports were not made, and it was too late to stop everybody from going overboard. But now in our current construction, at every meeting, there's a report given to us, so we're able to evaluate whether or not the money is being spent wisely. So that's going to be part of my motion, that on a monthly basis you report to this council as to your progress and a justification of your billing, even though we value, your professional position. I am also going to, as part of my motion, direct the manager to advise the county that we expect them, as a matter of equity and fairness, based on the air quality issue that has been brought to our attention today, to evaluate that. Several years ago, our participation, as far as air quality in this valley was concerned, was taken away from us, almost in a midnight raid type manner. The health district, of which we have two representatives, was responsible for air quality issues, and it has been ceded to the county at this point in time. Now it's being brought to our attention that this is a real issue, and this is not a valley that has lines on it. These are artificial boundaries that separate the cities from counties and the like. So I expect them equitably to seriously evaluate this and join with us on the fight, if for no other reason, to protect their position with air quality, because those particulates and the carbon monoxide, it doesn't say we're going to drop in Las Vegas. It's right out there at McCarran, and that's going to affect their air quality as well. So that would be part of my motion, and I would move to also approve the items in 47 and 48 on those conditions. That's my motion. Yes?
Before you vote, with all due respect, with your permission, I wanted to clarify this monthly report idea. It could be done in many different ways. Typically what might happen is Dr. Lichman would send a letter to my office, which I would share with the council members. But if you want personal contact, we need to discuss that now. If you want... In the beginning,
my motion would include personal contact.
We can do that a couple of different ways as well. Under the open meeting law, I believe we're allowed to have a closed session to discuss pending litigation. And if that is possible, we could agenda this for a month and a half from now, have Dr. Lichman present. We could do it in the back room, and you could then ask any question you want. You could take any action, but you get a complete report.
That's fine, and then I could come out and tell the public what the status is. That's good. That'd be part of the motion as well. All right, that's as to items 47, 48. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for having
And good luck to you.
To all of us.
Right. Item 49 is discussion and possible action on annual audit recommendation follow-up as of June 30th, 2006. Mr. Snelding. And Mr. Kern.
Roger Snelling, City Auditor. Before I begin, Mayor and Council, I'd like to
recognize three individuals who are here with us today who sit on the Audit Oversight Committee. First is Mr. Kern, who is the chairman of that committee. Second, I'd like to recognize Councilman Brown, who's the vice chair of that committee, and also Councilman Weekly, who sits as a member on that committee.
Thank you.
Audit recommendation follow-up as of June 30th, 2006. That report was released on August the 29th, 2006, and reviewed in the Audit Oversight Committee on November the 21st. At the request of the Audit Committee, I'm here to make a report on the results of our follow-up. The objectives of the program of our audit program, or the follow-up program, is to see that all of the from audit work is not really the findings that are reported or the recommendations that are made, but really the effective remediation and resolution of problems. City management is actually responsible for the addressing audit recommendations, and our follow-up is a tool that can be used by them. Mr. Mayor, this is the test.
I knew you could do it. No, I knew you could do it, Rod.
Very good.
Thank you. I'm sure of that too.
Each of the statuses of these recommendations are categorized either in classifications as complete, incomplete, extended, or not due. Complete recommendations occur when implementation of the recommendation or the action that was agreed to or some other action effectively correct the deficiency. An incomplete one is the recommendation has not actually been implemented. Extended is a situation where the recommendation has not been implemented, but is due to circumstances beyond the department's control, such as possibly a systems upgrade. Not due is where the due date identified by management has passed. Each time that we complete a report and offer a recommendation, we ask for two things from city management. First is a plan of action, and the second is an estimated completion date. Recommendations are complete when city management completes the recommendation and notifies the city auditor's office. Subsequently, audit staff obtains and evaluates evidence supporting management's representations, and if the evidence demonstrates that the recommendation has been adequately addressed, then the recommendation is marked as complete. Well, I spoke too soon. There we go. As of from January 1999 to June of 2006, we've issued or made 942 recommendations, of which 896 are complete, which that's about 95%. Incomplete were 26, and that's 2.8%. The extended 13, or 1.4%, and the ones that were not due were 0.7%. Is complete 18 additional recommendations, which drops that to a total of 8 that are still yet unresolved. Additionally, the Finance Department has declared that 3 of those under the Finance Department have been completed, and the City Auditor's Office should review those in the next couple of weeks. After these are completed, all that remains from the June 30th, 2006 report are 5 incomplete recommendations. These 5 incompletes are less than 1%. It's actually 0.6%. So in essence, 99.4% of the recommendations that have been addressed by the departments and either have been completed or will be completed in the next few weeks. That 5 is a drop from last year of 62 and the year before that of 51. And I expect that all of those will be completed before the next report is issued. The city manager's office and the department heads have placed additional emphasis on, and effort on completing these in all 9.4% completion rate. Work for it. And that completes my report.
Is that it?
That's it.
Any questions of Mr. Snelding? Mr. Kern, would you like to add anything?
You know, I would, Your Honor. I have had the privilege of serving on this committee for at least 6, if not 7 years. And not only would I like to, at this point, compliment Councilman Brown, Councilman Weekly, who also are part of this committee, as well as yourself in the past, but also compliment our city auditors, our city auditor staff, and most importantly, the city itself. Each of the agency heads have stepped up, and the improvements that have been made through both internal control checks as well as how the agency heads have taken their callings very seriously has helped to improve financially the financial rewards to the city. Less wasted spending, less pilfering taking place. Overall, a tremendous improvement for the city. I compliment the city council, I compliment Mr. Snelding, and I compliment each of the department heads. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Likewise, a lot of thanks to go around, but the 99.4% response is remarkable. It truly is. It's certainly a compliment to Rad and his team, Dr. Selby and the department heads. There's been a noticeable change, a culture change, in how our audit team and audit function are received by the rest of the city. The chairman is being modest. He has been a strong voice on our committee and brings a private sector perspective that has been so healthy. I've certainly learned a lot from him, and he doesn't let too much get by. We're in a situation now where a lot of times we get audit reports and different agencies get an audit report, and it's almost a routine function in government that it comes in, everything's okay. But it's radically different here, where Rad and his team are very, very aggressive going in and just looking at the way we run the city. And as the chairman had stated, I've asked Rad to, if possible, quantify the impact of our audit function over the last 5 or 6 years. I would guess that we're into the hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings, not only from those that we have uncovered stealing from the taxpayers, we've prosecuted them, but also the efficiencies that have been placed back on the departments and the savings. A few years back, some of these departments were very resistant. They still don't embrace RAD when they come into the area, but they certainly respect them. And that 99.4% is something that we probably won't read in the newspaper. Very rarely have I seen the media even attend our audit committee meetings. But I again compliment the city, the departments, and the effort they've put forth to make this audit function a reality and a real strong purpose in being able to show our public what we do with their dollars. We can stand up and feel proud of what RAD and the city has done. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and certainly my colleague, Mr. Weekly.
Yeah.
Councilor Weekly.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you very much. I too would like to commend Rad very much, he and the city auditing staff for just doing such a yeoman's job, and as well as to all the directors. I know when we get our packets and we see some of the issues that we have to deal with at the meeting, I think the directors definitely deserve to have a nice round of applause because they work very diligently to clean up their staff and to make sure, you know, that they take responsibility for a lot of the things that their staffs have kind of done wrong. And to our chairman, thank you very much. I know sometimes you're a little tough at meetings there. Don must have fed you breakfast this morning, but you do a good job, and we appreciate it very much. It's a pleasure serving on this committee. You get a chance to learn a lot about how taxpayers' dollars are being handled here in the city of Las Vegas. So I appreciate being on the committee.
Right. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your hard work, and Mr. Kern for your contribution to the city. You put a lot of time into this, and it's really making a difference. I have only one question of you, Mr. Snelling. When you go to a different department, do you say, I'm Rad Snelling, I'm the internal auditor, and I'm here to help you?
I do, but they don't believe me.
Okay. All right, very good. All right, may I have a motion, please?
I would yield to Councilman Brenner. Councilman Weekly, please. I would yield to Councilman
Okay,
Brenner.
by the way, I should make a disclosure. I don't think that I have to abstain, but Mr. Kern is my accountant and also has helped me when I run for election as far as handling the finances.
I understand. I think Councilman Weekly discussed this in the backroom committee. I think that Mr. Kern has done some accounting on each of your campaigns in your private capacity. For purposes of this presentation today, I don't even think disclosure is required. I think it's only required when Mr. Kearns is reappointed, and as I pointed out before, you're doing Mr. Kearns no favor at all by appointing him for free to sit on the audit committee.
Now that you mentioned it, if I had 100% raise, it would still be zero, so.
I understand that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Brown?
Your Honor, I would move to accept the annual audit recommendation follow-up report.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for everything. All right, item 50, this is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership and change of business name for a beer wine cooler on sale license subject to the provisions of the fire codes and health department regulations from Las Familias, doing business as Enrico's Italian Bistro, to Lorenzo's Italian Bistro at 4864 West Lone Mountain Road. This is in Ward 6. Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant is here today in the audience, and
Would the Please join us at the podium.
he does meet the criteria for consideration of temporary approval of change of ownership and change of business name for this beer wine cooler on sale license, and my recommendation would be approval with the conditions included.
Thank you. Mr. Samaggio?
Good morning, Mayor and City Council, and Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. This is your opportunity to tell the world what specialties you'll be serving at your restaurant.
We make seafood lasagna, homemade, and lobster ravioli with the lobster sauce that is homemade.
Very good.
The rest is Italian. You gotta be mozzarella and everything.
The best in town?
Absolutely.
Very good. All right, Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have eaten there, and pretty good, pretty close to the best in town. I would move for approval subject to conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Absolutely. See you there.
Thank you. Okay. Item 53 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new tavern license subject to the provisions of the fire codes and health department regulations for Outback Nevada Roman numeral 2 LP, located at 740 South Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant today does meet the criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this license, and that would be my recommendation with the conditions included.
Is the applicant here?
I don't believe so.
The applicant is? Why don't you join us up here, sir? Please state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is John Canis, managing partner. Tony Graff, joint managing partner of Outback Steakhouse.
Very good. Would you like to say anything today? You can tout your steakhouse.
This is the 8th one in Las Vegas, and we're excited about doing this, and we've got a couple more going, and appreciate all the hard work that the mayor and the council does.
All right, that's very nice. Thank you. All right, any questions of the gentleman? Councilwoman?
Move to approve.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen. 54 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new martial arts instruction business license subject to the provisions of the planning and fire codes for Pablo Padilla, doing business as Padilla's Martial Arts at 871 North Nellis Boulevard, Suite 2. This is in Ward 3.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant is here today, and he does meet the criteria for consideration of a new temporary approval for a new martial arts instruction business, and that would be my recommendation, subject to the conditions.
Thank you very much. Be happy to hear from you.
How are you doing, council members?
Good.
This is my first business.
You're Mr. Padilla, correct?
Yes.
Very good.
This is my first business, and I just really appreciate the opportunity to
to open up and give my services to the community. I do my best as a martial arts student that got me off the streets, and I'd like to give back and give some children an opportunity to do the same thing.
Very good, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, this is Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, it is my ward. I will offer my services, anything I can do to help you get off the ground. I would sure appreciate you calling my office and contacting me. I think it's great. I know we're going to have it's a huge success down there, and I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you. Item 55 is discussion and possible action on an appeal of non-renewal of an independent massage therapist license for David R. Salvaggio at 9330 West Sahara Avenue, number 250. This is in Ward 2. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
Could I have Mr. DiFiore explain to us, this is just his last address, was in Councilman Wolfson's ward. I think he does business with this license that he's asking for. He can do business throughout the whole city of Las Vegas.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll give a brief history of how that works. First of all, the applicant today has previously had an independent massage therapist license. As an independent massage therapist, that license allows you to perform massage therapy at any licensed massage establishment within the city at all. The last recorded address we had was 9330 West Sahara, which is in Ward 2. That's why it's listed that way. Several years ago, when he underwent the investigation, the investigation report came back with areas of concern in the criminal history of Mr. Salvaggio. The areas of concern led me, as an administrator, to issue him a temporary license. This is not a council-approved license, but a temporary license for a 6-month period. During that time, he was subject to providing my staff and my office any arrest or citations within 48 hours, any change of employment at his business operation, to notify us of any changes to his personal residence, and those were the conditions that we imposed for a 6-month period. Additionally, when the 6-month review in my office came forward, I made the decision to grant Mr. Salvaggio a permanent license with conditions. The conditions included, number one, again, to report any arrests or citations to our office within 48 hours, and number two, to report any change in his probation status from his criminal record to our office at that time. Since January 2005, Mr. Salvaggio, I think, has diligently complied with those requests, and it wasn't until October of this year that he came in to seek renewal for his independent massage therapist license when he brought forward to us a copy of his scope record, which did not indicate anything different, but he did have a conversation with me and told me at that time that his probation had been violated. I asked for an explanation of that. He advised me that when he met with his probation officer, I believe in August, that he was, at that time he told me his probation had been violated because he had left the state without authorization from parole probation. Subsequently to that, I received from his attorney at the time a parole and probation report, which you have before you as a supplement, which I passed out during briefings yesterday. And Mr. Bell has a copy of that as well. In that report, it certainly describes from the probation officer that on August 2nd, when he had his monthly meeting, that he was arrested and transported to the Park County Detention Center for violation of his probation. He did not report that to our office within the 48-hour period. Additionally, his attorney provided us with a change in his probation status, which I believe occurred in September. He did have his probation status, I believe, reinstated at that time, and then dishonorably discharged. Again, that was not reported to us, although technically there was not a 48-hour period to report that. It was only upon our request that we get that information. I made a decision in December late November, to deny the renewal of his independent massage therapist license, and by code, he has a right to appeal that to the City Council, and that's why we're here today. I asked the Council uphold my action, but Also, given an opportunity, Mr. Salvaggio or Mr. Bill can explain apparently their circumstances.
Very good. Mr. Bell?
Good morning, Your Honor, and members of the council. I gotta say, I get a little tired coming here on more difficult situations when I've been here on so many pleasant ones that were fairly easy and routine. I know Mr. Salvaggio. I had talked to Mr. DiFiore concerning this matter. Mr. Salvaggio was going to talk for himself. He is, of course, very nervous about the situation. But I'd like to point out the following, that Mr. Salvaggio did have the prior criminal problems. He took care of them. Mr. DiFiore was kind enough to grant him the temporary. He was on probation during the temporary, and his probation was for 3 years. He evidently did not have any problems during this probation until this last 3 months. There was a change of probation officer. I don't know about the attitudes, don't know if probation officers involved. But Mr. Salvaggio did leave the state on an emergency with a young lady he lives with. Her mother was evidently dying in California. Her kidneys had shut down. They were notified 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. They took off for California, gone for 4 days. Yes, and we know by Department of Parole and Probation, you're supposed to get the permission. A little difficult to get it at that night. He took a chance, probably should not have taken that chance, but he needed to get her down there. The mother finally did survive, but on his way back, they stopped in Barstow overnight because of the traffic in the late hour. And so when he went in to see his parole and probation officer, and the officer asked him to see his wallet and stuff, the officer saw a paper, asked for the paper. The paper indicated that he had been out of state. Now, the report says absconding from the jurisdiction. I submit that's fairly strong. Absconding indicates you leave and you don't come back. This man did come back as soon as they got that matter taken care of. Interestingly enough, at that same time, while he's in the officer handcuffs him and says, "But you're not under arrest, but we want to search your car." They searched his car, no problem. He said, "We also want to search your home." They searched his home. They asked him the question, "Is there anything we may find at your home that would be of concern?" He said, "No, I don't think so, except in my refrigerator there are 2 beers. I bought a car. There were 2 beers in the car. I took them out. I think he bought them from his cousin, and he stuck them in the refrigerator. He does not drink." Now, it also says in the Parole and Probation Department his attitude was, "So what?" He's a bodybuilder, works out all the time, and does the massages. He has never had a problem before you or with the department. I believe Mr. DiFiore would back that up regarding his massage techniques or any of the things he does in that area. In spite of his background and his problems, he went to school and he learned that is to make a living for his son and and the lady he lives with at this time. He needs the license. He appreciates the license. He realizes that he made this mistake. Now, interestingly enough, counsel, I know this will be a little tough for you to understand, but I have reason to believe Mr. Salvaggio and Mr. DiFiore can speak to it. He was put in jail for 52 days, waiting this probation violation. He did not consider himself under arrest. Now, that's a little hard, I know, to believe, but he did not consider himself under arrest. When he got out, he went on his own to see Mr. DiFiore at the business license. And he was very happy to do it because he figured, I'm off probation now, I will get my full license. And he went in, he told Mr. DiFiore, I'm not on probation anymore. I don't think he knew about having to report the change in probation. Mr. DiFiore questioned him about it. When Mr. DiFiore said, "You were arrested," he said, "No, I wasn't arrested. I had a probation violation." I have since explained to him that that was an arrest for a probation violation. He said, "You can't get arrested on the same charges twice." He's talking about the charges that he was on probation for. Now, I realize that seems far-fetched, but that's exactly what he told Mr. DiFiore, and he even argued with Mr. DiFiore about it. He did not realize that that was an arrest and that he needed to report that. He did go in without business license doing anything about it and tell them all about it. He had his attorney that handled the probation violation said to him, I can take care of this matter by taking you to court and giving you a dishonorable discharge. Rather, I agree with that position, or don't agree with the position. He took it. The court released him. He only had 3 months to go on the probation. Other than this situation, and I realize it's not unserious, but this man is not out committing crime. He has been making a living this way, and I would only ask that you consider granting him his temporary license back to do the massage with a time limit on it, and he obey and understand these rules and regulations. Do not believe he really understood them. In my discussions with Mr. DiFiore, it would also indicate, I believe, to Mr. DiFiore that as silly as it may seem, he did not understand. And we'd ask the opportunity for him to continue to make a living and work in this field. On top of this, he does instruction in some of the gyms and stuff for, the workouts and the bodybuilding and stuff. But his main thing is the massage therapy, and he's never had any problem concerned with that. He may have a few words he'd like to say to you, and Mr. DiFiore may wish to back up what I've said or correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Savaggio.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman and council members. I'm thankful that you've given me the time here today to give me consideration for the matter at hand. I'd like to say that I'm proud to have been born and raised here in Las Vegas, and I've lived here my entire life. I know I was involved in trouble when I was younger, and I am an ex-felon. When I was released from prison, I worked for Empower Communication as an installation technician. During this time, I was injured, and I just want to give you a history on how I became a massage therapist and a personal trainer. At Empower Communication, I fell off a ladder and broke my shoulder and my humerus and my clavicle, and I had 2 surgeries that both failed. They wanted to do a 3rd surgery, and I refused because my condition was getting worse. I spent countless hours in physical therapy for 18 months, rehabilitating myself with physical therapy. It was at physical therapy where I learned what my true calling was. I wanted to help others as people were helping me rehabilitate myself physically. And at the same time, I started going back to school. I started changing my life. I got a certification as a personal trainer. I received a certification as a massage therapist. At approximately the same time that I took my national certification for massage therapy is when I was yet involved again with the probation report that you have in front of you. I was given a 3-year probation. In spite of all the legal problems I had had in my younger years and at the present time at applying with business licensing for the license, you still were good enough and kind enough to give me the license. And I maintained that license for 3 years without any problem at all. It wasn't until 3 months I had left on the probation when these problems arose. And for that, I am truly sorry. When I was booked into Clark County Detention Center, I'm telling you from my heart, I did not know that a probation violation was an arrest. I truly believed that it was a probation violation. To me, in my mind, I was thinking, how could I be arrested on the charges that I was arrested for 4 years prior? I was very emotional from being in jail. It wasn't even in my mind that I needed to contact Mr. DiFiore or Special Investigations or business licensing. I was more worried about how was I going to get back to my life and my responsibilities. It wasn't until, even when I came out of jail, within a week I went to business licensing and I presented them with a copy from the judge of the judge's order to reinstate the probation and the jail time credit for time served. And I was asking for consideration for the permanent license from Mr. DiFiore. And just as Mr. Bell said, that's when he informed me it was an arrest. I didn't even research it until then. I am the one who provided the probation report for the investigator, Mr. Rickett. When he called me and he informed me also that it was an arrest, I argued with him. I said, it's not an arrest. When he was confirming it, that's when I started researching it, and I did find out that it was an arrest. And for that mistake, that's why I did not report it in the 48-hour time, because I didn't know. And I was very emotional after being in jail. So I'm just asking for your consideration today to please let me continue doing my business here in Las Vegas as a massage therapist and a personal trainer. And there will be no more problem if you can give me the conditional license.
Thank you very much. Let me ask you a question. Do I know you folks?
Excuse me?
Do I know your parents?
I believe you do.
Who's your dad?
Perry Salage.
Okay, all right. That would not affect my ability to sit here. It's not that close a relationship. Okay, any questions? Councilor Wilson?
Well, might as well take the lead. I think technically it's considered in my ward because Mr. Salvaggio's last address for his license is in Ward 2.
That's correct.
Okay. And he is appealing your decision not to renew his independent massage therapist license.
That's correct.
An independent massage therapist license means that he can work as a massage therapist at any facility that has a license to employ massage therapists.
That's correct.
So that can be anywhere in the city and county?
No, just in the city.
Just in the city, okay. Mr. Salvaggio, are you, well, because you denied his renewal, does he have an active license right now?
No, he does not.
Okay. And that's since your decision of when, Mr. DiFiore?
I believe it was November 21st, November 22nd.
And did Mr. Salvaggio know that?
Yes, he was, I addressed it to him in a letter form, and he's giving the notification that he could appeal that within 30 days, which he did.
Okay, but the appeal doesn't reinstate his right to act, right? So you've been out of work for a couple months, roughly?
Well, ever since last June.
Well, I'm talking about well, you were in jail for a long time. That's not our fault.
I've been released from jail, yes, I've been out.
Okay, and have you been acting as a massage therapist in the last few months? You want to go back to work, is that right?
Yes, please.
Rex, when you were the district attorney and I was one of your deputy DAs, if I walked into your office and said, there's a guy that said that the 2 beers in the refrigerator were a couple of beers that he got from a car he bought and he just happened to put them in the refrigerator, would you have believed it? Would you have believed that story?
It would depend.
Come on.
It would depend, Councilman Wilson, on who you were talking to and how they come across to you and so on. I've had, and you know that, all kinds of dealings with all kinds of people who've certainly been on the wrong side of the law. But I've found a lot of them to be truthful, not understand certain things, and I think, Councilman, that you would know that even as pro-law enforcement as I am, as pro-prosecution as I was, I still believed in fairness and giving people a break. And I do to this day.
All right, Rex, you're a good lawyer. Let me move on.
They screwed it up and it's tough.
You're a good lawyer, Rex. Mr. Salvaggio, and I don't want to publicly embarrass you, but you offered that you've been to prison, correct?
Yes,
and you were paroled. So the violation report I have now is on a new felony conviction, correct?
I served 3 years in Nevada Department of Prisons in the early 90s.
Okay, that's my point. So what we have before us when we were talking about probation violation is a second felony conviction in addition to what you said you did in the early 90s. Is that a fair statement? What I'd like to do, I don't know how the council's going to feel about this. I'm a little concerned about attitude, because when I read this violation report, this officer, and believe me, I do this hold on.
I understand how bad it looks.
Well, then let me talk about it.
Though, if given the opportunity to slip.
I do this every day of my life in my other job, and believe me, I respect the probation department and I respect what they try and do, but I can read between the lines, and when they quote you as saying, in relation to you going to California without a pass, quote, "It's nothing, it's no big deal, it's okay." And then apparently you had a no alcohol clause on your probation, and they quote you, "It's not that big of a deal." And then they talk about your lackadaisical attitude and that you addressed your misreporting as, quote, "no big deal." I would like to obey this for 2 weeks, to come back here in 2 weeks, and I'd like to invite Mr. Salvaggio, your attorney Rex Bell, and Mr. DiFiore into my office so we can talk about this again, just the four of us, and then bring this back before the council. That's my motion.
All right. I have no problem with that. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you, gentlemen.
Rex, would you call my office and speak to Audrey and make an appointment for you and your client, and we'll coordinate with Mr. DiFiore.
I will do that, Your Honor.
He's Your Honor, I'm counsel.
All right. Happy New Year to you. Item 56, discussion and possible action regarding a new psychic arts and science license subject to revisions of the planning and fire codes for Lorraine Marks, doing business as Ms. Laurie at 425 Fremont Street. This is in Ward 3. Is Ms. Marks here? What? Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, you notice on the line item that there is no temporary new psychic arts and science license listed on the agenda. In early December, Ms. Marks requested a temporary license with my office, and we were planning to schedule her for a temporary license at that time. In discussing this with Detective Weeks, Ms. Marks had applied for a county license very similar to this, and the investigation was ongoing. The detective told me that she expected the report to be completed during the week of Christmas, and that we would be able to consider her for a permanent license after today's meeting. Detective Weeks was assigned to another duty and was involved in the New Year's operation on the Strip and could not complete the report. She has conveyed to me that she expects the report to be completed within 2 weeks. I believe she's had some conversation with Ms. Greco, who is representing Ms. Marks, and I've had conversation with Ms. Greco as well. The full report should be completed within 2 weeks, which means we could probably hear this for a full report on February 7th. Now, in discussing this with Detective Weeks, neither she or myself have any objections to me considering this for a temporary license subject to an expiration date of 12 midnight on February 7th. That would be the day of the next city council meeting, or the first city council meeting in February. And it's up to the council's pleasure either to grant a temporary license for that period of time or to wait for the full report to come back to be heard on February 7th.
Thank you, Mr. DiFiore. It's in Ward 3. Councilman, do you have any inclination one way or the other?
I would like to hold this until the first meeting in February, which, what date, Ronnie?
That's February 7th.
February 7th. But I would want to wait for the full report.
Please identify yourself.
Vicki Greco, Greco Law Group, on behalf of Ms. Laura Marks, who is present. At this point in time, we would just ask the council to issue a temporary permit. There are some reasons for that. My client would be detrimentally harmed without a temporary permit because the location for the business that she is applying for this permit for will be unavailable to her if she cannot show a temporary permit to them within the month of January.
My heart goes out to you, but I just want to wait for the full report.
The councilman, he wants to wait until he gets the full report. He understands what you said, but he wants to wait. And that's going to be his motion. All right? Ms. Marks, did you want to be heard?
Well, I just don't want to, they gave me the opportunity on Fremont Street, and the other gentleman, and I really don't want to lose my spot.
Well, if you call if you tell the folks in Fremont Street to call the mayor pro tem or the mayor, we'll explain the situation, and I'm sure they'll be very understanding.
I'd also like to explain that she has been doing this business for 14 years successfully in California with licenses and has had no problems.
All right. Well, the motion's going to be to obey it for 2 weeks.
No, until the 7th.
Until the 7th, okay?
Until we get a full report.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Okay, Ms. Marks, before you leave, okay, this will have a great deal of bearing on my vote. Okay? Notre Dame, LSU. LSU? Thank you. Good luck to you, ma'am. All right. This is item 57, report on the status of the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition Committee on Homelessness, a regional effort, all wards. Mr. Harson.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. At your December 6th meeting, you have asked for a status report on this.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Martin, and welcome, Ms. West. What I'd like to do, and I've seen your presentation that you made before the county regarding this particular subject. If you're able to fashion your presentation in such a way to address the issue as I see it, and we've had 2 occasions in the past 2 council meetings where we've had homeless individuals come before the council and enter into the council chamber here. And the first one was a gentleman who apparently was wrongfully arrested over in our city park, and we conveyed an apology to the gentleman. And at the conclusion of that particular proceeding, we asked him whether or not he was homeless without trying to embarrass him, and he said he was, and asked him whether or not he would be willing to have us provide services to him and get him off of the street, and he said he would. And I called upon Mr. Sanchez, who's our deputy city manager, but was with Neighborhood Services and intimately familiar with the programs that the city has, and of course which the county has as far as the homeless are concerned. And we had the city staff come down here, and they spoke to the gentleman. They directed him to the facility, and it lasted 5 minutes. He was in and out within 5 minutes and back on the street. At our last council meeting, we had, I believe, 11 homeless folks appear, and I asked them as well at the conclusion of hearing their positions during our citizens' participation whether they were interested in receiving services, and 4 of these 11 said that they were, and we took them over to Catholic Charities, and with another of the individuals, we actually were in the process of providing them with a bus ticket home, which they indicated they wanted, and all they had to do is come in the next day with identification, and we would have issued that bus ticket to them. None of the clients showed up at Catholic Charities, and the gentleman who came to us for the bus ticket didn't appear either. So that left me scratching my head, because here we had a wonderful opportunity as a city to have folks who were living on the streets being serviced by our city staff that is a well-trained staff, having available to it all of the social services that are here today, being represented by, for instance, Terry Stanfill of Help of Southern Nevada, and Myrna Healy, Annie Wilson with the Metro Homeless Liaison, Bridget Clarity, the Women's Development Center, Dr. Gillis from the Center for Independent Living, Dwayne Sonnenberg from the Salvation Army, Jamie Weller-Lefevre, Lutheran Social Services, Kathleen Booten, Nevada Partnership for the Homeless, Larry Lovelet of the same group, Linda Randall from Straight from the Streets, Kirby Burgess from Westcare, Paula Creemans Rudin, representing that organization, Philip Holan from Catholic Charities, Rob Herdzik, the president of BitFocus, and Michelle Fuller Howlauer and Heather Kendall from Clark County Social Services. Of course, you good folks. We had all of this available to us. We had these people who were on the streets in our presence, and we couldn't get them into a facility. Okay? That, to me, is a shame. I can't put it any other way. Not shameful, but a shame, because we wanted to get them off the streets. Now, I understand today, folks, I was advised yesterday by Ms. Paul that there will be a march of the homeless, and I hope it's true, to City Hall around noontime. And I hope that they come in here, and I hope that the opportunity is the same, because I'm going to ask them at the same time, please let us help you. And so far, we're 0 for 12 here. I mean, with a real life experience. And I would submit, unfortunately, that if you good folks went across the street to our city park and you saw the folks who were there sleeping, and you tapped them and you said, let me take you to a facility, let me help you, that you'd probably get the same response. So when you're giving us a report, try to at least touch upon that so you can help me understand why we're unable to help people who are with us when we have all of these facilities available, and we're going to hear that there's never anybody turned away because of a full bed, so to speak. So my good friend, let's start off.
Mr. Mayor, good morning. Members of the City Council, Darrell Martin, Assistant County Manager, also Chair of the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition Committee on Homelessness. Mr. Mayor, I want to touch on those things. I think that those things that you mentioned are very, very, very important. I think they really get a good understanding of what some of these providers deal with on a daily basis out there on the street. It really help to shed some light on what you experienced.
Please.
And what you have been experiencing, because you've been involved in this fight for quite a long time, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm the one who started to make it into a regional issue.
And I want to talk about that, because I think that gets lost in this whole, this whole discussion that we had, is that, you were the one who started shedding light on this issue as a regional issue. Before, when I first got here almost 5 years ago, we were talking about homelessness being a city problem or a county problem or Boulder City problem. And man, you're the one who started talking about us focusing on this as a regional problem. And that is why we created the Committee on Homelessness, because of the work that you did and the work that Councilman Weekly did in bringing real focus and attention on broadening the scope of addressing this problem, not just focusing on one area. So for that, we do appreciate you, Mayor Goodman and Councilman Weekly. You folks both sit on the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition, so you've been involved in this and intimately involved in this from the beginning. And we appreciate that. The Committee on Homelessness was developed because of the work that you guys did. And that Committee on Homelessness is made up of representatives from each of the jurisdictions. Currently, Orlando Sanchez sits on that Committee on Homelessness for the City of Las Vegas. Prior to that, it was Betsy Fretwell. But we have all the jurisdictions. We also have the Nevada Homeless Alliance, and Catherine Plain is here in the audience. I believe she's still here. We also have a number of business providers who sits on there. We all sit and work together to coordinate responses to this homeless problem. In addition to that, we also have a number of programs that were developed prior to the Committee on Homelessness, and since the Committee on Homelessness has been developed, we've also started new programs. And although all of our jurisdictions each have separate programs that work specifically on their particular areas, you folks have the Evolve program, which is a fantastic program, the Chronic and EBIT program, the Emergency Housing Assistance program. We all also try to work together so that we can coordinate services to the homeless. I think it's very important that we talk about the resources that we all as jurisdictions, you guys put a tremendous amount of resources in helping us develop our inclement weather program, developing programs for the summer drop-in shelters so that people aren't out in the middle of the heat, in the middle of the summertime,
You're working with us on the homeless management information system so that we can make sure we're tracking people as they go through our system. And also we do our shelter count, so we know exactly how many people we have in the valley who are homeless. All of this culminates in our homeless stand down, which we had on November 8th, which you guys participated in, and I appreciate your presence there. You walked around, you participated, you helped, you volunteered. Mayor, you also accepted a check for us for $20,000 for the Homeless Trust Fund, and we appreciate that. We appreciate the work that you guys have done on that. But I also want to talk about a couple of things that, going back to what you mentioned about the work that is being done out in the community right now. You had 11 people who chose not to receive services. Our folks out here, since we started a project, and the 8580 project is one of the projects that came out of the Committee on Homelessness, and that was a $4 million grant we received from the state. Unprecedented. The state has never donated or appropriated resources to this effort. 2 years ago, because of the work that was started by the Committee on Homelessness, we received a $4 million grant. $2 million each year, directly to homeless. We started our outreach programs, the ones that you mentioned with Help of Southern Nevada and Nevada Partnership for Homeless Youth. And through those efforts, we have housed, and they'll talk a little bit about that, more than 200 people have gone through the programs and actually been housed. So out of the 11 who refused to receive housing, there have been a number of people, and we don't hear about those people in the news. You don't read about those people. They're not the people out there protesting. Those are the people who are actively seeking help, who want to get off the street, who have been on the street. You can hear stories of people who have been on the street many years, who are tired, who are looking for a way out. And this program has been here to help those people. But you won't hear their stories in the newspaper. And they won't be the ones who are flashed in front of the screen of television. They're the people who are actively seeking to change their life. They're actively seeking to change their life. So unfortunately, those 11 people, or however many people who came before you, weren't ready. Hopefully they will get ready, and these folks will tell you that they made contact with these people who are chronically homeless, who have been out on the street many years. It may take them a year before they finally realize, you know what, I've had enough, I'm ready to get off the street, and they come off the street. So we're proud of the work that they've been doing, this 8580 project. They've done an outstanding job. We're working also with a PSA campaign. We're trying to get the word out there. There are people out on the street who don't even know that there are services that exist, and we want them to know that we're out there. I think what happens when all of this happens, all of this, the negativity occurs, that the people who are out there doing the work on a daily basis, they're out in the heat in the middle of July, they're out in the cold in the middle of the night in December, trying to rouse up people and get them in housing. They don't get recognition, but these workers, many of them who are out here right now, in the audience, these workers have dedicated their lives to doing this job, and I commend them for that. And I also want to commend the people who have chosen to get off the street. There are people who have been homeless, as I mentioned, for many years, who have made a decision, I'm not going to be homeless no more. We have a homeless father here who was homeless for many years with his young daughter, who is now off the street and is working full time. You don't read about him. Actually, you do. He was in the Las Vegas Review Journal, thank God. That was one positive story we got out of that. You also hear from veterans who have been out on the street many years, but you're not going to read about their story, but they've been successful. So there are a lot of successes that don't get reported, unfortunately. All we see are the bad stuff. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Shannon, because I can speak all day.
Right, and I got to tell you, I love your passion.
Thanks.
I love your commitment. I think it's wonderful. I think it's with that kind of energy that we will be able to make a dent somewhere down the line. I guess the frustration is when you hear about thousands of folks who are on the street, and we hear about 300 who have been successfully taken into the transitional housing programs that the community is providing at this, that you get frustrated because you don't feel you're making the kind of impact, or it's almost like a little dent rather than a cure, and I think that's where the frustration lies. And sometimes the finger is pointed at people wrongfully. I think Metro got the raw end of the stick recently regarding this issue of the seizure of shopping carts, and what I had heard is everybody who had been contacted by Metro regarding that situation was offered to have their property preserved, and there wasn't going to be any issue. And today, before I came into the council chambers, our good friends from the help team with Metro handed me a circular, which I'd like to make part of the public record, and I hope that the media will pick this one up, because according to the good Metro people, apparently when anybody is approached by them who appears to be homeless, they hand them what's called this Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Help Team Resources for Homeless Clients, and it's got everything on it. I mean, it has, I don't think they missed a beat on this. Government services, general services, housing, transitional housing, low-income housing, education, dental services, alcohol, substance abuse, employment services, legal services. I mean, the only reason that somebody wouldn't want to take advantage of this is, God forbid, they're not unable to read. But because, I mean, they're being handed, this is a ticket. It's a ticket to get out of the street. And I'd like to make this part of the record, okay?
Metro is a fantastic partner.
Yeah.
States on the Committee on Homelessness.
I know that.
Good partner.
I know that, but they got a bad rap.
Right.
Ms. West.
And also their help goes way beyond the health team, the great job they do. They actually work with all the community policing agencies as well as North Las Vegas and the marshals to make the most all the programs that we do have. To talk specifically about the AB 580 and some of the statistics, and then we have some clients that will tell you their short stories. The monies came down upon two things. One, chronic or mobile crisis outreach to the community so that we can actually work with people to help them get ready to enter treatment or facilities. And then another piece to actually run a case management program for the chronically homeless. These are individuals that by definition have been homeless for longer than 1 year or in a 3-year period have been homeless 4 times. So those folks that have had the most difficulty. And the other thing, just to shed a little piece on this program is not about transitional living. This program is about people ending their homelessness. So those people that enter will end their homelessness forever, not to become a client again. That is the whole purpose of this, a little bit different focus. Let me talk a little bit about what we've done around mobile crisis intervention. We did 2 projects, one targeting youth. What we know is that if we can make sure that a youth does not stay homeless, or we can end their homelessness quickly, that they will not repeat that cycle as an adult. So out of our Nevada Partnership for Homeless Youth was the provider for that. They contacted over 700 young people in the streets just out talking about what services they had had. And 76 youth called them specifically accessing a safe place, looking for either to be reunited with their families, to go to a safe place, seeking CPS services, needing emergency shelter, and they were able to respond like that 24 hours a day. Our outreach organization, which for the first time in the history of Southern Nevada, put together 7 organizations deliberately designed to create a continuum of care to provide case management and mobile crisis intervention, made up of Help of Southern Nevada really serving as a steward over that, with U.S. Vets, Straight from the Streets, Mojave Mental Health, and the Center for Independent Living, as well as Salvation Army being a part of that effort. Mobile crisis intervention, and Mayor, you talked about it a little bit, some of the efforts that are going on with outreach. This team was able to team up with any law enforcement that was out there doing interventions into encampments that really are health and safety concerns for all involved, to make sure that everyone that was ever in an encampment was able to be placed into a facility or program in order to help them to access services. Going out there 2 weeks before we ever did interventions, working the whole time, and actually being on site the day of those interventions for anyone who was interested in moving into shelter. I think the most significant program that we have, and you talked about a little bit already, is this chronic case management program. And it was a brand new approach that we had never used here before, using a housing first model, moving people initially into housing and then giving them the kind of wraparound services that they need to reduce the harm they're doing to themselves and to be able to live independently, contributing to their own self-sufficiency. Of this program, we moved 196 clients in the first year. So this is results ending in July. 196 clients in short-term housing, of which 159 moved into long-term housing, meaning they were contributing to their rent through either their benefits or through actual jobs that they've received and working. All clients that are involved in those programs demonstrate the willingness to be involved, and the case managers that work that program do that very intensively. So I'm going to bring up Myrna Quigley from Help of Southern Nevada to introduce those case managers, and then Linda Randall will bring up some clients so you can hear specifically their stories.
Very good. Thank you very much. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. Thank you very much, both, for your comments so far. I guess the problem I have is that, okay, to me, it's enabling a lot of these homeless people to stay homeless when we go out there and feed them in the park, or when you see them in the shopping center, when they're asking you for money and people think they're doing them a favor by giving them money, to me, all they're doing is postponing them seeking help from you and the other providers. And these are the type of people that I really, I guess where I have a lot of, I have compassion for them. But again, though, I want them to go over there and get the help from the providers rather than seeing them just getting a spaghetti dinner or something today. And to me, all they're doing is taking the homeless people away from the providers or where they can get the help. And I guess that's what I'm looking at, is some help, some way to bridge that gap, to make sure that those people, if they are hungry, that they can get food. And I know that there's beds available for people that want to get in and out of the weather, whether it's in the summertime or whether it's in the freezing wintertime. But there are a few rules that they have to abide by. And I think in every household in America, if the parents are responsible, there's rules that people have to live by in that household. And so I certainly support those rules that we have to have in these that the service providers provide for us. And so I'm looking for help, trying to, like I say, bridge that gap to make sure that these people, they don't want, even if we went out here and provided 4 more centers for them, there's going to be that certain amount of people that will not go in there and accept the service because they had to give up their alcohol or their drugs. And until we can, to me, until we have the right, I guess, to say, you are going to go in here for a week or 2 weeks or whatever and receive some services, because I know that I've seen a lot of mentally sick people that even if they had the pills, if they had the medicine, they wouldn't know when to take it. And a lot of them, I hate to use this adverb, but it's like they don't know whether they're afoot or horseback, and they don't know what they're doing, and yet we're not allowed to take them and put them into a center, and that's wrong. You know, I mean, when people are, when you can tell, when you know that they need help, but we can't do it, and to me that's where our system is failing us. Councilor Weekly.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd just like to maybe ask a question, and I know Myrna's going to speak for a moment, but Ms. Randall, if you come up to the mic, please, I'd like for you to address a question that I have as well, because I'm coming from a perspective of a person who represents a large population of the homeless centers and all those that are involved in this effort here. Where I'm looking for is help on, you know, how do we mitigate this issue here and get on the same page? Because I think, you know, many times we're talking about the issue here, but we're all coming from it from a different perspective and trying to solve this one problem. Linda, I read your email on the event that's happening on Friday night, the nighttime intervention, in which I was very much interested in. I was over at the on New Year's Eve. I was over at the Las Vegas Rescue Mission talking to some of the guys there and telling them about the event on Friday as well. But my question to you is, with the outreach team that's going to be present that evening there, are we going to have people there? Because I know that this is the staging area is going to be A Street, near Owens Avenue, west of Salvation Army. Are you all going to have volunteers that's going to go out and speak with many of the men and women that have formed encampments over on Main Street and Fourmaster? That's question number one.
Well,
Please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Linda Lara Randall. I'm founder executive director of Straight from the Streets. We've done these, we flipped the script so that most services that are available during the daytime we're making available during the nighttime hours. We cannot cover the valley. You have to understand, and I'm sure everybody does, that this issue was way out of control even 25 or more years ago when I started, before all the wrinkles in my memory started to fade. This issue's been going on for many, many years. So we're very, very far behind. We're only playing catch up.
Yeah.
So we will try, we go to Main Street where the encampments are, and we just did an intervention there in December. But we don't have the manpower. Part of our issue is manpower. What we're talking about when we go out and do intervention, and what this program is doing that AB
580, I get the numbers mixed up, does is intensive case management. People throw a lot of words out, but they don't explain what we're talking about. What we're talking about is we need to target whoever on that night, we need to make contact with those individuals. We can't house them all.
But I guess my question to you is, are we communicating with the county, the city, and everybody? Well, I mean, everybody.
I'm serious.
Because, you know, the problem that I have with all of this is, it's true. It's always a bunch of finger pointing. Who's doing what? Well, you all aren't doing anything, but we're doing more than you, and it's enough already with that. I think that if we all get on the same page, like with the nighttime intervention, which I think is a great project that you all have proposed, are we bringing all of these daytime services together to form this triage at night?
You know, this is new. I just started doing these. This has been the fourth one. I myself, in my program, have worked the streets for years.
Yes, ma'am.
But now to get organizations to say everything has been 9 to 5 in a 24-hour town. So my organization always worked the streets. When I put out those emails that irritate some of you and also inform some of you, it is to the county, it is to Henderson, it is to the people on the Regional Planning Commission, it is to all the service providers, asking ahead of time for West Care to set aside some beds in case we have somebody that night that says,
Okay, so again, my question is, have we spoken with like Steve Harsons or Dr. Morris and saying that, is there anything that you all can do from the City of Las Vegas standpoint to ensure, because I noticed on the list here, it talked about making sure that bed space was going to be available. Are we having representatives from the medical community that's going to be out there as well to talk to those that, because when I was over at the Las Vegas Rescue Mission the other night there, talking with some of the guys who are dealing with severe crack cocaine issues, are we bringing those kind of people together, and are we all working in a collaborative effort, or are we still coming into 2007, everybody's doing their own thing?
No, not without, that's what we're here for. We're telling you, there are 7 already team members here, and those members are U.S. Vets, Mojave Mental Health, Clark County Social Services. When those agencies come in, Center for Independent Living, Straight from the Streets, we leverage our resources and every resource we have thereafter. We can't force people to become involved, but we can keep sending out the message that we're going to be on Owens and A this particular night, and then we're going to be on Formaster and Maine this particular night. But we also have the entire county to do, so we have to go to Henderson, we have to go a lot of places. But yes, I sent the email to Dr. Morris, just like I send it to you, to anybody. I send it to almost anybody that I think, if they don't want to come, can send it on to somebody else who may want to come. So I also depend, because you have to understand, not only do I do like my own media, my own this, my own that, I'm working in the street every day, so those ideas you have, you can help by doing that. Get the message out, because I'm not at every, as you can tell, I can't even email you guys as much as I used to. We are extremely busy. With the intensive case management of this project, we are knocking on the people that we're taking from the streets. People tend to think that I'm a kumbaya advocate, that all I do is have love fests and barbecues. That's nothing further from the truth. I separate a lot of parts of the issues and pick and choose the battles. With this particular project, though, we have to intensively, every single person, whether it's I'm knocking on your door, 24/7. We're at these people's doors at 6 in the morning and 12 at night. This is a very intensive project. So when we come on Owens and A, when we explain why we're there, you're not going to get a lot of chronic people that want to run up and sign up to this project. It's only by word of mouth, and eventually people want to change up. But what we're doing is an intensive project. People don't knock down the door to get to our project, because it's an accountability project. It's a project that says you can still be high, but you have to agree to reduce your drug use. It's a project that says, I know you're drunk right now, but if we take you into this project, will you agree to drink less and less and less? At the same time that we house that person, we're not going to be able to take them to a shelter. You have to understand that. You can offer shelter all day long. That population's not going to accept shelter,
Yeah.
and shelter's probably not going to accept them.
Right.
So
Well-
we have to find private housing for those people.
Well, I just want to say in closing, and I'll be finished, Mayor. For the record here, and these gentlemen can speak for themselves, I've engaged in many conversations with Mayor Pro Tem Reese as well as the mayor, and I know for a fact we all want positive results. And I know I've gone to them on many occasions, especially the mayor, and have just kind of cried over this thing, just saying, man, what do I do? It's a damn if you do, damn if you don't situation, because the public is crying out saying, y'all have to do something. And then when you try to do something, then you have the other side of the public saying there's cruelty being shown to the homeless. And no, I don't agree on a lot of the things that happen as it relates to the homeless population, because I believe that there has to be a lot of compassion given to people who are in situations who can't help themselves. But I also believe that we have to work together. And although, it looks as if the county is doing, a big yeoman's job, in which they are, and I commend Darrell for his leadership. I commend Shannon very much for everything that they do. They're extremely responsive to us, even though they're with the county. But we also, too, have a staff of people here who are working their fingers to the bone to try and make it happen. But it's not about who's going to get the credit. I think when we all set those things to the side and we work for the betterment of mankind, that's when we're really going to make a positive difference.
Those emails were sent. Tyrone knows. It's who wants to come out.
Thank you.
It's not, that they're not invited.
Yes,
A lot of
ma'am.
people don't want to work past 5 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am, I
But we
appreciate
did
it.
have Nevada State Welfare come to the streets. The State Employment Office come to the streets. They came after hours, after they got off shift. So yes, we are. Councilman Reese's area is an extremely tough area to work. A very drug-infested area, an area that we have taken many people out of. Those people did not make it through our program. And many of them did make it through our program, but it's a tough area. But when you only have a certain amount of people to cover the 14,000 or more homeless people in here on an intensive level, you just can't pop them in housing. We're not putting people in housing, giving them confetti and a bottle of champagne and putting chocolates on the pillows. We have to go back there continuously, and we're in their face continuously, and they're also in our face continuously, because we're talking adults. Someone once said, it is much easier to build a child than it is to repair an adult. We are trying to repair people who are older than ourselves. And it is extremely difficult. So the issue, when you see it chopped up, has human rights issues, it has civil rights issues, it has frustration, it has success. We do have success, and we have come together somewhat. But we let it go so far that that's just the reality of the situation. And we're going to bring you some good news, too.
I just also wanted to address real quickly, by the way, sorry, for the record, my name is Myrna Peavy. I'm the program manager for social services, specifically homeless services with Help of Southern Nevada. And I just want to mention, I think one of the primary responsibilities for this group of 7 agencies that came together was to help to coordinate that, to coordinate with the county, to coordinate with the city. And so we hope within the last 6 months of this pilot project that we'll begin to do a lot more of that. I know Linda has done a tremendous job in trying to get everybody on board and trying to get everybody to understand what the fight is all about, in conjunction with the county and whatnot. But I do understand where you're coming from, Councilman, and I understand that as we move forward in the project, we want to work more closely with the city as well as with the county, and that's part of our goal as a consortium of 7 agencies. I just want to quickly introduce the folks that I think kind of go unnoticed in this whole project. When this thing first started back in November, we had some really awesome folks that got into the streets and started doing the work that we talk about in places like this. And they're kind of really shy. They're all sitting back there, but they've been sitting very quietly and very patiently throughout this whole meeting. And specifically, I want to introduce Ed Vega, who is a substance abuse counselor. I don't think there's very many programs that have a mobile substance abuse counselor that walks around. He literally carries about 50 to 60 caseload, a caseload of 50 to 60, and he goes to these people. We haven't mentioned, a lot of these guys live across the valley, the folks that access this project. And Ed literally goes out, does UAs consistently. He's done that for Christmas, New Year's, whatnot. And so we call him our mobile substance abuse counselor, which he literally goes out and talks to these individuals. Also, we have Tanish Trotter and Rich Penscott, who's with Mojave Mental Health, and they've done a lot of work with the county. I know Heather's been an asset to this project. We also have Dion Derby and Elizabeth Edmonds with U.S. Vets, who aren't here right now. With Help of Southern Nevada, we have Gary Mason, Ronald Watson. We also have Kelly Robinson, who originated from this project. She was hired on with the outreach, but was so great that we moved her into our Youth Path program, which also works directly with our homeless. I also want to recognize Pat Lau, who's been the evaluator of this project since the beginning. She's done a lot of research into data because we know if it is a document, it hasn't happened. And Pat has done a lot of work on making sure that we, cross our T's, dot our I's, that kind of thing. I also want to recognize, again, Heather Kendall with the county, who's done a tremendous job. I'm coming at the tail end of this project, so I get the latitude of coming in and just kind of expressing what we've done thus far. I'm not going to say too much more. I want to introduce also some of our clients that we brought. I think that for those of you guys who were able to watch the county, a lot of the folks that we brought in have been in the project from the beginning of time. So we've kind of gotten a whole spectrum of clients that came in. We have clients that have been in the project since it first started. We also have clients that just came into the project, and they've been in for about a month or two. So I'm going to go ahead and have a couple of them come up and tell their success stories. I have Lakeisha Hill, who's been in the project for about 12 months now. She is a single prefer. Okay. I also have William Austin, who's only been in the project for about 2 months, but has seen significant changes as an own because of the relationships that we've been able to establish with different agencies outside of here. And then also I want to also introduce Joanne Hedman, who's been in the project for about 12 months. This background, I hope she doesn't mind me saying this. She was actually referred through our DH program through Help of Southern Nevada. Her and her husband came into Access Service to find a job. Well, not necessarily a job, just to find money so they can get their next hit. And was referred by Denise to the Outreach Project and have been since then in for about 12 months. So I'm going to have them come up and talk a little.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year. It's sad to hear that 11 people chose not to get the help that you guys provided. I'm one of the few people that chose to get help, and they came out and helped us back in late December 2005. I benefit a lot from the program. They provided me with counseling and made sure that I attended the counseling that they provided for me. They provided me for my medication, for care for that, and I have Ed Vega, who also takes me to my appointments and make sure I attend my appointments, and I, keep in contact with my case managers and I let them know what's going on. And I'm also contributing half to my rent because I just started working, and I've been in the program for 12 months, and I can say a lot of good things have changed in my life since being in the program, and not just material-wise, it's just more with being with my family and reconnecting with them, because I was on the streets since August of 2004, in and out, different episodes. And it's hard to talk about it to people who haven't experienced it or haven't lived it compared to people who are in a situation, because you get the idea where everyone's coming from, just different walks of life. My mother feels, very, very proud knowing that there's a program that's out there that are helping people get off the streets, that are willing to help themselves, not just sitting there talking about it and not actually doing it. And those that are just sitting here talking about it aren't really doing, they're just pretty much, I want to say, planning themselves to fail. If you have a dream, if you want to build something for yourself, you get up and you take action, not sit there and whine and complain about it where we're not getting that help, where you're not helping yourself, not lifting yourself up, knowing that you have more time to live. And things aren't guaranteed to us every day, and the only way things could change in this matter is getting everyone involved, not just selective people, but even people who aren't homeless, to get us involved and volunteer to help them. And while they're sitting around and not trying to help themselves, they can clean up Main Street. In my opinion, that was my opinion when I was out on the streets. Well, we could be out there cleaning up rather than sit there looking at each other and complain about nothing's getting done. But what do we do? We're doing, what we don't want to hear. But I'm very proud of being in this program, and it's overwhelming, and I'm kind of nervous, so.
You didn't want to be homeless, did you?
No.
So-
It came.
Right, you didn't want to be homeless, and you found out there was a program, and the program is supportive of keeping you in a steady mode, and it's been successful, right?
Yes.
I think we do a terrific job, to be honest with you, for folks who are in your position, because if you want to be helped, I think that the ladies and gentlemen who are here in this room want to help you and can help you. It's the folks who will probably show up here a little bit later that I'm going to ask them, can we help them?
They have to help themselves first.
I understand that. I wish you would give me the magic wand. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is William Lawson. I've been dealing with the homeless situation for several years now. I know that there is programs out there, and there is some people who really don't want help. There's a lot of us out there who really do want help, but we're going through so many changes and getting caught up in catch-22s and rules and regulations that we can't fit into these organizations because of things that are going on. Not all of us are alcoholics or drug abusers. Some of us do have mental health problems or physical problems. And the way the situation was set up before this organization was set up was that we would spend 8 to 10 hours in one place trying to find services that these places do not serve us under these conditions. This organization here got all these things together and came to us and showed us how that we can go through these situations, get the help that we needed to get on with our lives. You talk about frustration. We deal with a lot of frustration, showing up at places at 6 o'clock in the morning before it opens up, to be told at noon we have to come back the next day, and on and on. These organizations here have made it so that we don't have to do this. They've made it so that we can spend our time more productive on what we need to do. You talk about people that come in and you offer them help and then they tell them no. You don't know how many times they've been turned down already. You don't know the frustration that we go through every day and the situations that we are in. You're looking at it from your point of view. We're looking at it from our point of view. This organization here has put it so that we can all work together. And that's why I think this organization is better than most of the things that have been going on.
So
I've tried the Clark County thing.
Okay, so the bottom line is, from your experience at least, if somebody wants to be helped and they don't want to go through the traditional help that this organization is available to them, is that correct?
No, that is not the case.
Okay, then I misunderstood you.
I've been in this situation off and on since 2001. I have a medical condition. My father was in the military and I was born overseas. There's a lot of catch-22s that keep me from being in some of these other organizations. I find this out after spending 8 to 10 hours at these organizations to be told that I don't qualify for this organization because I don't have a Nevada ID. I can't get a Nevada ID because I don't have a birth certificate. I don't have a birth certificate because my father was born overseas and I broke the State Department. There's a lot of things like that. This organization here, what they did was they figured out what we need and bring us what we need to sustain. Instead of us spending our time getting frustrated because we're going down to this place to be told no, or we're told that we can't qualify for these things. These people have already done this. They went out there, they found out what the problem is, found out who has the solution for it, and it's come to us and take us to these things so that we don't have to worry about transportation, so we don't have to worry about getting thrown in jail for trespassing. They're solving all the problems so that we can help ourselves, which is basically giving us the information that we need from the organizations that are out there, which was not capable several years ago before this organization opened up. Before this organization opened up, it was up to us to find out what's going on. And as you guys see, all you see is us on the street. You don't see what we went through to make us into this situation where we're frustrated. Where you spend hours and hours and get nowhere. Where you go down to the shelters and they tell you come back at 6 o'clock at night, we have a bed for you. You get back at 6 o'clock at night, oh, I'm sorry, we don't have no more beds. Well, where are we supposed to go? Every place else is closed. Okay, we do not live in an 8 to 5 hour situation. You guys do. Us, it's a 24-hour day. What this organization has done is provided so that we can live in your society and get ourselves out of the situation. We don't want to hand up. We want to weigh up. And that's what they've done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Jonna Hedman. On the 12th of this month, I will be 55. On the 30th of this month, my husband will be 53. We were getting too old to stay outside day after day after day, taking crap from everybody. Well, finally, somebody gave us a hand up, and that was Help Southern Nevada. They take us to our appointments when we need to go. They take us to get our groceries when we need to go and get them. If my husband and I had stayed out any longer, we wouldn't be standing here before you today. Because none of the places out there helped couples. They would help single people, but they wouldn't help couples at the same time. And there was no way I could go into West Care, get clean, come out, let my husband go into West Care, get clean, and come out and stay clean. We didn't have a place to go after that. If somebody says, well, go and get clean, we'll help you find a place. We come out clean, and all of a sudden, sorry, we don't have a place for you to go. It's like a catch-22 situation there. But when we found out about Help of Southern Nevada, we realized that's how we're going to get out of here. That's how we're going to stay clean from now on. That's how we're going to get our lives back together again. People like Gary Mason, who takes my husband to get to his psychiatric appointments. He comes and takes me to my medical appointments. Takes us to buy groceries. Helps us get our food stamps. Helps us get into SSI. Wherever we need to go, they're there to help us. And they literally save our lives. And I said, we wouldn't be standing here today if they didn't. We owe them everything, because of the outreach program. People like here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Linda has just a couple more clients, and I'm going to come back and talk about our plans to continue this programming and answer any other questions that you have.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce you to Michelle Worthing. I think it's very courageous of these individuals today to share with you the lowest point of their life, the most intimate secrets of their life, and what it's like to be in hell and to struggle back out of it. I've never met more courageous people on a level working the streets than those people who would stand here today to tell you their failures and how they're struggling to make a success. Michelle Worthing has a pretty, I don't know if maybe some of you read about Michelle. We dedicated the Homeless Memorial Vigil to Michelle this year, and for her baby. And so I think that people would like to hear Michelle's story, and also Mr. Walker.
Okay.
This is Michelle Worthing.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michelle. I was on the streets for about 4 years, and we were doing drugs and doing everything, and it really never bothered us or anything until I got pregnant. And as soon as I got pregnant, it was about a month into me being pregnant, I found out I got on Medicaid, but yet still I was almost 5 months pregnant, and we had no place to go. And me and my boyfriend actually got caught at another client's house by them, and they made me clean up the house because they were gone. The house was a mess. And they got us into the program. And just, they are really hard on us. They make sure that, we're staying clean, they make sure we're going to our appointments. I go to 2 different kinds of counseling. I go to recovery class, and I have individual counseling. And me and my boyfriend are probably going to start grief counseling soon. And they just make sure that we're doing everything. He's in vocational rehab right now, and even though because the baby was in the hospital for 49 days, we still took care of everything. We still went to our counseling. They still made sure that we took care of everything. While we were going to the hospital, even after she passed, they still were there making sure that we were getting everything done and not, messing up and stuff like that. So it's a really good program. A lot of people think homeless people are just pigeons that like to get fed in the park, and it's not true. A lot of people want to get out and don't want to be stuck there. Just sometimes we need a little gentle nudging to help us along and show us what we need to do, to figure it out so we don't keep making the cycle, so we don't, so we can break the cycle and not keep repeating it.
Okay, thank you.
And Michelle's baby died of an illness. I know a lot of people think that it probably hurt the drug abuse and this and that, but it had nothing to do with that. And I think that it's important for the community to understand that as well. Her baby was sick, born sick. Mr. Walker, I always say this, Mr. Walker probably personifies everything about a chronic homeless person. He was homeless for probably 9 years or more. He's been incarcerated. He's a veteran. He's a single father raising a child. He's almost anything and everything that you heard about chronic homeless people, Mr. Walker has been through. We met him about a year ago and put the screws to him as much as we could, offering forgiveness and nudging along the way. Mr. Walker's story is pretty compelling. We thought that you would like to
that you're looking to find answers from. I didn't want help from nobody. I tried to get help. When I got help, I ran into brick walls. Nobody took me serious. I was a drug addict. I have a misdemeanor criminal record of 20 visits to Clark County CCDC alone, not counting city and Henderson. You couldn't find me. I wasn't part of your high-profile homeless crowd because I had a baby girl to take care of. So I had to find a way to stay out of your sight so that there was no trouble for me, so that nobody took my little girl, so that she wasn't without me. So I would live in abandoned houses, live in backyards of people's houses, sleep on people's couches, weekly rentals. Most of my nights were spent dumpster diving to find the food or items that I could find to fix and sell. Most of my days were spent while my daughter was in school trying to hustle these things to make a living out of it, to make some money to put into my pocket so that I would have what I needed. I was a drug addict. I had to have the drugs just to forget that I had a shitty life. Excuse my language. I had to have the drugs to help make it so I could function because of my legs, my back, injuries. Don't get me wrong, I've been my own worst enemy in my life. My life, it's been pretty hard, but mostly through my own stupid mistakes. Nevertheless, I was out to homeless. I had to be, I needed a better life. I wanted a better life. But I didn't want to go through the hoops that I had to go through to get it, or to take the risks of losing my, what basic survival I could find by going after it. Until one day my daughter was injured. And at this point, I was one more time under the thumb of the system to get my crap together, to get cleaned up, go to court. It was this or go to jail. Going to jail, there was no place finally left to leave my daughter. Nobody left to help me. Nobody. And what family I got really doesn't even know I'm out here right now. They're right here in this town. I can't even pick up a phone and talk to them. So I was out there alone. I needed help, and I had issues, big time. And I had a little girl who needed to grow up with a life free of my problems. So I had to find a way to get around her. She's got her thumb half cut off from a pop-up tent trailer accident while she's on track break from school. It was really important to me all along, always to see to her needs, to get her to school, to make sure she had a safe place to stay, and everything like that. No matter what my homeless situation was, I always had some place to keep her safe. We just didn't tell too many people, and for the most part, she stayed at her little friend's house, and I would, like I said, spend all my nights acquiring, all my days distributing whatever I could to get by. I couldn't get a real job because I had to have the drugs to function, and I didn't know how to not have the drugs anymore because I didn't have the skills at a job that wouldn't require me to break my back or break my hands at some kind of work. So, because that's all I knew. And after my little girl hurt herself and being afraid of failing at the drug rehab because I was in a no excuses program, and I couldn't give them no excuses. I was at a state a little less than a year ago where I threw my hands up in the air. Even though you guys couldn't see me out there as your high-profile homeless person, I was still homeless. I was from place to place all the time, no place to go, and had been that way for years. Well, I didn't know where to turn. I didn't have any resources, and I didn't know what to do, and all I could think of was my little girl and what I could do to make it right by her. And I went into her school, and these people, just by my good fortune, had taken a liking to me over the years because knowing my circumstances like they did, and knowing me like they did, appreciated. They had a little bit of respect for me because I always made sure my little girl went to school. I don't have a driver's license, so I ride around on a bicycle. I hauled a bicycle trailer behind me, and I took my little girl to school in a bicycle trailer, and was there every day. And because of this, they had a little respect for me. So when they heard my story, rather than sit me down in the waiting room and send CPS on me, they made an appointment with Linda Randall and one of her caseworkers, because they just happened to have their card in the door. They made an appointment for me, and these people come out to the school and did a filled interview on me to assess my need for their services, and found that I was probably in more need of their services and more qualified to get their services than any other candidate they'd had in their program before. And they came right immediately to my aid. The next 2 hours, I had to wait for them to come out to the school to do this. So I went up to a friend's house, sat and waited, and came back. While my daughter was in school. And when they came to do the interview, they took my daughter out of class and they sat us down and we did the interview right there. And 2 days later, I was living at the rescue mission at the time with my little girl, having to take the city bus over there. 2 days later, they had me into an apartment. Now, that was just the beginning of the battle. There was a lot more things. I didn't just need a place to live. I needed to know how to survive in that world again. Not in the world that I was used to, pushing shopping carts around, dumpster diving, doing drugs, being homeless, hiding from anything out there in the system that might attack my situation as it was and make it worse. So I didn't want nobody's eyes on me, and I didn't want to go take and get help anywhere because I didn't think anybody took me seriously. Because every time I tried before, I failed. So these people, they got me going. They fixed me up, and with their umbrella thing that they work with, they got me to Voc Rehab, state rehab, for training with new job skills, administrative assistant skills, computer office skills, and I've been in school, and I graduated from the school I went to twice now, with developing the skills necessary to get a job. That's something where I can continue my sobriety, for which I've maintained almost a year now, with drug-free, alcohol-free, and able to function physically with sobriety, not having to depend on something to make me capable of forgetting how much it hurts to go to work. You know, I've got something here that is just amazing to show you people. What they've helped me accomplish is my own graduate certificates from the schools that I attended. My daughter's certificates for her honor roll student status, an AB student, and her perfect attendance.
That's awesome. You want to put that on the overhead, please?
And this I can attach to my bicycle, even though I don't have a driver's license. These things, they're amazing. It's an amazing place for me to be in today compared to what I was before. I don't know how to present to you how important it is to me to have succeeded at this, and I don't know how to tell you how much it must mean to Linda and her staff and the people she works with, except to explain to you that as lawyers, most of you, I guess I heard earlier,
no, not true.
You might know the policy that in standing up to defend an individual, that it's better that what they said something recently on one of the shows I watched on TV, that 10 guilty men go free rather than one innocent man go to prison. And to catch murderers, it's better to save one life and catch a murderer, even though you failed to catch 10 of them.
No, you got the first one right. Forget about this. The second, you're all wet on the second one.
An individual like me saved one life like mine and my daughter's. For all the failures, all the people out there, all the 11 people that come and stand before you that say, yeah, they'll take your services and they never come through for it.
the fact that they succeed with just one of us, or the few that come up and showed you their success today.
Appreciate
It's
that.
astonishing. It's
Thank you.
amazing.
Thank you. Ms. West? Ms. West? What I'm hearing, I'm hearing something that I didn't think I was going to hear. It looks like Ms. Randall L. has a program that apparently is helping the chronically homeless, but the other programs that we have in the community aren't. Is that a fair assessment? Why?
I'm just one program. I'm Straight from the Streets. I may have...
I mean, was this like a testimonial for Straight from the Streets?
Just Mr. Walker and Michelle. The other clients that came up here we're all under one umbrella. So
Oh, okay.
the veterans were there.
I got you.
Yeah, it's all a consortium.
Okay,
I
good.
just, for the first time, contracted my programming. I probably did street outreach longer than anybody.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
not alone.
Okay. Thank you.
And I think the other important thing to note is that this is specifically for the chronically homeless, those who probably weren't able to access some of the traditional resources, although we have folks that access those that get help at the same time. So because it's a complex and pretty intense issue, we have multiple interventions that are available at different levels. And one of the other things that we wanted to show today is that there are other programs out there, and one of them being your own program, your EHAP program, Emergency Housing, so that folks can actually get help at the front end when they're first starting to experience it too. So we have two clients that want to talk about that quickly before we wrap up our presentation.
Okay, because we have to move on.
I just wanted to tell you that Mr. Walker came up through the ranks of chronic homelessness. It's the city's new PATH program that he's entering now as a permanent. So you see the progression comes. It's a collaboration, and it is working
Good.
for it. So that's the difference, that he is going to be in a new PATH program. That's a city program.
Good. So you have two more as part of your presentation? Okay.
Good afternoon, my name is Brenda Hawkins, and as she stated, I am not chronically homeless. I never had a drug problem. I've always worked. I presently have 2 jobs. But as of last month, I was one day away from being homeless, and I too have a 6-year-old daughter. And it wasn't because of the streets of the city or my own self-destructive behavior. I actually got involved in a housing agency that's supposed to help low-income or displaced people with housing. And I went through the program, and come to find out, after getting involved with that, by the time it came time to me moving into my home, I did. I got my son involved in the program as well. He moved into his house as well. We were in the house October the 1st. By November the 29th, I came home from work with an eviction notice on my door. My son called me, "Mom, I got an eviction notice as well." I'm like, we went through the program, it's supposed to be HUD, everything is supposed to be everything, and here we go. Go down to HUD, HUD said, "This is wrong." I had all the paperwork, everything was documented, but it was a fraud. I consider myself pretty swift. I can identify certain things. It was good. I didn't know it was a fraud. Everything was in place, everything was intact. We had 5 days to get out. Went to HUD, they could not assist me because it wasn't their paperwork, it wasn't their program, it wasn't anything. I, in turn, was told to go to the Evolve program. At the time I went there, I had to talk to certain people, and they had to, get involved and see what was going on. And it took days. I only had 5 days. So by the time they got to it, I was only 1 day. I was down to 1 day. And my 1 day, I just couldn't wait any longer. I needed an answer. And I know they had to investigate and just can't allocate funds or help without knowing. My 1 day, I came to your office. It was 4:45, I went into your office. It was the same day I know you had to go free my street to light the Christmas tree. but I needed 5 minutes of your time. I could not see you, you were already gone, but someone from Councilman Brown's office came out and called the constable. My 1 day turned into 3 days, which 3 days gave the Involved Center enough time to work it out with the owner of that property, the city. They stepped up. And now my son was unable to keep his house, but I was able to keep mine because of the city, the mayor's office, Councilman Brown, Lori Cruz, Cedric Cole. They stepped up because I work every single day. I work for the Clark County School District. I would have been in the same situation as they would have been. Without drugs, without anything. Just working, average person, just working, trying to live and take care of a child. If it wasn't for the city, I would have been in the street. Because this investigation is still going on. And it's going to take a while before these people are caught, before these people are brought to justice, before I get my money back. My son now, he lives with me because he lost his home. You know, I'm not the only victim, but I was the only one that got help through the city.
I'm glad.
From my understanding, Councilman Brown has a plan set up for these people now. And hopefully they will be able to get city, if they get added funding from the Evolve program or I don't know where. But if the Evolve program helped me, perhaps they can help some of the other victims. But that's my story.
It's a good story.
Thank you.
Good story. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman, council people. I'm so happy to be here. I'm thankful, I'm grateful, and I'm enthused because the city of Las Vegas has really been a blessing to me and helped me. I relocated here with my 2 children and twins, Nia and Gabriel, in February of last year. In March, we moved into the Chancellor Apartments, and within a couple of months, it became a media event as to what was going on there. They had some pretty bad conditions, and also the new owners had given everyone 30-day notices. Some people got less than that, 24-hour notices. But the situation there is where my nightmare began here in Las Vegas, because I was put into a situation where I wasn't prepared to make that move. I had just moved here, and I didn't have the type of money saved up to get the moving costs to move into another place. So I had this situation where, what am I going to do? And then after time had gone by, I had other situations in my family that occurred with the death of my family. I had to go to Minnesota and other different things. Coming back here, I was still in the same situation. I found that I had kind of like fallen in the cracks. I was kind of like the lady in the commercial that says, I fell down and I can't get up. I couldn't figure out how to get out of that situation. In the meantime, I was blessed to be able to stay with friends, go into a no-lease type of situation, but I wasn't able to secure the type of housing that I wanted for me and my children. And it wasn't until I got involved with, well, Nevada Legal Services really helped out a lot. Zareta Zeta, the lady over there, she would put me in contact with the people that would be able to help me, like Connie Williams, who used to work at the job center. And we were just about to move into our place, and then some changes in the employment had come about. They were helping us with the move-in costs, which is what I needed, was assistance with that. And it just became a point to where I really, at that point, didn't really have a place to stay. I had moved out of the place that I was living in, and I was ready to make my move into my new home, and some employment changes had taken place that evolved, and they really, Mr. Cole and young lady Jerry Davis, really came in and helped and did everything that was possible to get us moved in. And the people, it was just last Friday that when this all occurred,
It was going into the new year, it was a holiday. We were supposed to be moved in on like the week before Christmas, and that didn't happen. So Mr. Cole and Ms. Davis did everything within their power on Friday afternoon to get a check in hand to give to the landlord, because the landlord would not accept the fact that the city was going to back it. They wanted the money, all of the money that they had promised. And they made it happen. And I can just say thank God and Happy New Year. And I'm thankful to the city of Las Vegas. It's been a good time here, even though this has been a difficult time. While I had the opportunity, I just want to thank the Beyond Neon and the Department of Leisure Services also, because they presented an art show of some work that I did that was on display for 3 months, which was called See People, Voices from the Dead. And it was a show that was depicting our history beginning 3 months before 9/11 and the end of December 13th with the death penalty execution of Tiki Williams. And this was an ongoing installation that took place in Los Angeles for 4.5 years. So I'm just really thankful to be here in Las Vegas. I know that things are going to be better. I'm comfortable, my children are comfortable, and we have a home, and I'm just really thankful to be a part of this great, fabulous city. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. Thank you. Does that conclude your, does that conclude your presentation?
I just had a couple more things if I could offer them. Number one, this was a pilot project that's supposed to be over June of this year. Clark County Social Service has evaluated and seen the value around this. They will be fielding and paying for chronic case management as a part of what they're going to procure as a part of their services this year, no less than what was already offered through this program, and will be increasing their street outreach teams 4 times so that we'll be able to field street outreach teams from the morning late into the evening. So I think those are huge movements and are going to add to this. The other piece is that this is not an effort just for jurisdictions. My responsibility is to coordinate the whole effort, not just the jurisdictions, but include the business community and the other folks. And already at the City of Las Vegas, the Community Interfaith Council has pledged their commitment to addressing this issue. Pastor Troy is here in the audience chairing that Interfaith Council. And we started a campaign that allows people to know how to get involved. HelpHopeHome.org. We've briefed you on it before. Anyone in town can go on that site, learn all the information about what we've talked about here, sign up to volunteer. We received over 500 volunteers for the stand down just from that effort, as well as donations to the Homeless Trust Fund, which we've been received already $30,000 this year. So very significant efforts that are underway.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you for the report. We appreciate it. Thank everybody for their participation. We appreciate hearing from you. I'm sure that we have learned a lot as a city, and we wish you Godspeed.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
This certainly shows that you can have some positive steps, that the city has been participating in a lot of these positive steps. And I just wonder if you could let us know what your recommendation could be from your consortium group as to what we could do further to help. I know we're not going to reach all of the people. I know there are going to be lots more of the 11s that we've had. But I also have had experience knowing that what you've done here today I've seen done before. But it takes a lot of hands-on work by a lot of dedicated people. So I just wonder, could you please do that for the council, your recommendations and your thoughts on what would be our next step to move forward in this positive direction?
I guess what I would share with you is that we, over this last year, all the jurisdictions as well as our business and community partners, have worked really hard and diligently to create some processes that make that ongoing. We meet once a month in Committee on Homelessness. We have briefings that are ongoing. We have other continuums that are set up. We have the newly revived Nevada Homeless Alliance. So I think those processes are in place. I think what's important is to allow us to come back periodically like you have and allow us to update on where we are and let you know if there's anything significant that we haven't been able to address in that community.
Well, one of the things I was thinking about was those who have mental illness. Are we doing enough through the state? Can we do something as a city council in addressing that to the state? Things along that line. There's always more to do. I know the mayor's in a hurry, so I'm going to...
Never in a hurry with you, Councilwoman.
That is a part of our legislative initiative that we're taking forward and has been actually been working with all the jurisdictions and all of your liaisons to make sure that those noises are heard.
Please.
Oh, no, I know there's always more you can do, and that's what I was just asking for. And what I just wanted to establish here was the good that we are doing already. It isn't all just negative. It's a lot of positive coming from the city, but there are problems we aren't solving, and we may never solve, and nobody may ever solve, and then concentrate on the former, and we can't do much with the latter, but let's do more with what we can help with. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the report. Now, folks, I don't know what's outside, okay? But when you go outside, if you see a group of homeless folks, try to tell them, tell them what you have. I mean, let's make it work right now. If they're out there, please talk to them and see whether or not they'll accept your good services, okay? Please do that. All right, thank you. Yes, well, yes.
Al Hessen, retired Navy veteran, city resident. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me comment. I didn't expect to. However, there were several very uplifting stories that were told prior to my taking the podium. Earlier, you talked about the hardcore homeless personified by probably the group that meets across the street. I'm very encouraged today that I heard at least 3 speakers that defeated that stereotype that a lot of people in this city maintain represents all homeless. And I'm talking about the 20 to 25% that are not hardcore, perpetually homeless, mostly alcoholic or drug conflicted or both. Perhaps there's another 20 to 25%, as Lois Tarkanian mentioned, mentally challenged, dumped on the streets by various governments, local, state, and federal, over the years. I'm talking about homeless, like honorably discharged veterans, as I was before the Veterans Administration picked me up from the human scrap heap 10 years ago after living on the streets of Boston out of my car for 2 years. I'm talking about homeless families as women and children make up 45% of all the homeless. That's a disgraceful number. And I'd like to rebut the mayor's statement about being 0 for 12 and getting no takers for the services offered. I tell Mayor Goodman that that figure, 0 for 12, should tell you all you need to know, that your programs and efforts are not well thought out and are being summarily rejected by a huge number of our homeless. And like Bush in Iraq, I suggest you start over. And lastly, USA Today had a feature article, December 22nd, 3 days before Christmas, a copy of which I'll provide to all of you on homelessness, and it stated 42% of all homeless in this country are black versus 39% white and 19% other. So I say to Mr. Weekly, this should greatly concern you. They're your brothers and sisters. Thank you for the time.
Anybody else like to be heard?
And they're yours too.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, then we'll go on to item 59, which will be trailed to be heard with the redevelopment agency items 4 and 5, and we'll move on to item number 60. Item number 60 will be trailed to be heard with the redevelopment agency items 6 and 7. So we'll move on to item 61. Sorry. Item 61 is bill number 2006-67. adopts an updated version of the Las Vegas Downtown Centennial Plan, together with related development standards. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jervik, could you please read item number 61, bill number 2006-67?
Excuse me. Bill number 26-67, an ordinance to adopt an updated version of the Las Vegas Downtown Centennial Plan, together with related development standards and fraud-related matters.
Councilwoman, do you have a motion, please?
Move to approve, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 62 is bill number 2006-68, adopts the Union Park design standards and integrates them into other provisions that pertain to the downtown overlay district. Mr. Adams, did you want to be heard? Let us read the bill first, okay? Councilwoman, is that all right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Very good.
Councilwoman, bill number 26-68, an ordinance to adopt the Union Park design standards to integrate them into the provisions that pertain to the downtown overlay district and provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. As the agent for the property owner on this, I just want to indicate this is the item that trailed the subdivision layout that you had previously approved at a prior council meeting. This will be incorporating all the urban design guidelines and the land use plan for Union Park by ordinance. And Chuck Kubat is here to answer any questions you might have, as well as read the plan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kubat, do you want to be heard?
Only if you have questions, Your Honor, or members of the council. We've had a chance to brief you ahead of time. We have the land use plan here to make it a part of the record. We also have the copy of the design standards here as well in the monitor. And as we've explained, it's simple and it's divided into several sections, and we can answer questions if you wish.
Very good. We appreciate that. Are there any questions of Mr. Adams or Mr. Kubat?
Yes, Your Honor, just real briefly.
Certainly.
Just one for the record, if you will, to state if in fact you all have had dialogue with our adjacent partners, if you will, the
World Market Center,
the World Market Center, the Alzheimer's facility, the Chelsea Outlet Mall, the Diamond, the jewelry factory, if you will.
No, Jewelry Mart.
Jewelry Mart. Yeah, well, something. You're rushing us.
I'm not rushing anybody.
We've had numerous dialogues.
We feel rushed.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad I gave you that feeling, but I'm not rushing anybody.
We've had numerous dialogues with various adjacent landowners, excuse me, and including all the ones that you mentioned. We've had an opportunity to have a stakeholders get together.
That's one of them calling you.
And we had a stakeholders get together. We are planning another one as well, upcoming in the next month. We'll have an opportunity to answer more questions and give information as well to all of the folks that you've mentioned. We are in active kind of consultation and coordination with the Rudolph Brain Institute, all formerly known as the Alzheimer's Center, as a part of public relations, and as well as the World Jewelry Center and their efforts at moving forward, both their ongoing marketing and their development activity.
Well, I think the design standards are really nice, and I appreciate the briefings that I've had with Mr. Adams as well as Mr. Brandon. And Your Honor, with that, I have no more questions.
All right.
If does, I make a motion to approve, please.
All right, with Councilwoman's permission, all right?
I just wanted to add that I and I know the other council members greatly appreciated the briefings that you gave us. They were very concise, they were to the point, and they had the breadth that we needed to have. Those of us on the recommending committee also feel the same way. You had the standards, you had the consistency, and the flexibility wrapped into the plan and answered our questions very well. So thank you, and I would move to approve.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience as well. Items 63 through 74, bills 2006-70 through 2006-81 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we'll move on to new bills now. New bills, items 75 through 78, which are bills 2007-1 through 2007-4, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, January 16th, 2007. Mr. Sherbert, could you please read those bills?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bill number 2007-1, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 1493, Wallapai Way, Alexander Road, Cheyenne Avenue to Cimarron Road, providing for the payment of the cost of expenses of said improvements, assessing a portion of the cost of local improvements against the accessible lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, repealing ordinance number 5833, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith. Bill number 2007-2, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 1505, Sierra West Day Neighborhood Streetlights, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of said improvements, assessing a portion of the cost of said improvements against the accessible lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith. Bill number 27-3, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly scribed line to be annexed to make it Hamlet subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for the related matters. And finally, Bill number 27-4, an ordinance to clarify and standardize the provisions that govern the expiration and termination of zoning-related applications and approvals, and provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you very much. As I understand it, Councilwoman, you'll be available, correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And Councilman Brown will be sitting in for... Councilman Brown will be sitting in for Councilman Ross. Correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll assign these bills to you, and the council meeting will remain open to hear council item number 59 to be heard with agency items number 4 and 5, and council item number 60 to be heard with agency items 6 and 7. We'll go on to the redevelopment agency meeting of January 3, 2007, which I now call to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. Item number 3, approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular redevelopment agency meeting of November 15th, 2006. May I have a motion, please, to approve that?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I'll make a motion for approval of the minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Will we cancel item number 59, R6, 2007? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess you were right. I was hurrying myself along. Okay, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Ronimus. Council number 59R6, 2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the Redevelopment Agency and Ernesto J. Savino, located at 418 South Maryland Parkway, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the Redevelopment Agency. Agency number 4, RA1-2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution finding the project proposed by the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the Redevelopment Agency and Ernest J. Savino, same location, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the Redevelopment Agency. And Agency number 5, discussion and possible action regarding a Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement with Ernesto J. Savino, providing funds to assist with improvements to a commercial building located at 418 South Maryland Parkway, not to exceed $50,000 of Redevelopment Agency Special Revenue Fund. All of these items are in Ward 3. Mr. Adams, be happy to hear from you.
Okay, Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. These are 3 companion items to make all the necessary findings and approve the agreement for the provision of grant funds for a commercial VIP grant for property at 418 South Maryland Parkway. I've got some existing shots on the overhead. What this would do would be to allow the property owner to repaint his property, re-roof it, re-seal the parking area, and re-landscape the entire perimeter of the building. This is one that really makes a strong visual impact in that corridor, and staff recommends approval. Unfortunately, Mr. Savino was here, and unfortunately had to leave to a business appointment, otherwise he would have been.
Very good. Thank you very much. All right, are there any questions of Mr. Adams? All right, hearing none. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion on council item number 59?
Yes, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. On item number 4.
The agency item number 4, make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And agency item number 5, please.
Again, I make a motion for approval of all staff conditions and thank Scott and his staff for the great job they do for us.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to council item number 60 and agency items number 6 and 7. Council number 60 is R7 2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the real property exchange agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and the Las Vegas Police Protective Association, Metro, Inc., for the exchange of real property located at the southeastern corner of 4th Street and Clark Avenue for the real property located at the northwestern corner of 7th Street and Stewart Avenue, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the redevelopment agency. Agency number 6, RA-2-2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the real property exchange agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and the Las Vegas Police Protective Association, Metro, Inc., for the exchange of real property located in council item number 60, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the agency. $314,250 approximate in-kind contribution, RDA. Agency number 7, a public hearing and possible action regarding a real property exchange agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and the Las Vegas Police Protective Association, Metro, Inc., for real property located in council item number 60, $314,250 approximate in-kind contribution. All of these items are in Ward 3 and 5. Councilman Reese and Weekly. Agency item number 7 is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Adams.
Okay, these are also 3 companion items, and they're companion and are items very similar to what we do with a VIP grant. The first item is an item that's a City Council resolution, which the Council would be consenting to the actions taken by the redevelopment agency and finds those actions to be consistent with the redevelopment plan. The second resolution of the RDA does the same thing virtually, only by the RDA. And then the third item, which is the second item on the RDA agenda, approves a purchase or the exchange, purchase and sale agreement between the RDA and the Police Protective Association. I have on the overhead shots of 2 properties. This matter concerns the exchange of properties, one of which is in the site that we would propose the proposed arena be located in. We approached, the city did, the Police Protective Association about whether they would have interest in exchanging the site that we recently sold them a couple years ago for a site that we own at the corner of Clark and 3rd. They agreed to this. And under AB 312, under the state property disposition law, we're able to do an exchange of like properties. And these properties are within 7/100ths of an acre in size, so essentially the same size. And we've also analyzed the exchange from a value standpoint. What we have is a situation where on their existing site, we were able to, in the short time frame, obtain one appraisal, and then we had appraisals on immediately adjacent properties, which we're using as comparables, that range anywhere from $75 to $160 per square foot. On the property we're exchanging with them, we recently had 2 appraisals done that were $140 and $150 per square foot. Because we have the appraisals inside each other, we also believe, technically, from the standpoint of AB 312, we're making an even exchange on value. But to be fair and really look at the public purpose doctrine aspects of this transaction, we looked at the average of the appraisals on both of these sites, and we ended up with an average of $100, actually $101 on the 7th Street property, and $145 on the other property, for a difference of $767,000. So I should correct, in the header on each of these 3 items, the in-kind exchange value should be that number. We had originally, when we set up the agenda item, we used the smaller end of that range, and to be fair, I think it's important that we use the average of the appraisal for the purpose of making this evaluation. We, in this exchange, originally, when this was the site that we're exchanging with the PPA, they originally wanted to go to, and at that time, we were only willing to build a 2-story building. We were able to convince them recently to build a minimum 40,000 square foot building at a height of a minimum 5 stories. And that would give us a significant mid-rise building in that location, which is consistent with the development that's there now, and we plan for that area. By doing so, we get a much bigger building than they were planning to build on the other site. And what we've been able to compute, and you may not be able to read this, but I'm just pointing this out for the record, that we're getting more taxable value at the new location than we were getting at the old location. We were able to quantify that difference as being $13.5 million of new value. That, when you carry that out over a period of time, look at a reasonable interest rate and discounting that to present value, equates to about $1.1 million in present day taxable value at that site. So we believe this transaction meets the public purpose doctrine test in that when we look at the total project from a redevelopment agency standpoint, the return to the city far exceeds what we're giving them in an in-kind consideration or exchange. We're also giving them some consideration for the fact that they already had proceeded through the design and bid process on their existing site, which they approximated over $200,000. So between that consideration as well as the difference in economic impact in the two sites, we believe that this project clearly meets the public purpose test as we move forward. I would point out we are making that finding in the second resolution on the item, which I believe is item number 6. In the middle of that resolution, I'll just quote, the agency believes that the seller's development is likely to encourage the creation of new business and other corporate development, increase local revenues, increase levels of human activity, and demonstrate greater social benefits to the community. And I think what I wanted to do here was, for the record, establish that the economic impact in this exchange is in the RDA and the city's favor, and that's something that we're going to be doing as we move forward on each project that we bring forward as your Office of Business Development. So with these resolutions being considered, this economic impact being considered, I can safely recommend you as your operations officer of the RDA that we can go forward and recommend approval of these 3 items.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Adams? All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. It's going from Councilman Weekly's ward into Ward 3. So again, I want to thank staff. This was quite a chunk for them, but I appreciate all they did on this item.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you. On agency item number 7, it's a public hearing which I opened. Would anyone like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. I'm sorry.
Okay, with that said, I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Very good. That's on council number 60. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on item agency number 6, I make a motion for approval with all the staff conditions also.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And agency number 7.
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion for approval with all of Scott's explanation on this item. And again, I've been promised by the police, the PPA, that they are going to build us a great building over there that we can be proud of. So I'll make a motion for approval of item number 7 with all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll close the City Council meeting and move on to agency item number 8. Agency item number 8 is discussion and possible action on granting a power line easement to Nevada Power for the existing power supply line at the historic 5th Street School located at 400 Las Vegas Boulevard South in Ward 3. The recommendation is to grant the easement. Mr. Adams.
Yes, as we've been moving forward with the bid process and the design development of the improvements to this school, we've uncovered that the power connection that Nevada Power enjoys from their main line into the building was granted through a right of entry. What they are generally done as an easement. So what we're simply doing on this item is converting that right of entry to an easement. On the overhead I'm showing really the map that points out that the route of this easement and legal description that follows that route, and that route connects to power on the north side of the building. Staff recommends approval of this item.
Very good. Any questions of Mr. Adams? All right, seeing none, we'll have a vote. Councilman Reese.
Again, Your Honor, I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Please vote again. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. This is a time for citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the redevelopment agency. No subject may be acted upon by the redevelopment agency unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up to the podium and give us your name. We'll put the 3-minute timer on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Al Hudson, retired Navy veteran and a city resident. 2 weeks ago, I spoke to this group about affordable housing. I more properly should say lack of affordable housing here in Las Vegas, and worse, a lack of effort by this mayor and the 6 dwarfs who purport to be city councilors, but are in fact rubber stamps for Mr. Goodman. At the conclusion of my 3-minute commentary, you could have heard a pin drop, and not a single question was asked of me. Your collective silence was deafening. You would think at least one member would have made some effort to defend the indefensible, which is your sorry track record on affordable housing. My thoughts were I was addressing a group of deaf, dumb, and mute mannequins. Be aware, I do not come into this den of inequity to hear the sound of my own voice, and today I will repeat some of the more salient and pertinent remarks I made about affordable housing, both for rental and purchase, for working people in this city. Quotes, your greatest responsibility to your constituents is to provide them with affordable housing units. Former HUD Secretary Henry Cisneros said, the most pressing problem in cities today is the lack of affordable rentals. He also said, it is a basic function of a city to provide housing for working people. And I ask the question as it relates to abandoned properties in this city, why this mayor and this council do not put up for bid or sell for $1, with the sole proviso being they be rehabbed into affordable rental housing units. And as I alluded to earlier, all I heard was complete silence, like I was addressing so many bumps on a log. I ended my commentary with this statement. What I have said today would go a long way towards addressing your out-of-control homeless problem. Lack of affordable housing Valley's 3 housing authorities created no new housing this year and spent most of their time dealing with corruption, mismanagement, and inefficiency. And to make matters worse, several low-rent apartment complexes closed after slumlords were found to have kept them in deplorable conditions. And I'll end by saying Mayor Goodman 2 weeks ago claimed I was maligning some of his companions by referring to them as bimbo babes. And that pales in comparison to his constant maligning of hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of homeless and less fortunate people in this city. Much more on that subject later today. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident since August of 1999. My situation has grown worse, with white supremacists and white separatist groups hiring Negroes and foreigners to lie on me. As I became a citizen of this country, this area, I plan to buy me a home. I'm a veteran. I served 3 years from 1975 to 1978 in the U.S. Army. I serve to protect everyone's rights and freedoms, including my own. And I ask the redevelopment people as they develop this city not to forget the free Negro. Allow us a chance. We are productive. We are no different from other Negroes that work for white supremacists or other organizations. As this city grows, I hope to buy me a condominium, maybe in Turnberry Place, maybe one of the other high rises. Maybe I'll purchase me some property and build me a home from the ground. But if I decide to stay here when I get these big lawsuits and settlements of racism and discrimination settled, because I've been abused by white supremacists and so have my children and grandchildren, but I'm not on the run. I'm not going to wave the white flag.
So I want them to know that I am a productive person. I came here not begging, but I've been made a beggar by the city. And hopefully this will continue as this city develops into a world-class city. Thank you.
Anybody else, please?
Yes. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Can you see this on the monitor? This is my identification and my social security. My name is Vincent James Walter Wiley IV. I'm named entitled to prosecution. It's my first, second, third, fourth, fifth motion to the address, even in the hypothesis. The reason I'm here before you today is because I came to address the situation in the city is not just in the sales tax. The reason I state this is because it's my heritage. It's my heritage, and I'm not from Egypt. I don't use the square root. We use the cold fusion, or heat, and Titan. This would be evident if they had not lied on my application. Now, the persons that are guilty of lying on my application, number one is Attorney General Clark. Now, I'm the press secretary, because it's my first and second motion to address. Now, by this being the county named Clark, and I filed a federal case with the district attorney declaring my position in Henderson, the Henderson District Court. I declared my position that's the citizenship where you're being invalid. They're trying to drown out sound. You need legal representation. All right, it's my first and second motion to address. I want you guys to understand what I'm talking about here. Okay. All right, I filed a Chapter 21. Filed a Chapter 21 that would vindicate my position in Henderson. But Henderson isn't just in the sales tax. I went to the city council in Henderson to speak with the mayor or any councilman that was qualified to examine my tax records. I was unsuccessful. So I came down, I went to my residence. I called for a police officer. The map is under Metro Map. They sent Henderson police officers. They sent Henderson dressed in uniform. I had my tax records in my hand. They shot me down in my resident address. Now, mind you, they don't even have the right to work in this state. By this being my heritage, it's my plan for civil administration. Now, all of you are sitting up here on this council. Now, I need a better solution. I've already proven in the parallel projection area equals base height. I've already proven that it's my heritage. I've already proven that. But I need some assistance from you guys, man. You guys are sitting up there. These people are trying to take my house.
Okay, I have to cut you off now, sir. We have to.
Well, you can't provide for me. I provide for you.
All right, have a seat, please.
And I declare this public meeting now closed.
It's going to be closed in a moment. Would anybody else like to?
Since none of y'all are qualified to do anything that is remotely civil.
Would anybody else like to be heard at this time? All right, hearing none, the redevelopment agency meeting is adjourned. Folks, I've got to give the staff some time off here. The meeting has gone, as you can see, an hour and a half past the morning session, when we usually try to wind up about 12 o'clock. So we'll be back here. We'll try to do it in 45 minutes. Will that give you enough time? 2:15? All right, we'll see you in 2:15. Now, if you could tell me what matters you're here on, maybe I'll be able to call you out of order, particularly if there's a large group of people who are here for one particular matter. And we'll do that after the folks leave. At this time, the session is adjourned. We'll see you back here at 2:15. I'll stick around if you want to see whether or not we can pull your matter up faster. I'll tell you, man.
Test, 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, you know what that is? Well, you found the book in here.
One, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is that it? Oh, God.
Doctor, just a second. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. It's now 2:15, and I think we can start. Item number 79, any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have items number 93 and 94, the rezoning 15031 and site development review 15030, 3100 Mead LLC, property located out North Mead Avenue and west of Rancho Drive. The applicants request to withdraw that without prejudice. And item 100 is a variance 16505, Alvy Cook, appeal of a variance request for property at 1117 Strong Drive. It's been held it's been asked to be held in abeyance until our January the 17th, 2007 meeting by Councilwoman Tarkanian. Item number 103, site development review 15747 Twin Lakes Baptist Church, property located at northwest corner of Rainbow Boulevard and West Cliff Drive. Councilwoman Tarkanian's asked to strike this item. Item 105 is a site development review, 17298 Republic Services of Southern Nevada, 0.52 acres adjacent to the north side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 600 feet east of 6th Street. The applicant is asked to hold that in abeyance until our February the 7th, 2007 meeting. And items 118 and 119 is a special use permit 17729, site and development review 17731, Mark Jaggett, on 0.31 acres adjacent to the northeast corner of Gas Avenue and 3rd Street. The applicant is asked to hold that in abeyance until our January the 17th, 2007 meeting. And item 123 is vacation 16295, Roland L. Gray et al. And 14 Sack Self-Storage Corporation, property located south of the intersection of Jones Boulevard and Rancho Drive. The applicant is asked to table that item. And item 124 is ROC 18341 Wagner Homes, Inc., request for review of condition 11 on an approved residential subdivision on 10.80 acres adjacent to the southeast corner of Alexander Road and Fort Apache Road. The applicant is asked for that in abeyance until our January 17, 2007 meeting. Council members, are there any other items at this time we need to bring forward, please? Margot?
If I may, Mayor.
Yes, please.
Items 102 and 117 are required reviews that will be tabled due to the adopted moratorium.
And those items were which ones now, Margot?
102, sir, and 117.
I'll read those into the record. Do we want to just table those items?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's been a request by staff to table item 102. It's RQR 17098, abeyance item, public hearing, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor owner Constantino Nova Nevada LLC, appeal filed by the applicant from denial by the Planning Commission of a required 4-year review of approved special use permit, which allowed a 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 73 South Martin L. King Boulevard, it's in Councilman Hinckley's ward. And item 117 is the same thing as RQR 17518, public hearing, applicant Reagan National Advertisement owner, Gateway Motel, Inc., required 1-year review of an approved special use permit, which allowed a 24-foot by 28-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 928 Las Vegas Boulevard South. This is in Ward 3. And those items have been, item 102 and 117, the request is to table these two items. Are there any other items? Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Paul Larson, 300 South 4th Street, representing the applicant on item 102. And to be more precise, the appellant on item 102, just want to make sure that tabling that has no effect on the ability of the billboard to remain in place pending that.
Yes, it can remain.
Thank you very much.
All right, yes, sir. Did you want to be heard? Please tell us your name.
Bob Brokaw. I'm here on behalf of the owner on items number 90, 91, and 92. We'd like to withdraw items 91 and 92.
How about 90?
No, we want to proceed.
Okay.
So there's a request to withdraw. Councilman Hinckley, is that okay with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Item number 91 is a special use permit 16246, abeyance item, public hearing, applicant Dorsey Development LLC, owner Fullstone 1993 Trust, and Jeff Sellinger. Request for a special use permit for a proposed mixed-use development at 728 Desert Lane. This is in Councilman Hinckley's ward. Planning Commission staff recommend denial. And item 92 is a site development review 1912-922, abeyance item, public hearing, applicant Dorsey Development LLC, owner Fullstone 1993 Trust and Jeff Sellinger, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 5-story mixed-use development consisting of 24 residential condominium units and 13,465 square feet of medical office space on 0.74 acres at 728 Desert Lane.
Your Honor.
And
Excuse me, with or without prejudice?
Without prejudice.
All right, thank you.
Yes, and Your Honor, I'd also like to ask the applicant, if you will, if you'd contact my office, please, so that you can come in and speak with us about some of the concerns that you're having and staff is having as well. But overall, the project is not a bad one, but please schedule a meeting with us. Thank you.
Also, Your Honor,
Yes.
on item 103.
Yes.
That was requested to be held to 117,
Yes.
I believe, instead of a strike.
Yes.
no, it says here strike.
It does, and it was originally held to 117, and it is a strike on this item. I'm sorry, it does need to be a strike on this item because it will be put back on 117 in its entirety.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Let me ask a question. On item number 121, the applicant was here, but due to his employment, he had to get back to work or he would be terminated. Now, I could move forward with the item because we have no problems with it.
Yes.
But would he need to be present to accept? When I say I'm
As far as conditions,
would he have to be present for that?
Either that, or we can make a contingent on his accepting the conditions and having staff ask him whether they accept it and then report back to us if in fact there's a problem.
Okay.
Can you amend those conditions, Counsel?
No, ma'am. We're okay with the conditions, and the applicant is okay with them as well. We don't want the guy to lose his job, so we told
I
him.
think Brian usually allows that to go forward as long as there's no amended conditions that he would have to know about.
That's correct, Councilman. And if the applicant was okay with the existing
He's okay
conditions?
with it.
Okay, then we should be fine.
All right, very good. Okay, thank you. Have a motion, please?
Make a motion to bring all these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Folks, I tried to accommodate you by moving things up, but the bottom line really was we wouldn't be saving much time at all, since the matters that were requested to be moved up apparently will have some contest, and folks are going to want to be heard for it. So what we'll try to do, we'll try to act as speedily as possible and go through the calendar. It really is not going to be that difficult to get to the items where most of you folks are interested in. So I'll call item number 80, a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for mitigation abatement of vacant or abandoned building and assess civil penalties located at 960 G Street. The property owner is Elsie Batty. Ward 5.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background of this property is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared this property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken, nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Disaster Cleanup of Nevada to remove all debris, vegetation, dead, dry, and overgrown, shingles, installation on roofing materials, glass repair, and securing all structures on site. To date, there have been 15 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of February 12, 1972 was $16,500. Our recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $9,315.40 for work completed by Disaster Cleanup of Nevada, $825 in re-inspection fees including late fees, $6,450 in civil penalties, $325 for a boarding certificate fee, plus a 15% administrative fee in the amount of $1,397.31 for a total amount of $18,312.71. And I do want to state on the record that the documentation that went out was for a different amount of $19,062.71, so we are actually asking for less.
No harm, no foul.
And that the charges be filed and recorded against the property constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize a notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the Clark County Treasurer. In addition, at the council's discretion, the council may impose daily civil penalties from May 5th, 2006 through October 16, 2006 for 153 days at $500 per day, not to exceed $76,500.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is the property owner, Elsie Batty, here? All right, what is your pleasure, Councilman Weekly?
Your Honor, I'd like to move to follow staff's recommendation, please.
For the $18,312.71?
Yeah, for the, probably the, what's your recommendation, Devin?
The bottom line is we have with reinspection fees and everything, the $18,312.71, but as at your discretion, the $500 a day, you could add an additional civil penalty up to $76,000.
Have we tried to communicate with the applicant here?
Absolutely. We've posted the property, sent numerous certified letters, and we're just getting no response.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate, but I think, again, in an area that's, begging for the quality of life to be improved and, to allow, what is taking place on these type of properties, and we have to do what we have to do. And so, move for approval with civil penalties, please.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Excuse me?
Was that for the 18,000 figure?
For the $18,312.71.
Okay.
No, plus the civil penalties.
76. Plus the 76,000?
That is what the councilman, that was his motion.
Yeah, I didn't understand it.
Do you want to revote?
Yes.
Let me recheck.
Let me reset, I have not posted.
Can you recheck with him to make sure that?
Yes, that was my understanding of his motion. He wanted to send a message.
He did say with civil penalties. I think
That's right, he wanted to send a message.
Up to $500 a day.
A day. Councilman, there was some question as to whether or not you intended the civil penalties at $500 a day to apply as well.
I think, was that the proposed recommendation that you had? 76, or was it the 500 a day?
At the actual $500 per each inspection we did, those civil penalties, including all the fees and everything, would be $18,312.71. But at your discretion, if you wanted to do the $500 a day, you could go anywhere between that number up to the $76,500 a day in civil penalties.
Is that on top of the 18?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know if I want to hit someone like that hard. I mean, I'd like to see results, Devin, to be honest with you, and I'd like to see a property owner be held responsible. But I just think that there is, we should maybe use some flexibility in trying to work, with the applicant.
May I suggest, Councilman, that you consider something which is commensurate with the $18,000, which would be the standard penalty under the city?
That's fine with me.
And what sum would you suggest?
I'm thinking in terms of the 18,000, Your Honor.
18,000?
$312.71.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the amount that the city has expended. All right, that's the motion. Thank you. Let's vote.
76 is a little scary.
Post.
I back down. 76 is a little too much.
The mouse that roared. Well, I don't know. I thought a lesson was going to be taught there. Okay. Motion carries. 81 is public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for mitigation abatement of vacant or abandoned building and assess civil penalties located at 3804 Beacon Point Street. The property owner is Keone Johnson, and this is in Ward 4. Mr. Smith. It's a public hearing which is now open. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background of this is the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Disaster Cleanup of Nevada to install rock landscape in the front yard. To date, there have been 13 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of June 2004 was $600,025.
No, $625,000.
$625,000, I'm sorry. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $1,276 for work completed by Disaster Cleanup of Nevada, plus a 15% administrative fee of $191.40. Reinspection fees including late fees of $280.50, civil penalties in the amount of $1,450 for a total of $3,452.90, and that the charges be filed and recorded against the property constituting a special assessment lien and authorized that the notice of lien and assessment be duly recorded with the Clark County Treasurer. In addition, at the Council's discretion, the Council may impose daily civil penalties from August 29, 2006 through September 12, 2006 for 15 days at $500 per day, not to exceed $7,500.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Is the owner of the property here, Keone Johnson? I always would like to ask the question, I wish they would show up as to how they could let a beautiful property like this go into a state of disrepair. It's absolutely beyond me. It's a beautiful home, beautiful neighborhood, and it's just, it's a blight. It's a terrible thing. All right, it's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. I am going to follow staff recommendation as far as the total amount of $3,452.90, and in addition, tack on an additional $3,500 for the daily civil penalties.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 82 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned building located at 9504 Bellgate Court. The property owner is Porphyria Dyes Albright, and this is in Ward 4 as well.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background of this is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Disaster Cleanup of Nevada on August 31st, 2006 to remove refuse, waste, trash, debris, vegetation, overgrown, dead and dry, secure all structures, and post no trespassing, no dumping signs on site. To date, there have been 6 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of January 1998 was $152,000. Our recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $2,500 for work completed by Disaster Cleanup of Nevada, plus a 15% administrative fee of $375, a $325 boarding certificate fee, a re-inspection fees including late fees of $82.50, for a total amount of $3,282.50, and that the charges be filed and recorded against the property constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the Clark County Treasurer.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith? All right, is Porphyria Dyes Albright here, the owner of the property? Same issue with her as well. All right, it's a public hearing, folks. Anybody like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to follow staff recommendation.
And that's on the $3,282.50? Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 83 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of a vacant or abandoned building located at 886 Miller Avenue. The property owners are Walter and Lizzie Thomas. This is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Again, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background of this is the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared this property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired C&W Enterprises to remove refuse, waste, trash, debris, vegetation, dead, dry, and overgrown, secure all structures, remove stored vehicles, post no trespassing, and no dumping signs on site. To date, there have been 9 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of September 1968 was $17,000. Our recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $3,970 for work completed by C&W Enterprises, $82.50 in re-inspection fees, $325 for a boarding certificate fee, plus a 15% administrative fee in the amount of $595.50, for a total amount of $4,973 in charges to be filed and recorded against the property constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the county treasurer. In addition, at the council's discretion, the council may impose daily civil penalties from September 3rd, 2006 to January 3rd, 2007 for 113 days at $500 a day, not to exceed $56,500.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Folks, a public hearing which I now declare open. Yes, sir. Have you got, please identify yourself.
I'm White Thomas. Sorry, Councilman.
No problem. Did you have an opportunity to speak to Councilman Weekly? I know why we had considered this matter. Councilman Weekly, could you bring us up to date on this?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Thomas, and I do want to disclose on the record, the city attorney's had some concerns, I think, because he referred to me my childhood name, and I don't know if they thought that was a conflict or what have you, but growing up in the neighborhood, that's what most of the kids called.
What was your name?
Larry. Oh. So that's what he said. So at any rate, there is no...
What's wrong with Larry?
I didn't understand that either, but there is no conflict of interest here at all, and I did meet with the applicant. No, there's nothing wrong with Larry. Would you agree?
Your Honor, I would like to be referred to now as Lawrence.
And I'd like to give you all my items today. How's that? So with that, Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to meet with staff on this. I met with the city attorney's office on this, as well as with Mr. Thomas in the property here. And, you know, he did have some concerns about the assessed fees here today, and disputed back to, I guess, when I was a member of Mayor Pro Tem's staff here in addressing this particular property here. And after, you know, we talked about it, we agreed to disagree. I still told him that I was going to recommend the $4,973 without the civil penalties.
All right, sir, do you want to be heard?
Yes.
Sure.
Mr. Weekly just said what he said. The reason that I'm disagreeing with that is that the day rendered, they're supposed to render these services. I was there that morning. Before that, I have Victoria from Code Enforcement. Every time she called, I kept this message saying what I need to respond to do, what we want you to do. We removed everything off the property. I talked to Devin. I went there one morning, and there was some people there that was bidding on cleaning the property. And I asked, what are you doing on my property? They says, we're bidding to clean it up. I said, okay, you don't need to do that because we will clean our own property. That was on a Wednesday. That weekend, me and my brothers went and we cleaned everything off the property. And I got everything off the property except my antique cars, the van that runs that we just parked there, which was my brother for his wife, and the boat. That was the only thing that was left on the property. We have the receipt from Silver State that showed that we delivered it. Okay. Not only that day, North Las Vegas Fire Department showed it because next door they're working on a house and someone had a cigarette and it blew over and set fire to some trash that we were towing away. They came and they put it out and something away. There was nothing left on this property, and I meant absolutely nothing but those things. The morning of that they supposed to did this service, I told them to get off my property. I don't want you on my property. We're doing this, They called neighborhood service. There was a lady that was there. She waited. She said she can't do anything. The people should stop working. All of a sudden, Devin showed up to my left, and he pointed to the side and said, "Well, this is blah, 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 blah." I said, "Devin, what are they doing? If I wanted it to be clean, I could have called rapid response. As I mentioned last time, the janitor, Jones, and I knew a lot of city employees, if I wanted it clean, I could have got it clean free then. Well, we'd already done it. So I called Devin to the side, took it to the dumpster, and I said, Devin, look in the dumpster. What are you charging me for? That was 3 ladders that belonged to me and 3 exercising pieces of equipment. That was all that was in this dumpster. That was it. So I asked him, I said, Larry, that's what Devin, I said, that's what I'm using to, he said, well, what, they can't be on the property because it's abandoned and it's vacant. I said, it's neither. The house is full of furniture. The lights are just off. So he says, okay. I said, he said, I have pictures of it before. I said, okay, show me the pictures of what it looked like before you guys started. He didn't present those pictures to me. So I took pictures of the dumpster. The only thing was in it, like I said, was the 3 ladders, of which I needed, which I still need, and my exercise equipment. Now, I bought pictures before. I didn't bring them this time to show they were inside a corral place. They weren't, the ladders were way out 75 feet from the house, between 2 stories where I used to put the stuff in while I'm redoing this house. The exercise equipment was inside of a gate corral, way up by the house. He said they can't be there because the house was vacant. My problem is, there was nothing rendered for $4,000, $3,000. I heard him say something about boarding was $300 and something. If that was anything, that's all I owed. The police was called to arrest me to either get out the way or get arrested. The police officer that came was also the police officer that showed up when we called for the burglary. He said, yes, Mr. Thomas, I remember you. I remember the first time we got it all back. I remember the whole report line. He says, no, this isn't right. We can't arrest you. I'm sorry, it can't be done. So he went back over there. He came back and he says, well, if you don't get out the way, the marshals are going to come. He says he's going to call the marshals and they're going to arrest you one way or the other so they can finish doing what they have to do. Finish doing what they have to do to what? There's nothing to be done. I've already showed what was done. So I said, well, the police officer said, well, I understand what you're doing, but the best thing to do is you don't want to work at the city and all that other stuff, is to just let them finish doing what they're doing. Devin walked up to me, he talked to someone on the phone, says, yes, he's resisting, he's doing this, and as he walked away, he was finished talking to me, and I said, okay, I talked to the police officer, okay, what I'll do, I'll just let you finish doing what you're doing, because I'm not going there. And, but I brought Devin to the dumpster, showed him what was in there, he said, well, if you want the exercise stuff and out of there, you get it out of there. And I said, I didn't put it in there, because you guys had no business putting it in there. So that ended and went on, and then, I said, okay, Devin, you can go and do what you gotta do, because I'm not going to jail, so Marshall will be here, whatever minutes to take me to jail, that's senseless to me.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions of the gentleman? All
So
right.
Devin, in response to his property already being abated, is there any facts to that they had already abated their property and all we did was go on there and move off some ladders and some exercise equipment?
No, we actually have, if you look at the videos, you have a pre-abatement video that we took prior to the cleanup and then a post after the contractor finished. He did come out on site. Excuse me. Basically, we went through the whole notice and order process. We gave them, took bids, we put her back in 9/8 of 2006, and we received all the bids. We sent a 10-day notice before abatement to the owners on the 11th. We posted it on the 12th. Nothing done, all vehicles still on property, litter, high grass, weeds. We have pictures, proceed with abatement, and we referred it, and that's why we went ahead and moved forward after we had sent the 10-day, and there was no response to the 10-day notice. We always go back out, retake pictures, take pre-abatement video, so that we can, if this controversy comes up, we can stand before the mayor and the council and show them, this is what it looked like prior to, and when the contractor finished, this is what the property looked like. There was a burned out motor home that had been full of garbage and sitting out there for months. And we had all the old vehicles, there was no registration, none of them ran, no power to the property. So we consider when there's no power, nobody living in a property, we consider it a vacant building, and different rules apply. You can't have on-site storage and things like that in a vacant building. So the exercise equipment, the ladders, the things that were stored outside, trash, debris, building old, non-usable building materials and things like that were. There was a 5-yard dumpster there, pretty good size dumpster there, and they filled it over the top and hauled it away.
Okay. Well, Mr. Thomas, I do understand your concerns, and I do understand the dispute that you have here. I'm going to follow the recommendation of the $4,973 without the civil penalties, and that's going to be my motion.
All right, does anyone else want to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Let's vote on that motion, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Items 84 and 85 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Excuse me?
No, I was talking to, you said you recommend what was the price?
All right, I'll read this again. Items 84 and 85 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 84 and 85 with all conditions?
Yes, Your Honor, no question or comments. Make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 86 is DIR 18171. The applicant owner is Ritz Cove Homeowners Association. Request to allow the operation of a 57-square-foot water feature at the entrance to an existing single-family residential development at 2501 Monarch Bay Drive. This is in Ward 4. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Herman Berta. I'm president of the Homeowners Association. We live in the Ritz Cove area. I was the person responsible for the report and the submittals to staff, and fortunately came to an agreement on things, and we're willing to abide by their recommendations on the fees and so on, and the sign needs to be posted.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any questions of the gentleman? It's a public hearing, folks. If you'd like to be heard, this is the time. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd move to follow staff recommendation for approval, subject to conditions.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries, and thank you for your patience. We appreciate it. Item 87 is SUP 17551. It'll be a public hearing. The applicant is Famous Uncle Al's Hot Dogs, The owner is Virgin Territory LLC. Request for special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler on sale establishment in conjunction with the proposed restaurant at 6020 West Craig Road. The correct address is 6010 West Craig Road, suite number 110. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. This is in Ward 6. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Is anybody here representing Famous Al's or Virgin Territory? Okay, Councilman Ross, what's your pleasure?
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, before we vote, it's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard, we'd be delighted to hear from you. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. There's been a motion to approve. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 88 is SDR 16954. It'll be a public hearing. The applicant is the Chan Company. The owner is CFT-TCC Nellis LLC. Request for site development plan review for an 8,345 square foot shopping center on 1.24 acres on the west side of Nellis Boulevard, approximately 1,060 feet south of Bonanza Road. It's in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant here or the owner? Chan Company or CFT-TCC? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Liu. I'm the architect for this project. And my client has agreed to all the conditions set forth by the Planning Commission and everything else.
And who is your client?
Jerry Chan, the Chan Company.
Okay, very good. All right, are there any questions of the gentleman?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you show us what you're going to build down there, please?
Okay, we're proposing a single-story, approximately 8,300 square feet, retail shopping center. It's right adjacent to, I believe, is a Sonic drive-thru.
Could you show us what it's going to look like, though?
Oh, sure. I've got a drawing.
Just put it down. We want the world to see it, sir. Very nice.
Yeah. So it's basically is a single-story, fairly, I would say fairly common shopping center. What we're trying to do is to stand out from everything else. We, according to, I don't know if you, also have a floor plan. We're trying to, instead of giving you a typical rectangular box, we try to offset it so that every tenant has a maximum exposure to the street. And we're also trying to address the strong street frontage with additional landscaping that will enhance all the streetscapes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are there any other questions to the gentleman? Folks, public hearing? Anybody like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. 89 is SDR 17717. It's a public hearing. The applicant owner is Stewart Nellis Partners, LLC. Request for site development plan review for an 84,245 square foot shopping center on 7.81 acres on property adjacent to the northwest corner of Nellis Boulevard and Stewart Avenue. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Anybody here on behalf of the applicant owner, Stewart Nellis Partners? All right, Mayor Pro Tem, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, this is just like the last application. I haven't seen this application at all. They're not here. I would prefer to hold this in abeyance for 2 weeks and see if I can't get a hold of them and talk to them and see what it is.
Okay, very good. Well, that will be a motion to obey for 2 weeks. Let's vote on that, please. Post? The 17th? Thank you. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you. We're going on to 91.
90.
No, we obeyed 90. Correct? Am I correct? 91 and 92.
90.
I thought 90 was stricken.
91, 92.
91 and 92 are. Okay, so we're just talking about 90. Okay, well, thank you. No problem. 90 is MOD 12919. It'll be a public hearing. The applicant is Dorsal Development LLC. The owner is Fullstone 1993 Trust and Jeff Solinger. Request for a major modification to the Las Vegas Medical District Plan to amend the land use designation from MD, which is Major Medical, to MD1, Medical Support, 1.74 acres at 728 Desert Lane. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Yes, Bob Roca, I'm here on behalf of the owner. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Fine, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, seeing none. Folks, public hearing. Is anybody here who would like to be heard on this? Be happy to hear from you. All right, seeing none, then we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Weekly, please.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'd like to make a motion to move for approval with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. We're going to go on to 93, 94, that's wrong, and 95. We're up to 95. Folks, I told you, we're moving right along here. We're on fire. Here we go. 95, 96, and 97. 95 is ZON 16915. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Gassan Misherfi. Request for rezoning from RE Residential Estates to RPD6 Residential Plan Development, 6 units per acre on 1.08 acres on the north side of Smoke Ranch Road, approximately 467 feet east of Michael Way. It's in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's going to be a public hearing. 96 is VAR 16996. Public hearing as well. The applicant owner is the same. Request for variance to allow a residential plan development of 1.08 acres, where 5 acres is the minimum area required on the north side of Smoke Ranch Road, approximately 467 feet east of Michael Way. In Ward 5, the Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 97 is SDR 16914. The same applicant owner. Going to be a public hearing. Request for a site development plan review for a 6-lot single-family residential development on 1.08 acres on the north side of Smoke Ranch Road, approximately 467 feet east of Michael Way. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are all public hearings which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Thomas Helms, 7330 Smoke Ranch Road, representing the applicant.
Be happy to hear from you, sir.
Thank you. We did meet with, at the request of Councilman Weekly, we met with some of the homeowners in the adjacent area on the 21st of September, and we did discuss some items. I believe some of the homeowners are here, and they are in favor of the project except for the 2-story idea of the homes. So.
All right, thank you. This is a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard? All right, why don't you folks just step right up, give us your name and address, and be happy to hear from you. First of all, are any of the folks who want to speak in favor of the project? Or are you all opposed to the project? Okay, then we'll hear from the opposition. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Eleanor Albert, 5425 Cicero Way, number 105. We are opposed to the planning of the 6 units next to our wall in the 2nd story. We're all 1-story buildings. And we feel that that's very undesirable and invades our privacy.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me say this to all you folks. Thank you for your patience. You saw what we were going through, and we appreciate the fact that you were so patient with us and stayed around this afternoon to be heard. So we'd be happy to hear from you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Dorothy Gerloff, 5449 Geneva Lane, 103. I strongly oppose to this 2-story building these 6 units, 6 homes on 1 acre. It's very close. With the 2-story, they have a lot of bedrooms, which would create children, and with 10-foot setbacks in the back and the side, there would be no place for the children to play.
Do the bedrooms create children, or the people in the bedrooms?
Well, space for them.
Okay, fair enough. Just wondering how that worked. Yes, sir.
Norton Cookie, 5400 Sarah Way, number 104. I'm against this because it's all 2 stories. I bought here about 2 years ago for the view, because we have a beautiful view from the mountains on 3 sides. This is going to block our view of the 2 stories. We won't be able to see it.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming down. Same as the other thing.
My name is Bill Schweider. I live at 5401 Cicero Way.
Building 105. I'm opposed to this here thing. It will block my sunshine in the morning.
All right, thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
I object.
You have to give us your name, please.
I'm sorry, I'm Phil Zasdorf, 5400 Paul Kurtz Way, number 102. Putting 6 homes in an area that originally was supposedly zoned for 2, I find it's highly improbable to do this, although they say they can. When this gentleman met with us, he said nothing about what we really thought. He told us what he was going to do. Now, originally, I believe the original plan called for 6 homes, but 2 would be 2-story and the others would be single. Well, now it turns out they're all 2-story, which I just can't complain, especially for the privacy of it all. I live right opposite the wall that this project will be built on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, folks, be happy to hear from you.
Margaret Rodriguez, 5244 Spoke Ranch. I don't know if it was a slip of the tongue, but the gentleman said he met with us on 21st of September. It was actually last month. It was the first time we met with him. Our concern is not just the 2-story homes. We lived for 12 years with just 1 home, and now it's going to be 6. Also, we're concerned, we are the people that have the easement to the well on the property. It's our only source of water. And also, we have the easement to come in and out, and now they're going to put, I don't know how many families that are going to be sharing our right-of-way. So it's not just the 2 stories that we're concerned about. There's other issues there as well.
Yes. Yes, sir. We're happy to hear from you. Yes, sir.
Juan Raul Rodriguez is my name. Like she said, we bought many years ago the house. We was private there. Was just 1 house, and they gave me the easement over this place. So I know there's gonna be 2 houses. I don't know if that can change it, but I have a privacy there. So what I want is a piece of land so I can use regular size, so fire marshal can get inside, ambulance can get inside, but I want private. I want a wall there, separate of these people, because these 6 houses are going to be 12 children playing in my area, just in my driveway, and I stay here. This is one of my concerns.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else, please? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Would you like to respond, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Concerning the Rodriguez's, the water district has determined that the conditions of water there, we will provide, the developer will provide a meter to the Rodriguez's house. They will be able to hook right into the water district system. The other concerns with the neighbors in the Smoke Ranch Via, I can show you here. The 6 houses are only approximately about 350 feet right to here, and that is only in front of these first 6 condominium units on the entire Smoke Ranch Village property. From their property to the back of the homes is approximately about 50 feet, and right along there now on their side of the wall are landscape trees, full-size pine trees all the way down, which our development will provide trees in the backyard. So we'll have a whole series of landscaping and mature trees along there right now. So as far as the break in the view, I don't know if that's really going to be as horrible as they think it is. Right now there is tremendous vegetation, there'll be even more. So.
All right, thank you. All right, folks, appreciate that. Councilman?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Public hearing is closed.
Sure. And I'd like to thank Mr. Helms very much for meeting with my office as well, my staff, and as well as some of the neighbors. I did share with him, although this is an old item and you all that previously received an approval from Planning Commission and staff, it's still not resting comfortably with me, Mr. Helms, as far as the easement issue that we're dealing with, and I've been talking with the city attorney about it, as well as Bart from our public works department, and they've been giving us a couple of options that we could present to you, but I'm just really not that comfortable because I know that there is not a lot of enforcement from the city as far as us getting involved in this. This is more of a personal, private issue between the developer and the homeowner, and I think it would lay on me knowing that I moved forward with putting these folks in this harm's way like this, and I'm just not comfortable with the fact that I don't feel like you all have adequately worked out this easement issue. And then on top of that, I'm still kind of living through an issue where my planning director has told me to get over it, but I'm yeah, you did tell me that. But I'm living with this issue of the two-story abutting against these one-story residents here, and I know that you spoke in terms of the buffer as far as the landscaping, and then Sonny Harris, which is a real narrow street there that serves as a buffer. It's not a regular standard-sized street. It's a small buffer there that I believe would really infringe upon these folks. And I've been there before, and I've done it with another project, and I haven't rested well with it ever since. And so I'm really uncomfortable with this. I know I was speaking with Councilman Brown here. This is a really tough piece here to do an infill project on, and it's going to have to be something I think it's going to have to be unique, and it's going to have to be something that's compatible. If not, you know, I'm going to kind of be in the same situation I am with another project that I'm dealing with. And so what I'd like to do is, with all due respect to you, it's up to you, and I'm going to ask if you withdraw this application here and maybe go back and speak with your client and see if in fact you all can maybe come up with something that's more compatible to these neighbors here, as well as the Rodriguezes, and working out that easement issue here. That would make me feel a whole lot better. If not, then my recommendation today would be against the Planning Commission and staff for denial. So what would you like to do, sir?
Well, I'd certainly like to work with you, Councilman Winkler. I appreciate those concerns. I'm not sure what you mean by compatible.
Okay. Well, what I mean by compatible is I think everybody could live with a single-story home. I think everyone, that to me is kind of bringing some compatibility, if you will. I think that would make life a little bit easier for those folks as well, and it sure would make me feel a whole lot comfortable. Because now that I'm dealing with 2- and 3-story homes, especially 3-story homes, I see them in my sleep now. But I want to make sure that we are looking at these applications real closely, and that we're looking at the quality of lives that it's bringing to a neighborhood. And so you've been, like I said, you've been very pleasant to work with. You're a really nice man. I want to say that to you personally. But I'd like to ask you, if you will, with all due respect, to withdraw your application without prejudice, and allow us an opportunity to work together with these neighbors here. And I believe at the end of the day we can come up with something that everybody will be happy with.
All right, let's do that.
Okay. So, Your Honor, my motion is on items number 95, 96, and 97, that the applicant will withdraw this application without prejudice.
All right, very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And thank you, folks, for staying down here. We appreciate that. 98 and 99. 98 is VAR 16144. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is T-Mobile USA, Inc. The owner is Mesquite Woods 3 LLC. Request for variance to allow a 70-foot tall wireless communications tower 68.2 feet from residential property where residential adjacency standards requires 210 feet on 3.82 acres at 1620 Bracken Avenue. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's in Ward 3. It's going to be a public hearing. 99 is SUP 16143. Applicant is T-Mobile USA. The owner is Mesquite Wood 3 LLC. Request for a special use permit for a wireless communication facility, self-designed, on 3.82 acres at 1620 Bracken Avenue in Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. These are public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Chris Wenner with Spectrum, 7351 West Charleston, representing the applicant. The items before you are a variance as well as a special use permit for a 70-foot communications facility. The facility is designed as a stealth monopole. Actually, at this point, we can withdraw the variance because of the location of the site is moved, and the setbacks that the city require have now been met. It's at 210. It's at 218 feet, and the requirement's at 210. We worked extensively. I'd like to thank Councilman Reese and his staff, and we worked extensively with the neighbors to try and come up with a solution on this parcel. It's located on the northwest corner of 17th and Oakey. If you look at the aerial, the site is almost units is it's almost exclusively residential development. On this map, the road on the south is Sahara, the road on the north is Charleston, so that's 1 mile, and then you have Eastern and Maryland. The property is located square in the middle. It's the only non-residentially zoned piece of property in the vicinity. Looking at this map, the yellow stars are existing facilities that T-Mobile has. The whole purpose of the site is to provide coverage in the area to the residents that live specifically in the area. If you look within 1 mile of this residential neighborhood, there are 5 existing T-Mobile sites, and then there's an application filed for another one on Charleston, basically straight north of this. Acquiesce to every suggestion that they have made with the site. Looking at the zoning map, again, property is located square in the middle. This is Sahara, this is Charleston. The way the city code reads, we are only allowed to file use permits for non-residentially zoned property. There's a church across the street which is zoned RE. The church is allowed to be there with an SUP. This is C1, as you can, just directly south of Charleston, north of the property. T-Mobile has a site less than 1,000 feet away in that direction, so locating it up on Charleston basically still wouldn't cover the residential area that we're trying to serve, and these parcels on Sahara, these existing sites on the south, cover the south portion of it, so we're really limited in what we could and could not do with regard to siting the facility. This is an aerial map of the property. It's currently, it was at one point used as a synagogue and then a church. Currently, this is used as a private school right now, and there's also other neighborhood meetings, and it's rented out for other groups to meet there as well. We had proposed the site to go on the south end of the property originally. This is what the site looks like basically from the corner of 17th and Oakland. There are 13 existing palm trees on the front of the property that are between 50 and 60 feet in height. After we first spoke with the neighbors, we basically agreed to put up anything they would want, a flagpole, a monopalm, something to try and make it blend into the facility as much as possible. The general consensus of the neighbors after 2 neighborhood meetings is that they just most likely would not want to see it there. What we did try to do is meet all of their suggestions. They didn't want it located on this portion of the property. They wanted it moved farther away from the property line so it would meet the setbacks. This is a photo simulation of what the facility would look like after install. That's a 70-foot monopalm. It's a little bit east of the existing facility. That photo is of an actual monopalm that's located within the city of Las Vegas, just south of Sahara Boulevard off Tenaya Avenue. We moved the site over another 70 feet. We have the equipment enclosed in a decorative block wall, which matches the side of the building. We moved the equipment location off the property line toward the center of the property, again, to try and meet the neighbors' concerns. After meeting with the neighbors, they had other questions about the property values after the meeting, and after speaking with them, the general consensus was that wasn't so much of a concern. They had health concerns as well. Again, after the neighborhood meetings, those concerns went away. The main consensus of the neighborhood is that this just isn't the appropriate spot for it. The position we're in is, again, T-Mobile is trying to provide service to its customers in the best possible way it can. And in order to do this is basically the only property within that area in which they can do that and still provide the coverage they need to the folks that are there. And actually, at the second neighborhood meeting, there were some folks there who were in support of it, it wasn't myself and the other person I was there with. The majority of the people there were in opposition to it, but there's definitely a gap in coverage in that area. If those folks who have T-Mobile service go to use their E911 service in case of an emergency, and they may not get, or they may drop their call in the middle because of the coverage problem that does exist, and that is what T-Mobile is trying to remedy. With that, some of the neighbors are here. They've all been very, very kind and nice working with us and sharing their concerns, and I'll be happy to answer any of their questions or any of the concerns you have after they speak.
Very good. Councilman Brown.
Chris, if I could, we're seeing a lot more of this coming into the residential. At least it appears to be more into the residential areas. And yet you would think with the technology improving that you could actually push the distances back, but especially with this carrier, they seem to be coming closer. Is that to do with the 70-foot height, or is that just to do with their circles of influence?
It's actually both. It's the capacity each individual site has as well as the height of the antennas. It's radio waves, and the higher you are, the farther they carry. So the lower you are to the ground, the less the distance that they provide their adequate coverage. And the way these work is basically like sprinklers in your backyard. You want them basically to just overlap with each other. You could put a site up on top of the stratosphere, and in theory the signal would cover the entire valley, but all it would do is interfere with every other site in between. The way the sites work and what's happening is as more people get wireless phones, as the phones have more features with regard to text messaging, video, email, they use more capacity off the tower. Back in the old days, each site can handle maybe 30 calls at any given time, or 28 calls. Now an individual site's designed to carry hundreds of calls at any given time, plus video, plus whatever else. So by the nature of it, the closest people to the sites get picked, they have the strongest signal, and they get picked up. So when you're driving down Charleston, Sahara, this is the problem in this neighborhood, you get all that traffic on the streets when those people are making calls driving, they basically suck the majority of the capacity out of those sites. They're closer to the existing sites, so that leaves a gap in this neighborhood. That's what's forcing it more and more into residential areas, just because the city, we tried really, really hard to meet all the requirements of the city to go into non-residentially zoned pieces, commercial pieces, use existing facilities, existing height, but at some point, like in this neighborhood, there's nothing in the middle. We're already up and down Charleston and Sahara with 5 different sites, and there's still a gap in that area. So another, I guess, depending upon how you look at it, another example is up and down on the Strip. There's antennas on top of literally every casino. There's sites up inside, these distributed antenna systems that are inside almost every big property. But then a given mile on the casino, on the Strip, you probably have 12 or 13 different sites, just because the capacity you need is so great for them. So if you have all those users in any given spot, the closest folks to it are going to be the ones getting the call. So as these networks mature more and more, this is going to happen.
I appreciate that, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate it, because this example is exactly what we're starting to see out in the Northwest, where by choice, from a planning perspective, we've done our town centers and clustered the commercial and protected all the residential. But what we're hearing lately is, to serve the people in these residential areas, you have to come into the residential with your towers. And I guess Mr. Lewis or Mr. Scott, somewhere down the road, I'd certainly appreciate a refresher briefing on what latitude we have as far as approving and denying. It certainly, I can see if I'm living in that neighborhood and have a T-Mobile, I'd want it. But if the neighbors don't want it, where does our discretion begin and end?
You still have time, place, and manner restrictions under the Federal Communications Act of 1996. You just couldn't abolish all cell towers within a particular area, but you can regulate their height, their location, and things of that nature. So we can give you a refresher on that. I can present a memo to the entire council with regard to that.
And am I safe to assume that the industry continues to grow?
It continues to grow, and the world here, a prime example of your concerns is originally when Anthem was being built out with Del Webb, they said, we don't want any vertical structures in there, we don't want any height. Well, that's great when they're selling homes, but as more and more people move in there and everybody's driving to and from work and they want to make calls, they can't. The Del Webb, their next development, Aliente, in North Las Vegas, they master planned wireless sites into the facility at the onset, but as they were getting a master plan approval through the city of North Las Vegas, they built in some number of 12 sites to be built into it so that they can provide end coverage.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions of the gentleman? Folks, it's a public hearing. Be happy to hear from you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilwoman Reese. I've been at all the meetings we've had, and my name is Barbara Roberts, 1605 Concordia Place, a block and a half where they want to put a 70-foot tower with plastic palm leaves on there. It's a historic neighborhood, and they're all custom homes. It's not Aliente. It's not
a master plan community. They're beautiful custom homes, and they're wanting to put a 3 to 4 story tower that, even if they hide it behind the building, is going to stand out like an ugly aluminum tower with plastic palm trees on it. It's going to, in my opinion and the opinion of other neighbors there, make the neighborhood look bad and less attractive for those of us who live there and those people who perhaps want to move in there in the future. As far as coverage for the neighborhood goes, during the last meeting where I sit next to Councilman Reese, we had 4 cell phones ring during the meeting. So it's not like calls don't get placed and made. I use my cell phone all the time, at home, at work, wherever. I don't have any trouble. And I just think that a tower of this type does not belong in an historic neighborhood. I don't think it belongs in the middle of one. I think it belongs on Charleston or Sahara, where we have commercial endeavors. And that's why I'm opposed to it. It's ugly.
Okay, I think you made your point. Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am. I hope so.
I'm Mary Alderman. I live at 1550 Bracken Avenue. Mayor Goodman, Councilman Reese, and the rest of the council. As some of you know, I'm a lifetime Vegas resident. I live just up the block from where they want to put this cell tower. Both myself and the other neighbors are opposed to it, and we feel it will lead the way for other types of business ventures as well as other cell companies hooking on to this. This is a wholly residential and somewhat historic neighborhood. I have here a list of 11 neighbors who were at the meeting that Councilman Reese hosted on December 19th, and they asked me to come and request that this application be denied, lest we end up with several towers and a tower on every corner, similar to the nasty pawn shops that we have on every corner of Charleston Boulevard. I have a deep love for my home in the neighborhood, as do many people who continue to live there, and we request your help in keeping it a beautiful residential neighborhood.
Thank you. Would you be kind enough to put the petition into the record by handing it to the clerk?
I shall.
Thank you very much. And where did you get that Betty Boop?
Sure.
Yes.
You know me, I collect everything.
Okay. Yes.
Hi, my name is Steven Spahn. I'm actually one of the owners of the building, and I also live at 830 Park Paseo, which is the historic Jonas Park neighborhood. And as you guys know, I'm very concerned about the historic district. I live in a historic district, and as I go out of my house onto Charleston, there is a monopalm. They just put it up there about 2 weeks ago, I believe. In fact, they just were putting on the plastic leaves. And I'm aware of, well, first of all, we're very concerned as owners in doing the right thing in the neighborhood. If anybody has seen the property before and after we bought it, we've done a lot of work to the property. And very concerned about the appearance and the upkeep. As living in a historic neighborhood and going out and seeing the monopalm, quite honestly, I don't even notice it. The only time I noticed it was when they were putting it up and I could see the construction. So we're not big time developers. We're your average Joes that are trying to do good for the neighborhood, and so I'm for it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just ask him a question?
Sure.
You own the property. You own the property, right? So are you renting the land to them so they can build a cell tower?
Yes, correct.
Could you tell me about how much you get paid to do that? How much does the company pay you?
It's variable. Like we have.
Well, you must have something in mind for this because you've come this far for it. What would it be?
Correct. I believe it's around $1,100 a month.
$1,100 a month for this. Okay, and aren't there other types of uses for these wireless cell towers that have a more amenable aesthetic look? I mean, I know I've been told, and I believe Margot would confirm this. Is it Arizona that wherever it is, we don't have such good-looking palm trees here. And I'll tell you what, the pine trees don't look very good either. But there are some in other states that we've seen and that we've heard about that are much better. Is there a chance that maybe you as one company could begin looking into that?
There's actually, and I know what you speak about with some of the palm trees, the technology's come a long way. They have rubber textured bark. There's 3 palm trees at Red Rock Country Club, right at the country club, right next to the pool, and they all look really, really nice. And if you look at it, you can see the antennas. There's no question you can see the antennas. But if you're just a general passerby, your eye is going to go right by them. As basically the technology of building these things improves, they keep looking better and better. And it's the same thing with the pine trees. This is a little bit of a better example of the before and after.
Famous house. Famous house.
This is basically, if you're standing on the south side of the property on Oakey looking straight north, this is what it looks like. There's 13 existing palm trees that range in height between 50 and 60 feet. The property, even though you can't really tell, drops over 10 feet in elevation from the west side down to the east side on 17. To the right is the after, and this is the stealth monopalm, and that's actually basically a cut and paste of an existing monopalm that's located in the city of Las Vegas, just south of Charleston Boulevard, just west of Tenaya, behind the law offices. That's the existing tower. We basically cut it, build the scale, drop it directly in this picture. We do that specifically for this purpose, to show that yes, you can make them that they look nice. That does have the textured bark, and the antennas are relatively well camouflaged. This photo is standing on the corner of Oakey and 17th, looking basically to the northwest. Originally, where we had designed it, we put the tower right smack in the middle of the tree, so it wouldn't be standing alone. At the request of the neighbors, they wanted it moved farther away from the west property line. In doing so, it moved it a little bit more toward the center, so when you look at it from another view, it does stand a little bit alone. But again, that's an exact photo of the site that's located, of an existing site that's located in the city. And more, we try really, really hard to comply with the city's requirements of meeting setbacks and designing them to be stealth. On this property, we would do a flagpole, a pine tree, a palm tree, whatever we could to try and make it fit in. I give you assurances that T-Mobile will do their absolute best to not.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. One of the problems seems to be then after you get the top part in, they seem to want to add additional parts to it, and then that begins to look ugly. But anyway, I agree with Councilman Brown. I think it's very important that we do look into this more thoroughly as the progression is made. But thank you for your information.
In this case, in that situation, has happened specifically in Henderson. Exact same scenario.
Where's Henderson?
There's a prime example of what's happened there, though, where the monopalms have gone up, and then the second carrier comes along and says, hey, there's nowhere else for us to go. So they stick their antennas on the outside on the bark, and then it starts to look ugly, but that's complying with the requirements of the city, which the city of Las Vegas also has the requirement to design the facilities to be co-locatable so that they can hold more than one. The downside of this is it only looks good with one. You could put in a monopine, and then it's like Angel Park, and I don't know if you've seen those. They get to be rather large. You can hold 3 sets of antennas on there, and that's a city property. We would agree to condition this to allow no other antennas on it if you wanted to leave it at one carrier, so that wouldn't even be a concern of the neighbors.
Mr. Miles? Tell us your name, please.
Wesley Miles is I am also one of the property owners here. I'm the managing partner. I also own a property, a house about a block here on the corner on 15th and Oakey. I want to make this understood very clearly that the current use of the cell phones is not going to be what will happen in a year, 2, and 3 from now. I mean, this is becoming the common tool in our society. People are giving away their home phones and they're relying on their cell phones. And what exists today will not bring the future. This is a unique property in the fact that it is the only one in the area that has potential. The irony of this is this is the first time I've ever come to the city council, and I've not asked for variance. This is the first time I've come to an opposition. I think there's a lesson to be learned here.
You got that straight, buddy.
It actually meets all the setbacks. We are doing everything possible to make this as unobtrusive as possible. This property, which we've owned for a little over a year now, it took us over a year to purchase it. It was in a state of decline. We have brought it back from there. These are the types of things that help us to do that. I mean, I can tell you I spent $1,800 per month in ground maintenance. I mean, these are expensive costs, and these types of things are things that help the property owners like myself to offset that. There is a give and a take. It is unfortunate that we have to have poles at all, be it telephone or cell towers, but I think the best we can hope for is to make it as least intrusive and as community friendly as possible, and this is one of those cases that it can be. The school is excited about it. The students will be given classes. Oh, and by the way, it's a public school. It is not a private school. And the students will be given classes on the technology, so the fear of things that they don't know will be explained to them, part of the process, and I would ask for your vote today.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else want to be heard? It's a public hearing. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Oh, did you want to be heard? All right, tell us your name, please.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Ott, and I just bought, this year, I bought my house in this neighborhood. I looked all over the city for 3 years and found a quiet, lovely neighborhood. And it seemed like right after I moved in, the school started, the renting the rooms for practice, band practice, and several things came along, and I kept saying, gee, it was so quiet. But now we have this tower, and our real worry is that there'll be other towers and other antennas, and pretty soon it'll look like a little factory. It's a beautiful hill. You drive it locally, and it's trees, and I'm quite worried, a little disappointed.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
My name is Cordelia Akalon. I live in this neighborhood too. She is my neighbor. So I'm just here to support what they said. When we bought that home, it was really quiet neighborhood, nice neighborhood. Now at night you see all kinds of stuff, like schools, people playing bands, people playing football, and now the telephone is coming in. Who knows what else will come in there? It was a beautiful neighborhood. We don't want it to be ruined. We would like it to be as it is. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want Wes and Steve to know that I certainly appreciate all that they've done in my ward. I appreciate working with them. But again, though, I think they know how Councilman Reese is. I went to the meeting that we had, and I listened to everybody speak. I understand the needs. A lot of the needs are not necessarily what everybody wants. And I've always said that if I wouldn't put it in my backyard, I won't put it in your backyard. And this here kind of exaggerates a little bit. This is not in anybody's backyard, but it's in their front yards. And I really believe that we as elected officials, if we can't do those things to help protect or at least satisfy what the neighbors think they need, then we're not doing our job. And so I have had, I think, 4 phone messages favoring this location, but I've had many, many calls opposing this location. And I think that at the meeting, I think it was about 26 or 27 against and about 2 or 3 in favor. And I've always felt like this is a democracy, and I look at the merits. I really can't see how it's going to either hinder or make it better for the neighborhood. But the neighbors that live there, I don't live in this neighborhood, but the neighbors that live there feel like this is an imposition to them. And so my motion on the variance request on 16-144, I'm going to go along with the Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for denial.
Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. In 99, please.
In 99, on the special use permit, I don't really feel like it is compatible in this neighborhood. It is a family-oriented neighborhood, and I think this is an imposition in the for the neighbors. And so on the special use permit, I'm going to again follow Planning Commission's and the staff's recommendation for denial.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries.
And I would like to just thank Chris for working with us. I appreciate your efforts. I know that you're a very honorable person, and I really, really appreciate all that you do. And I know that it's hard, and anyhow, thanks.
Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, 101 is VAR 17156. It's a public hearing. The applicant owner is Glenn J. Sorrells. Appeal filed by the applicant from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow a 7-foot high wall where 5-foot high wall is the maximum height permitted in a portion of the front yard on .15 acres at 1109 Shifting Sands Drive. The application is for an 8-foot high wall where a 5-foot high wall is the maximum. The Planning Commission and the staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Glenn Sorrells, the owner of property 1109 Shifting Sands. And all I want to do is build a wall to build a courtyard, and I just want to move it over 4 feet from where they say it's, from what I am told, I can build an 8-foot wall up to 20 foot from back of curb. I just want to go 4 more feet closer to curb, so I want to go 16 from back of curb to build my wall. The wall that I'm proposing to build is nothing unusual or out of the ordinary. It's a solid block wall that's 4 foot tall with 3 foot of wrought iron on top. This is a neighbor's that lives down the street. I took a picture of his yard.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, a public hearing. Be happy to hear from you.
My name is Joyce De La Rosa. I live next door to this property. This is the second time we did meet with Councilman Weekly. He was very kind to bring his staff and someone from the Planning Commission to talk to us about this. There are several issues. I realize that anyone has the right to do what they want to do on their property. This property has looked pretty shabby for about 2 years, and I have a picture of that. I have quite a few pictures, but this is a landscape. This is his business, is to do landscaping. There's been no good faith to even keep the yard looking decent, let alone understand what he wants to do. At our last meeting on December 20th, he still didn't really have a plan, and when he's saying all I want to do is, our problem is the history that he has in the neighborhood of not knowing what he's doing, not finishing projects, and changing his mind. Even since our last meeting, he's changed his mind again from what he wants to do. You'll notice that now, in between the two properties, he's got cypress trees. He had no intention of cypress trees there before, but they've now been planted as an agitation towards my husband and I, because his comment is now, wait till I have to trim them. Well, they grow to be about 30 inches in diameter, according to my neighbor to the south of me, and that is right on the property line. So I'm going to get half of that tree in my yard, and when it has to be cut, I'm the one that gets to clean it up. That wasn't part of his original plan. He has changed his mind several times. We've talked in the past about a step-down wall, which would be very attractive. And Councilman Weekly, I mentioned that to you as well.
Well, let me ask.
About a step-down.
Let me ask this, Ms. De La Rosa, not to take away from the history that you're going over here today, because I've come out and I met with both of you all personally, and I told you all that we are not going to get into some of the, and I've heard all that. But let me say this: what's being proposed here today, because we're going to get to the bottom of it once and for all, and we're going to find out what it is that he's proposing to do on his property, and we're not going to have this. He's going to start something, he's going to stop it. We're going to either you're going to do it, Mr. Sorrells, or you're not, and that's what we're here to address today. And I think when we came out to your property, I explained that to you then. I know that you have a way of you have some creative ideas in your mind, and then sometimes it kind of switches up, and it's your property. But what I visualized, well, not so much visualized, what I actually saw the day I came out to your street on Shifting Sands is I saw a wheelbarrow. I saw it looked like you started something. And if that's how it's been sitting for the last 2 years, then that needs to go away. Because I do, let me finish, please. I have a list of your neighbors in the neighborhood, not just your next door neighbors, but several neighbors on Shifting Sand, as well as around the corner from you here on Saginaw, if I'm saying that correctly, who also on Saginaw Drive, who also has some concerns about what it is you're trying to do on your property. And we've been contacted by several other people who want to know what is it that you're trying to do on your property. And so what we saw, what you proposed to us, myself, Doug Rankin, and Kelly, when we came out on your property, we were pleased with that, and we think it would look really nice. It'd be a great enhancement to your property. We showed this to your next door neighbors, in which they also liked it as well. I think everybody in the neighborhood would love it. It's just a matter of you completing it. And so what I want to ask you, Ms. De La Rosa, because I want to go ahead and move this on here, what's being proposed here today, because we have some conditions that I want to read into the record, and that's going to be contingent upon his agreement. If he agrees to these conditions, then that way I will approve this application. How do you feel about what's being proposed here today?
With what you showed us and what we see there, sometimes I feel that Mr. Sorrells is speaking out of both sides of his mouth, because he speaks privacy, and yet what you showed us doesn't show privacy. Where is the privacy factor? I would like an explanation on that.
What do you mean privacy?
This is what he had spoke to us.
Okay, well, what's going to happen on the south property line, it's going to be an 8-foot wrought iron fence. It's not going to be a solid block wall.
Okay, so there's what happens to the trees?
Those cypress trees that
Yes.
I saw there on the property
Yes.
line, one of my conditions also too is I'd like to have those trees removed. Okay, so when you talk about privacy, I mean, I'm not sure what he said to you all, but this is what we agreed upon when we were on your property that day, and I shared that with you all, and that's what I want to know so that we can move this item along.
That I definitely agree with. I would like to ask you,
Yes,
is
ma'am.
there going to be a set time for him to complete this
Absolutely,
project?
absolutely. I have that in my conditions.
And also, Councilman Weekly, if he does not do according to what he has agreed with and to the terms, how long does it take to get it taken away?
Well, without a shadow of a doubt, I have no doubt that you're going to inform us that if in fact he does not
You bet.
adhere
I'll be back.
to these conditions,
It
in
took
which
me 4 months to work on that.
in which I applaud you for that,
On
because
that wooden wall.
I think that everybody on their own personal property deserves to live in some peace and harmony,
appreciate that.
and their property value should not be affected by your adjacent property, your adjacent neighbor, if you will. Yes, sir, Mr. De La Rosa, you want to add something real quick, please?
De La Rosa.
Yes.
Joy's my wife.
Yes.
There's got to be a stipulation that he builds it on his own property and not on mine.
Well, and that's what you guys are going to have to do that, and we're going to make sure that someone else is out there to make sure that everybody understands their property line, because based on what we saw, Mr. Rankin showed me the cut in the concrete there, which divides your property. I saw that there was this cement, what do you call that, whatever, curbing that you all put in there, and it's kind of zigzagging back and forth on both of your property lines there, and it seems as if you guys just don't want to, like the kids say, you're touching me, and y'all don't want to touch each other. So we need to clarify that and get that out of the way. So with that, I'm going to begin with some conditions here, Your Honor. The first one I'd like to read into the record is the south property line wall shall be 8-foot wrought iron space, no less than 4 inches, with pilasters placed at the returns only.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay?
Can I get a copy of what you
Absolutely,
suggested?
absolutely. Second condition will be the west property line wall shall be no more than 4 feet of decorative block wall with no less than 3 feet of open wrought iron space, no more than 4 inches, with pilasters placed 10 feet on center at the returns.
Do you agree with that?
I'm not quite certain what he is stating. Could you repeat that?
Sure.
Write this down.
The west part, okay, this is all that we went over when we were on your property that day, and Mr. Rankin indicated to you how tall your actual decorative block wall can be. So I'll read this one more time for you. The west property line wall shall be no more than 4 feet of decorative block. Okay, 4 feet, with no less than 3 feet of open wrought iron space. Space no more than 4 inches with pilasters. Okay, you getting that? I'm going to give you a copy of this because we talked about this when we were at your property. You agreed to this, and these are the conditions that I told you I'm going to give to you, and you must agree with these conditions. If not, I'm going to make a motion to deny your application.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And the last one is a landscape plan shall be submitted for approval by the Planning and Development Department for the front yard prior to the issuance of building permits. Okay? And the front yard landscaping shall be improved by removing any dead trees and debris, including the wheelbarrow, and trimming existing landscaping within 60 days. And all that's prior to the issuance of your building permit. Are those conditions that you can agree to?
May I add one thing, Councilman Weaver?
Okay, 1 second, Ms. Del Rosa. Yes, Margot, go ahead.
If I may.
Yes.
Mayor and
Yes.
Councilman, Based upon your comments, I believe that we should add that the applicant is responsible to have the south property line established by a licensed surveyor. That's the only way to ensure that exactly where the property line is. And also that the wall shall be fully completed within 90 days.
Is that agreeable?
Well, what does it cost for a surveyor?
I don't know. I don't know whether we're in the babysitting business either.
No, we're not.
You know, we know where the saw cut is, and we believe that, you know, that's the property line, so.
Well, that was based on your word against their word, and so I think
When they showed it to me, tell me.
well,
it's the property.
I think it would be best if we follow that condition there to have someone who is neutral that can come out and.
Is there a cost of that survey?
No, this is your application.
As far as the surveyor, that's just, you know, another pocket out expense that I would.
Okay, well, that's one of my conditions.
Okay, so I have to get the survey before I can apply for the permit?
Absolutely. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. And one more.
I just want to make sure, on the front yard landscaping, you also had indicated that you wanted the cypress trees removed.
Yes,
Correct?
please.
So that would be added to the front yard landscaping shall be improved by removing any dead trees, including the front yard cypress trees.
Yes.
And the rest of the conditions.
And you agree to that, Mr. Sorrell?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I would just ask Councilman Wakely, as he works through this, that if any debris from his yard ends up in my front yard, if he would clean up after himself.
I would hope so, please.
It's not a hope, so I have to ask, and it needs to be stipulated.
Are you going to clean up?
I'm cleaning up after it every week.
Mr. Sorrells, will you clean up? Will you agree to clean up, please?
I'm going to put a TPO against these people, and they've done it to me.
Well, are you going to clean up?
If it falls on their property, it's against the TPO.
I'll tell you, and I really didn't want to get into this on the record. It's almost like the other neighbor on the opposite side of these folks here, who, when they have their cypress trees trimmed, it's your company that does it, and the debris falls on their property and they have to clean it up. I just think it's just, to me, I'll be perfectly honest with you, and we're all adults here, so I don't mean to be condescending to you at all, but I think it's really, really immature, and I think it's totally unprofessional. And I mean, you know, it's just, I sat and I listened to both sides of you guys, and it's a horrible situation. I mean, it really is. And to have the police have to come out, you know, I went back and I checked some police records and the disturbing the peace calls and all that. I mean, it's really out of control, to be honest, Mr. Sorrells. And you guys live in a nice neighborhood. Both of you guys have very nice homes, and I just really believe that if in fact, my prayer is that you could really find some peace and some harmony here on your street. I mean,
I've been on that street for 7 years with no problems until Mr. Del Rosa moved in next door 2 years ago.
Well,
Only because I didn't agree.
Okay, this is not the way, wait, the councilman, you've been very generous with these folks. This is not the way we do
well,
business.
I went over the Christmas holidays, and I sat for over an hour listening to both sides.
Let's have your motion, please.
Yeah. Those are my conditions. Mr. Sorrells have agreed to it, so my motion is for approval, subject to all conditions as amended, please.
Okay, and that's the way it's going to be. Let's vote.
Mayor, Councilman, may I add one thing? You mentioned building permits, and it appears to me that Mr. Sorrells is the kind of do-it-yourselfer, and he's going to do this on his own. Councilman, with your permission, through you, Mayor, that Mr. Sorrells, for the record, indicate that he will follow the inspection schedules as dictated in those building permits for the footings and the walls.
That's implicit, is it not?
Yeah, that's part of code.
All right, very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Waitley. Thank you.
All right, there's been a request by Councilman Ross to recall item 87, which is SUP 17551. That's the applicant is Famous Uncle Al's Hot Dogs, the owner's Virgin Territory. Request for a special use permit for proposed beer wine cooler on sale establishment in conjunction with the proposed restaurant at 6020 West Craig Road. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor, and Mayor and Council, I apologize for the inconvenience in recalling this agenda item. I would like to recall this, and do we need to vote on the recall first?
Yes, if you're moving to...
move to recall agenda item number 87, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote to reconsider.
Reconsider.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries.
And, Your Honor, per legal counsel, hours of operation were not established. I wish to obey agenda item number 87 for 2 weeks until I've had time to meet with the applicant.
Very good, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries, thank you. All right, we're going on to book number 4. Thank you. (104) is SDR 17057. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Santa Fe 124 LLC. Request for site development plan review for the conversion of a 124-unit apartment complex to a condominium development on 6 acres at 1111 Ward Bonnet Way in Ward 2. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. And I see Mr. Brown is here. I have to abstain until we hopefully get an opinion from the Ethics Commission, and based on the fact that we own a piece of property together on West Charleston. So, Mayor Pro Tem, would you please take over?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon. Jay Brown, 520 South West Street, representing the applicant, and with me this afternoon is Mr. Dave Turner, the engineer and consultant for the project. This is a request for a site development plan review for the conversion of a 124-unit apartment complex into a condominium development. It's on 6 acres located on the southwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and Warbonnet Way. The site has been operating as an apartment complex since 1989. Although the site plan depicts 171 parking spaces where 224 parking spaces are required, please keep in mind that we still have approximately 1.5 parking. And I have passed out to you a copy of the survey. Time once we have ample parking. As for the landscaping plan, we are somewhat deficient on the perimeter and in the parking area, but we more than make up for that in the interior, we believe. I stand corrected by staff if I'm wrong on that, but I do believe we have, I think, 112 trees, 100 required, and pretty lush. We've spoken with Councilman Wilson and his staff. We appreciate the time they spent with us and taking the time to go out to see the site. And of course, the councilman told us that until the public hearings, he can't give an opinion until he hears what everybody else has to say on the subject, whether if we had any possibility of getting this approved. He gave us a little bit of definition of what he would like to see as conditions added to the application, and we have no problems with those, I think I said that right, but we have no problem with the conditions, and I'd like to read them into the record if I can. But the applicant agrees to complete its complete conversion within 18 months. Secondly, we agree to repair or replace the stucco where necessary. We further agree to paint the entire building. And we also agree to replace awnings and to repair and replace the handrails. As far as the perimeter trees, if the council desires, we are prepared to add trees to the perimeter, but we're hopeful since we have more than enough trees on property that won't be necessary. And of course, we'd agree to the other conditions that were recommended by the planning commission. And we'll answer any questions.
Are there any questions of the applicant? Hearing none, this is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Wolfson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Reese. Margot, did you want to comment on something?
Yes, I may, Mayor and Councilman Wilson. With regard to the trees issue, in total, the site is deficient by 12 trees, but in the buffer, that is the perimeter visible to the public, there is a deficiency of 49 trees. The potential conditions that were discussed is that the approval be for a period of 1 year instead of 2 years. That would be a change to condition 1.
18 months, Margot.
18 months?
Yes.
Okay. That would be fine. And then change number 3 to add that 30 new 24-inch box trees should be added to the landscape plan and installed within 60 days of plan approval in the project buffer perimeter. And then an additional condition, it's just a rewording of that Mr. Brown indicated, that the building repair and maintenance minimally to include replacing all awnings, repairing stucco, repainting all buildings, and repainting or replacing all hand railings shall occur. My recommendation would be within 90 days. If that's certain.
Why don't you go ahead and list it? I swear to God.
I did.
Unless that's really...
I was going to say, we may want to can we just extend that to the 18 months since that's going to be the time for the site plan review?
So then that would be within 18 months.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, are those acceptable as read?
Yes.
A couple of comments. I noticed that the parking technically is deficient in that 171 spaces are provided where 224 are required. You were kind enough, though, to provide us with this parking analysis, and it kind of comports with my own lay parking analysis when I went out and visited the property this past Saturday. There were plenty of vacant spaces, and this analysis seems to corroborate that fact. So I'm not that concerned with the parking, although it does also say that 7 handicapped spaces are required by code. You provide 4. Would you agree to add another 3 handicapped spaces?
Councilman, we have already reflected that on the plan.
We need your name for the address, please.
David Turner with Baughman and Turner, 1210 Henson Street. Yeah, we've already modified the plan to accommodate those 7 stalls.
So you will agree to that, Mr. Turner?
Absolutely.
Okay. Secondly, I noticed, Mr. Brown, in the email you sent me that you predict that the price range of the units will be from about $129,000 up to about $155,000.
That's correct.
I know you're looking at your client, and your client shaking his head.
And I'm saying for the record, yes.
Okay, and that's good, because that's an excellent price range. I went out and looked at the property, and That seems to be a consistent price range for what I saw, and that really does provide us with some good, affordable purchase condominiums, and that's what we need out in that area. Finally, just something from a procedural nature. Margot, we asked you about this yesterday. When I went out and looked at the property last Saturday with my assistant Larry, we didn't see the public notice sign up. And apparently, Margot, what you explained to me was that we hire a separate independent company once the application is made. They go put the sign up, but there's no way if it's stolen or blown down by the wind to monitor that. We don't have any follow-up service that provides or makes sure the signs are still standing.
Mayor and Councilman Wilson, that is correct. The sign company is required to provide a photograph dated, and they need to sign that they have posted it. Particularly in periods of high wind, we sometimes do use those signs.
What I would like to do, with your permission, Mayor, is to ask Mayor Pro Tem, is to ask our city attorney to just consider what options we might have enacting new codes to perhaps require the applicant to do their own little review or go out and visit their own property, because I think, we put the sign up on day one, and if it's windy on day two, it blows over. Or I can see in some cases there's vandalism and somebody's going to take these public notice signs down. What good are they? So I just ask, with your permission, Mayor Pro Tem, to instruct our city attorney to look into that, because I think it's something that it provides notice to the public that there's a contemplated action on the property, and if the signs go down and we don't have any provision for that, what good is it? With that in mind, I am prepared to make a motion for approval consistent with all of the conditions we've discussed today.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Are there any questions? Please cast your vote. Please cast your vote then. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you, and Happy New Year.
You too. Items 106 and 107. 106 is CON 17697. The applicant owner is Richmond American Homes. Request for a rezoning from U undeveloped zone R rural density residential general plan designation under resolution of intent to RPD3 residential plan development 3 units per acre to RPD3 residential plan development 3 units per acre on 10.30 acres adjacent to the northwest corner and northeast corner of Ann Road and Mustang Street. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. 107 is SDR 17698. The same applicant owner requests for site development plan review of a 32-lot residential subdivision on 10.30 acres adjacent to the northwest and northeast corners of Ann Road and Mustang Street. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. These are in Ward 6. They're both public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Paulo Chavez, Richmond American Homes, 2490 Paseo Verde Parkland. I'd just like to start. This previous development was done 2 years ago, by Matrix Development. We have taken it over, purchased it, and would like to build our home, so we had to make some modifications to the original site plan. I believe Planning Commission's concern was the open space requirement, or actually the configuration of the open space. So we went back to the site plan and combined the open space in this area. The original site plan had 12 homes that were supposed to be single-story homes. We've addressed the same location approximately. They do vary a little bit, but we still provided the same single-story homes on the original lots from the original SDR and zoning. There was some Nevada power easements that were required that we put in, well access that's in the same location. The open space, the open space was broken up into 2 areas as opposed to the 1 area that was originally on there. And the only other issue was that we have 2 lots that are fronting El Campo Grande where the original site plan did not show that. We do provide a 10-foot pedestrian access for them to be able to reach the open space.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, a public hearing on both of these items. Be happy to hear from you. All right, seeing nobody, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chavez, thank you so much for meeting with me on these items. It was certainly a pleasure to have you in my office and to discuss these issues because they seem more tremendous than what they really were, and I appreciate your candidness and openness with myself and my staff. I think you have addressed the concerns of Commissioner Dunham in regards to the open space issues. I need to make note that this is not a change in the current zoning. This is a site plan must go along with the zoning request, however, and that's what's happening today. So I want to express my appreciation to you for working closely with me and addressing all of the Planning Commission and especially Commissioner Dunham's concerns about this project. And wish you all the luck with it. And with that, Your Honor, I think there's a couple of other conditions I think we want to add to this. Margot?
Mayor and Councilman Ross, the one addition on the zoning would be that with regard to the disclosure of the rural nature of the neighborhood, and that condition would read that the developer shall disclose to all prospective home purchasers prior to the time the prospective purchaser signs a sales agreement or opens escrow, whichever occurs first, that they are purchasing a home located in a rural area surrounded by parcels upon which the raising of farm animals such as horses, bovines, goats, and other domesticated animals is allowed, and that such rural properties and the raising of such animals may cause the emanation of smells, odors, insects, and pests associated with the keeping and raising of such farm and domesticated animals such that it may in the future interfere with the quiet enjoyment of the prospective home purchaser's property.
Mr. Chavez, are you okay with that condition?
Yes, we are.
And you understand the unique nature of many of the areas in Ward 6 because of the ruralness. A lot of those folks have farm animals and enjoy that lifestyle, and we certainly don't want to detract from that. But prospective home buyers need to be aware of that also, so we're not addressing this down the road. So if you agree to that condition, with that, I would move for approval of agenda item number 106, subject to all of the previous conditions and as amended by Director Wheeler.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And 107, please.
And again, 107, move for approval, subject to all conditions. And Margaret, are there any additional ones on it, 107?
Yes, Mayor and Councilman Ross. Change to condition number 4 to reference the date of the site plan is 12/21/06. The landscape plan is 12/26/06. The building elevations and floor plans will be 10/23/06. Change condition number 5 to the minimum lot size is 7,414 square feet, and to add the language that lots 5 through 7, 9 through 12, 14, 16 through 20, 29 through 32 should be limited to single story. Change condition number 7 again to reflect the plan stated 12/21/06. And to add conditions with regard to the walls, that the wall heights should be as follows: 8-foot high screen wall along the boundary with the lot to the north, APN 125/26/802/011, and that an 8-foot high screen wall shall be provided along the following lots: 125/26/801/03, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and a 6-foot high wall along lot 125/26/801/011. And one more condition with regard to the access for the community well. The declarant shall provide access to the proposed development open space tract as shown on site plan date stamp 12/21/06 for the purpose of servicing the existing well located at the rear of APN 125/26/801/003. Access is to be granted to the owners who benefit from the use of said community well.
Did you have a chance to review all that as you went through
Yeah, I
it?
just have one question on the single-story lots. I just want to make sure that that's what we have on our site plan.
It is what you have on the site.
Yeah, it is. It's in my notes, Mr. Chavez, to reconfirm that those stayed single story. And you mentioned that first off as you got up here to talk about the agenda items. Wall issues, are not throwing any curveballs here. You're okay with that?
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay, and with that, that's my motion. I'll move for approval, subject conditions, and as amended.
All right, very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, and 113. 108 is ZON 17740. The applicant owner is Larry and Patricia Schusner Family Trust, Poulos Family Trust, and Ashton Boyd Family Trust. Request for a rezoning from R4 high-density residential to R5 apartment, 1.38 acres on the north side of Bridger Avenue between 9th Street and 10th Street. This is in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 109 is VAR 17741, same applicant, same owner. Request for variance to allow 150 parking spaces where 425 spaces are required in conjunction with the proposed apartment development on 1.38 acres on the north side of Bridger Avenue between 9th Street and 10th Street. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 110 is VAR 17742. Same applicant, same owner. Request for variance to allow a proposed apartment building to be 8 feet from the north property line where the residential adjacency standards require a setback of 198 feet, and to allow trash enclosures to be 10 feet from residentially zoned property where 50 feet is the minimum setback required on 1.38 acres on the north side of Bridger Avenue between 9th Street and 10th Street. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 111 is VAR 17743, same applicant, same owner. Request for variance to allow a proposed apartment building to be 0 feet from the west property line where 10 feet is the minimum setback required, 0 feet from the east property line where 20 feet is the minimum setback required, 0 feet from the south property line where 5 feet is the minimum setback required, and to allow a building height of 66 feet where 55 feet is the maximum height allowed on 1.38 acres on the north side of Bridger Avenue between 9th Street and 10th Street. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 112 is VAC 17744, the same applicant, same owner, petition to vacate a portion of an existing alley generally located north of Bridger Avenue, 140 feet east of 10th Street. Staff recommends denial, and Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 113 is SDR 17745, same applicant, same owner. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 300-unit, 66-foot-high, 6-story apartment building, and a waiver of the perimeter landscape buffering standards for 0 feet of landscaping where 10 feet is required along the southern, eastern, and western perimeter, and to allow 5 feet of landscaping where 6 feet is required along a portion of the northern perimeter on 1.38 acres on the north side of Bridger Avenue between 9th Street and 10th Street. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are all public hearings, which I now declare open, and all of this is in Ward 5. Anybody here on behalf of the applicant? Mr. Rajati, how are you?
My name is Steve Biagiotti. I'm a real estate developer that has an option on 3 land parcels to build this development. My address is 555 Old Lasan Drive. We would like to build a 300-unit affordable, rent-restricted apartment community in downtown Las Vegas. This is an elevation of the building. It will take up the entire 1.3-acre site. There'll be 2 levels of parking, and then above it will be 4 levels of apartments. This would be the corner, the northeast corner of 9th and Bridger. The frontage on Bridger would look like this. Again, the entire site will be covered by 2 levels of parking, and then 4 stories of apartments above it. This property will be the sister property of the City Center Apartments, which are on 8th and 9th and Bridger. That is a 300-unit apartment community that we completed 2.5 years ago. We believe it is very attractive. It is a tremendous improvement to the downtown area. It's been very successful. We have been over 95% leased after 8 months of lease-up. We had originally anticipated that property would take 14 months to lease up. We think we have a very high-quality city center apartment. We want to complement that with another high-quality Bridger Street apartment community. The approvals and variances that we are requesting for this property on 9th and 10th and Bridger are basically the same we received on the City Center Apartments. There's 2 differences in that we are asking to be about 5 feet higher on this property, and we have an adjacency of a trash enclosure issue that we did not have with the City Center Apartments. We will, of course, have that trash enclosure screened. We respectfully request that you approve these 6 items to allow us to build a very affordable apartment community in the downtown area. This will be rent restricted to 60% of median income, and there will be maximum rents, which is the same structure as the city center apartments.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions, Mr. Biagiotti? All right, folks, a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard?
Yes. Don McGowan, Las Vegas resident. What is the square foot area of the units? And what is the rental range of the units?
Mr. Biagiotti, are you able to answer those questions today?
Yes.
All right, please.
The units range from 310 square feet to 390 square feet. The rent will be $550 to $669, and we will provide all utilities within that rent.
All right, thank you, sir.
At first impression, it appears to be quite a deal. But similar projects like that were developed in the past in other parts of the country, or sometimes referred to as rabbit warrens. You couldn't make a quick turnaround in such a small space. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard, please?
My name is Joseph Woods. I live at 210 South 10th Street, which would be right behind where they're going to build this at. During the planning commission, there was several concerns about the building. That was our first reading, so we really didn't know what we were doing or anything else. But since then, we have gathered information and everything else because he says they own the 8th and 9th Street apartment complex also. That building there is built on 2 full blocks on 8th and 9th Street, and here they're trying to talk to put the same amount of apartments on just a half a block. And I believe that that's just too much. Also on the parking on there, they said that most of their people are low income. Well, people who make Social Security or who make minimum wage or $8 or $9 an hour can't afford to live in this apartment complex. To me, that's what downtown needs, is affordable housing. But I've called Mr. Weekly 3 or 4 times here in the last few weeks trying to get in with him. He's been real busy, so he hasn't been able to get back in touch with us, and we've been wanting to meet with him, and we still do, before anything is said about this. The parking, the gentleman told us during the planning commission that people there don't have cars. Well, the people at 8th and 9th Street, when we talk to them, say that's one of the major problems is they don't have enough parking spaces. They park around the building, there's cars parked all the way around the building. At times when you go over there, the parking lots are full. That is another main concern about it. Also with me, I go out the back door of my house and 8 foot past my wall is a 66-foot building. I can see nothing but a building in front of me. The other night when we were outside New Year's, me and my son and some of our neighbors in our yard watching the fireworks out there, it dawned on me that if they put this building up there, we would no longer be able to stand and sit in our yards and watch the fireworks out on the strip on the 4th of July and New Year's. That also inhabits us. If Mr. Weekly comes out and looks at the street we live on, it's a well-kept-up street. The people who live on the street own their own businesses. One of them just bought the house across the street. She's a student at UNLV. One of them is a school teacher and a lot of senior citizens. These people think that bringing this tall building and trying to cram this many people in such a small area is just disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else like to be heard?
My name is Pat Slicener. I'm one of the owners of the property that SDA is trying to develop. My address is 2091 East Sahara. And I'd like to say that I've been one of the owners of this property at 9th and Bridger and the adjoining 2 properties since 1973. And we have watched that property, the area go down, down, down. And even just trying to maintain it from the traffic that's around there is difficult. And when Mr. Biagiotti approached us to create a structure similar to the city center apartments, that was such an improvement in the area that it would be difficult to say, no, we don't want it. No, we don't want our property to be able to be developed like that. We've lived in Las Vegas since 1973. We had hopes of having the downtown area improve because that was our original office on the corner of 9th and Bridger. It didn't. It became very unsafe and unsafe to come and go from that property. When City Center Apartments came in, it just made the whole area look better. The parking, my viewpoint, I'm down there a lot, the parking at the City Center Apartments is usually vacant. People do park on the streets, and I have approached some of them, and they said they prefer to park on the streets. But the overall parking, from my viewpoint, has been quite open. But just in general, for the area, I just think it would be a big improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Weekly.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you very much. The gentleman who indicated he was looking to meet with us, and he said, it's you and some neighbors?
Yes.
Okay. This is a project, again, as Mr. Jati pointed out, it's a sister project to the city center, and in working with our staff on this, I know I spoke with Russell Skew, who has a client who's interested in asking some other questions about this project also. Mr. Biagiotti, what I'm going to do is, because I want to make sure that everybody understands, there is a need for affordable housing, and, I know in Ward 5 we're doing our part to make sure that we address that issue. As a matter of fact, I have another item that's coming up that's also addressing the same issue here. But no, you don't need to come up. What I'd like to do, because I want to make sure that we address all the residents' concerns and answer whatever questions that you all have, I'll hold this for 2 weeks, and I have Tim, right? Tim, where are you? Are you here?
In the back.
Tim's in the back of the room there. Tim, if you come on down, this gentleman here, the neighbors that you're talking about, we'll spend a minute and talk with you guys and answer whatever questions that you have. And Russell, whoever your client is, if you can get Tim's number as well, we'd be more than interested in hearing what you all have to say to find out whatever concerns you're having with this particular project here. So, Mr. Biagiotti, we're going to hold this item for 2 weeks, please, and then we'll be back on the 17th to address this particular issue. 108 through 113.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 114, 115, and 116. 114 is VAR 17749. The applicant owner is Help Las Vegas Housing Corporation, Roman numeral 2. Requests for variance to allow 109 parking spaces where 205 spaces are required for a 125-unit multifamily housing complex on 4.84 acres at 1455 North Main Street. It's in Ward 5. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 115 is VAR 17751, same applicant owner. Request for a variance to allow two 45-foot-high apartment buildings 59 feet from residential property where residential adjacency standards require a setback of 135 feet on 4.84 acres at 1455 North Main Street. Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 116 is SDR 17748. Same applicant owner. Request for a site development plan review for a 125-unit multi-family housing complex on 4.84 acres at 1455 North Main Street. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are all in Ward 5. They're all public hearings, which I now declare open.
Good afternoon. I'm Clifford Marshall, 3320 North Buffalo Drive, representing the applicant Help USA. Help USA has been active in developing affordable housing projects throughout the country. The City of Las Vegas in 2003 approached Help about developing this site, the old MASH site. I'm happy to say the first 75 units have been built. The balance of 200 is before you today. I'd like to thank staff for their recommendation of approval and also the Planning Commission, and we hope that you would recommend approval of this also.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the applicant? Hearing none, this is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item?
How's the security?
Thomas Harper, what's the square foot area and the rental?
Square footage range, I don't know what the rental is. So the square footage range from 370 square feet up to about 600 square feet.
That's quite a bit larger than one of the other ones mentioned earlier. And you have any veterans?
Yes, there are some veterans that are going to be.
Yes.
Okay, so you have something useful for most people, particularly a senior, retirees, low-income, fixed-low income.
Yes.
For instance, myself, for example.
If you qualify.
If I qualify.
I don't know what the requirements are.
My recommendation. My recommendation is approval, subject to my review. And I expect me anytime. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Good afternoon, Alfreda Mitri, chairperson of Las Vegas Paiute Tribe. First of all, I want to say that my tribe applauds the city's efforts to improve the area around our reservation. One of the items that we're concerned about is the NEPA process in terms of how it relates to Section 101 and 106 in terms of the development and the disturbance of tribal historic areas. Should there be any disturbance, the tribe, any discoveries, the tribe would respectfully request that a tribal historic preservation officer or a representative or a tribal monitor assist in acquiring any of the historic properties that might be unearthed. We understand that there is also a new development coming in the Skyview area. I don't know where that is on the agenda, but the Skyview Trailer Park, which is adjacent to the reservation. We also have a shared property law with a shared property wall that might pose jurisdictional issues in terms of the government consultation process that is required by the NEPA process. So we just want to bring this to City Council's attention and to make sure that you are in compliance with the NEPA process, and that if there are historic properties that are unearthed, that the tribe is consulted in terms of the requirements of the entire NEPA process.
Your Honor?
Yes, Councilor.
Ma'am, real quickly, in the initial beginning of this project here, I mean, this is a project that began a couple years ago, as a matter of fact. That was one of the conditions that I had spoken with the applicants, that they do consult with the reservation, in which they, before they even began the permitting process, set up a couple of meetings there. So I'm not sure who from the tribe there that you would need to speak with, but that was a meeting that we had a couple years ago to talk about any concerns that you all have had.
I have had correspondence with Tim White. Right?
Tim White, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I did send a letter in regards to requesting a tribal monitor. Like I said, there's no opposition from the tribe in regards to this project. As I stated previously, we welcome this change.
Thank you so much. And anything happens on Skyview, the same type of courtesy would be extended to you all. And we do appreciate you all so very much from the tribe for working with us here in the city to try and better this corridor and improve that quality of life. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anybody else?
My name is Johnny Ventura. I live at 61 Raintree Lane in the city of Las Vegas. And first of all, Councilman Weekly, I won't want your job for all the money in the world. Yeah, too many problems. And I want to ask a question again, like Mr. Gowan asked. Veterans, and is it affordable?
Yes, it is affordable.
That's the big thing. Affordable housing. I believe in progress. You can't stop progress. We're going, and we're going to go up and up and up, and thank you very good.
Anybody else, please? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilor Weekly.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I am very proud to say that regardless of the naysayers, in which I won't give them a platform here today, but I will say that we've done a great job with working and dealing with affordable housing in Ward 5, and we feel very proud of that. And with this particular project here, working with the Las Vegas Housing Corporation. It's been a joy because this is going to be something that we believe is going to help out not only veterans, but it's a little something affordable for everyone. And so with that, on item number 114, I'd like to move for approval with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
115, Your Honor. Move for approval with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Please vote. Post. Motion carries.
And on the site development review, Your Honor, I'd like to move for approval with all conditions. Bless you. And thank Mr. Marshall so very much for all of his work.
All right, let's vote, please. Post, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, and Happy New Year.
Thank you very much. Item 120 is SUP 17307. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Lakeside Center. The owner is WFTNV LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed restaurant service bar and a waiver of the 40-foot distance separation requirement from an existing church at 2620 Regatta Drive, Suite 117. This is in Ward 4. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Council. My name is Rudy Starks with RSJ Architecture, 8375 West Flamingo. Here at the podium with me is Ryan Arnold with the Skanky Company on behalf of Lakeside Center. Before you today is the service bar for the Ivy Grill. The service bar is, as you know, only in conjunction with someone going to the restaurant and being served alcoholic beverages with the meal, not an open bar. We met with representatives of the Homeowners Association prior to the Planning Commission meeting. They were very happy with what the owner has done with the property and were not aware of any issues or opposition to this application. The previous application before you on this project was concerning parking, and that has since been resolved as the new requirements for City of Las Vegas parking are shopping centers in excess of 25,000 square feet to be 4 per 1,000. So the parking variance that was previously on this property has gone away. We have a letter of support from the rabbi at the synagogue, which is part of the record that we can hand to you. He's supporting the application, doesn't have any opposition to it, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing nobody, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Starks. I'm going to move for approval subject to staff conditions, and I appreciate you working with the association. And I had talked to Mr. Arnold. The only thing, not as a condition, but Margot, if parking, the good news is the shopping center is thriving right now, opposed to the past few years. So if there are issues with traffic, I've asked the applicant to come back in 6 months to a year and work with either planning and/or traffic administratively to look at some opportunities if it becomes an issue. But,
Councilman, do you want that a condition?
No.
Administrative review?
no, but I think that everyone's aware of it, including the association. At our neighborhood meeting, we talked about that specifically. So again, Your Honor, my motion would be to approve subject to staff conditions.
Very good. Let's vote. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck, gentlemen. Thank you. Item 121 is SUP 17716. The applicant owner is Lyle Lube. Request for a special use permit, for a proposed habitable accessory structure at 3613 Hillsdale Court. It's in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Is Mr. Lube here?
This is my applicant, Your Honor, that had to go back to work. That we're going to move forward with his item.
Very good. It's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard on this? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. On item number 121, I'd like to move for approval, subject to all conditions, please.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And now we're up to 122. 122 is SUP 17724. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Silver State Bank. Request for a special use permit for a proposed drive-through facility for an existing financial institution, general, with a waiver to allow a separation of 280 feet from a single-family dwelling where 330 feet is required, and to allow a drive-through facility adjacent to the right-of-way, 1.63 acres at 7125 North Durango Drive. This is in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, council members, good afternoon. Richard Gallegos, 3005 West Horizon Ridge Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. Want to wish you all a Happy New Year. We also would like to thank Councilman Ross's office and staff for working with us on this to come to a solution. We do ask that you follow the Planning Commission's recognition.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. And this is Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it nice when we can sit down and work things out?
It's always the right way to do.
Well, I appreciate your efforts as well. It makes Ward 6 a much better place. I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendations for approval, subject to all conditions.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you. Item number 125, Madam Clerk, please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Okay, folks, we're at that portion of our agenda which is called citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. Put a 3-minute clock on here. And let me ask this question before we start. I see there's some folks in the audience here with some signs that say no hunting the homeless without causing anybody any embarrassment. Are there any folks who are homeless with us today? All right, I see one hand going up there. Would you like us to help you, ma'am? Excuse me? Would you like us to help you because we have city staff available today, as we did at our last 2 meetings, to try to assist you and to get you the services which you may sorely need? Would you like that? All right, would anybody else like it? All right, then we have one lady. We'll make sure that we have our city staff try to help that young lady out. And Mr. Sanchez, would you see that we get somebody down here to take care of her? Okay, Tara, you see the young lady over there? She wants to have some help, and that's what we're here for. Okay, which was first? Okay, ma'am.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I'm here once again demanding that my name be removed off programs that white supremacists and white separatists oversee Negroes into prostitution, homosexuality, illegal drug dealing, anything illegal and immoral so they can low-rate us. I've asked them to remove it. Now I'm demanding it because they threatened my life a number of times. They couldn't kill me. They murdered several members of my family since I've been in this city. I just don't have enough proof, and I can't afford an attorney to represent me right now in this lawsuit that I'm trying to file against them. But I'm tired of the threats. I've asked the police to supply me with an M16 or 9mm and extra ammunition and a bulletproof vest if this continues, that my life is threatened by these white supremacists, hire Negroes and foreigners to lie on me to keep their programs going at my expense and use me to pay women for sex services and then demanding me to give them sex service in an effort to regain control over me and other blacks and foreigners that service their organization. And I've asked them to remove me or come to me. I'm coming to them. Meet me halfway. That's all I asked them to do. And sell this in this new year. All this thing with this conflict like the Hatfields and McCoys over 30 or 40 some years of feuding secretly. Come forward. Take off their cone-shaped hats and white sheets and whatever they covering themselves up with and come forward. Meet me halfway, whoever they are. If there's anyone here present that's a part of it, deal with me. I'm 49 years old. If they men and women enough to deal with me, I'm adult enough to deal with them. Thank you for this time.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Patricia Brown, I'm at 207 North 11th Street. I came here to say Happy New Year to everyone, but I come in with some real serious concerns. And 2 of the things that I saw on the agenda, I think, going to answer some of that. And that was your 2 proposals for affordable housing. we got a serious housing problem and a serious homeless problem. I had the opportunity to be homeless during the Christmas holidays. I got in touch with Councilman Reese's office. He had a young lady there, I think her name was Jennifer Ellis. She helped me commendably. Tara did, and it was a Tim. It was like 4 or 5 people that put forth a genuine effort and got me back into some housing for the new year. And I thank them. I want to, first of all, thank them for their efforts and their time. But during the time I was going through your process of what was supposed to be assistance in aid, I found there were a lot of problems why some of your people aren't getting any help, aren't able to get off the streets. You got some people that don't want to give them any help and don't make them feel comfortable with even asking for the help that's supposed to be there to, get them back on track and get them back into the realm of doing things on their own. I found some rude and nasty people. I found some people that didn't know their job, didn't know what they were supposed to be doing for these people. I found some programs that was like a complete sham. It was non-existent. It just was nothing there. And I think that the whole system needs to be investigated as to the step-by-step procedures that they're taking to get people off the street and into housing. A lot of people don't go to you getting the help they need because of the circumstances that they get, the dignity and the pride that they lose trying to access the system. Those two things, your two agenda items on affordable housing, there needs to be something that's not even affordable housing, but maybe a 30-day free rent voucher program to give them a chance to access and get things back rolling, get a job, get back on their feet. And I found out, the simple things that we take for granted, like a glass of cold water, a place to wash yourself up and things like that, you don't have when you're homeless. You lose all of that. You lose all of the being of being yourself. Then I had my ID that was stolen out of my purse, so I had no way to prove who I was. That's another thing I found they're supposed to have a program over there where if you're homeless and you have no identification, they'll get you some identification. You can't access any of your programs if you can't prove who you are.
I'm going to make a suggestion, if I can. We're not allowed to take action during this part of the agenda, but if you would be kind enough to...
Can I put it in writing and submit it to you?
Even better than that. I would like that, number one, if you would be kind enough to do that. But number two, I would like you to discuss your experience with Miss West, who made a presentation to us this morning. She's the regional supervisor over our homeless issues. And I'd like to hear what you had to say because they put on
It was crazy.
They put on a very impressive presentation this morning, giving us the
some insight into
but some feeling that we're going in the right direction, and if we're not, we want to hear from you.
I think the more affordable housing you have and the more people that they can actually go to that have some compassion and some feeling for their situation at the end. Everybody that's homeless is not homeless because they want to be.
We understand.
Because they haven't had the avenues to go into there and get into the system and be able to work themselves back.
We understand that, and if you would see Mr. Sanchez, the gentleman at the end there, he'll tell you how to get in touch with Miss West, but I would like you to put it in writing.
Gotcha.
Thank you. All right, next, please.
Al Hesson, retired Navy veteran, city resident, an article December 29th, Review Journal, accused me of making an anti-Semitic remark to Mayor Goodman. Nothing could be further from the truth in my commentary when taken in its proper context and as it was connected to Goodman's abuse heaped on the homeless and less fortunate in the city was merely a statement of fact. The writer for the Review Journal could easily have reached me, as Goodman and all council members have not only had my address, but also my telephone number for over a month now. The writer, David Schwartz, has a Jewish surname, perhaps an axe to grind, and hence his bias. Best he review Journalism 101 and report on the news and not interpret same. I make no apologies and label his accusations as a red herring. The 6 o'clock evening news on Channel 3 December 29th had a fair and balanced report on the controversy and never used the word anti-Semitic, deeming that term bogus and inappropriate, and they were certainly correct. A piece I hand-delivered to Mayor Goodman said, and I quote, "He will learn that for his lack of caring and compassion for the homeless and less fortunate, I will skewer him, slice and dice him, and serve him on a platter, preferably at a homeless shelter here in Las Vegas." Less than 48 hours after being illegally ejected on December 20th for my comments in these chambers. Mr. Goodman had 2 cops sent to my residence to determine if my play on words was a direct threat. Goodman's childish attempt at intimidation of me and totally laughable. I enter the public record remarks I made in a hand-delivered letter to Mayor Goodman with copies to all city councilors. Quote, "Be advised, events of December 20th were the first and last time you will violate my right to free speech. I will not allow you to censure my commentary. My guess is you slept through your law classes when they were teaching constitutional law, or you purchased your law degree via mail order. Goodman, the barrister for the mob of yesteryear, has for too long gone unchallenged relative to his intimidating and bullying of various people and groups here in Las Vegas. And those days have now ended because Goodman, who can relate to the Fremont Street experience, is now receiving what is known as the Al Hessen experience. And I'll end with this. Let Goodman and I debate on public television about issues in this city like homelessness, rampant unabated crime, lack of affordable housing.
That's it, sir. Have a seat. Your time's up.
I'm up.
Next, please.
3 minutes.
Are you running this?
Wait a second. I ask you to please sit down. Your time's...
You got 3 minutes.
Wait, Mr. DeVito? Wait a second.
You are in charge, Mr. Mayor.
All right,
You just said it.
don't worry about it. All right, next, please.
I'm Rasan Joshua Collins, a homeless advocate, and I guess I first just want to introduce myself a little bit more. Oscar Goodman asked if I was homeless. Yes, I am. Why? Because about 5 years ago, the Lord told me that's all I have and go preach the gospel from Spokane, Washington. So not because I have any addiction or anything like that, but I think also it's given me an eye-opener to why many of the homeless are having problems in the city just to get back on their feet. And you asked me if I wanted to be in a shelter, and that's not really going to solve a lot of the issues that are being pressed upon the homeless. One of the major issues is the jail system and the persecution by the law of the homeless and the discrimination against the homeless by the law. I don't know if you know much about that, but a lot of people are being arrested for jaywalking that are homeless, while the people that are tourists don't get arrested. And that's not really fair, obviously. There's a lot of bias in the whole system here in Las Vegas. Now, how many council people here have ever been homeless? Raise your hand, please. Anybody? So what does that show me? There's a huge bias just in decision-making period, because the needs and desires and thoughts of the homeless aren't even expressed in city council for the most part. For the most part, it's the rich making all the decisions. Councilman Weekly, do you have a response? I mean, I'm open to listen if you have a different view. So, what do we do about that problem? Where's the councilman defender of the poor, is my question. And if there isn't one, why not? Shouldn't there be one?
There is one. Mayor Green.
I'd like to share one thing here. Psalm 82. I mean, the best thing to do is go to God. But Psalm 82, Lord tells us, Psalm 82, verse 3, defend the poor and fatherless, do justice to the afflicted and needy, deliver the poor and needy, rid them out of the hand of the wicked. A lot of people right now are in jail because they're looking a little different than someone maybe that has more money than them. Is that fair? I was in jail for 2 months, never given an apology for sleeping outside, dumped off on the street, and left. Case dismissed. And I have another court case on February 13th for the same thing, sleeping on a park bench. And it was supposed to be supposedly maybe dismissed at the stand down, but that never happened. And so now I have to face Judge Kearns on the same issue.
Okay, thank you. You say you're homeless. Would you like the city to help you tonight and get you?
I'm not interested, I'm interested in laws.
No,
change.
I'm asking you a question. Would you?
I don't need any help as far as that.
Okay, would you like us to get you a bed and give you a good meal and let you take a shower and get you some clothes and
I'm taking care of,
try to...
as far as all that, I have, the Lord's taking care of me in all those areas.
All right, I just want to let you know that the city has those services. We're ready to make those available to you.
But are you willing to do anything about the police abuse and arrests of people that are discriminated against?
Okay. Next, please.
No answer? I guess not.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I might just say, I would like to tell you that I am sure that there are several individuals on this council who were poor, perhaps as poor or more poor than you are today. And they are here, and if you think that's funny, it's not, because I know what we've lived through.
Please, the councilwoman
And
speaking.
I just want to let you know, so I do feel that there are members certainly of the council that have worked very hard to help the poor. I wanted to just make that comment.
Right,
You don't have to be poor now, but if you were poor one time in your life, you don't forget it.
I understand.
Thank you, Ken.
I have a question, one more question.
Next, please.
I never
Please,
got an email
next.
response back.
Sir, next.
The homeowners always get responses.
Please.
It's not really fair.
Sir?
You have to be a homeowner to get
Next,
a
please.
response?
How you doing?
Good. What's your name, sir?
My name is James Birch. I'm a photojournalist from New York City. I live here now in Vegas. My wife and I just recently broke up. She got arrested for domestic violence, but during that time when she got out, she was unable to come back to where I stayed because of domestic violence. Now she's homeless. And I think that here in Vegas, you don't have enough social services for the homeless people. And I'm just, astounded by, the city hall being here, and you look right across the street and all the homeless people are there. And I live over on C Street in Jefferson, and I was walking by there the other night, and I just saw this like body bags of homeless people all laid along the fence there, and I was in tears. I couldn't believe it. And there, something has to be done. And my wife, she's out on the street now. And, we need to be together. She's homeless,
Sure did.
right out on the street now. And a woman out on the street, she's educated. She don't do drugs. She don't drink.
Do you know where she is, sir?
Yes, I'll see her tomorrow.
You're going to see her tomorrow?
Yes.
And you tell her that if she calls my office, I'll make sure she has a place to stay. You hear what I said?
I heard what you said.
Okay. Same way I've offered to these folks. They don't want to accept it, that's their prerogative. It's America.
But what about all these people out here on the street?
No one's turned away in this city.
I've been to all 50 states here, right?
No one's turned away in this city.
This is the worst I've seen per capita.
Okay, if you don't want to listen,
anywhere
that's
in
fine.
the country.
Okay. That's fine. Thanks. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Crystal Colquitt, and I just wanted to say, first of all, hopefully we can get through this amicably, because, there's a lot of drama, and we should be more focused on human empathy and trying to help people rather than fight people or silence people. If you look over to the right there, you'll see the first president and the founding fathers of this country, and they believed that every citizen was entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and they were called inalienable rights. They weren't privileges that could be thrown away. And what we need to recognize is that people need basic necessities like food and housing and clothing in order to live through those rights. If you can't live, then you can't pursue happiness. It's pretty basic. The thing is, we can offer people housing and we can say, here's a sandwich, here's a room for the night, but that's only dealing with a small dosage of a big disease. It's putting a Band-Aid on a paper. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a cut as if it were a paper cut, and it's not. This is, treating the AIDS virus with, like penicillin. We have to deal with what causes homelessness rather than just the homeless people that may be here today, giving them homes. So I'm curious to know really what's being done to make sure that people can be rehabilitated and that they're going to have needs such as, some people need mental help, some people need, therapy, and what's being done to make sure that everyone won't need to be fed or housed every day. How are we going to eliminate this period?
All right, well, I'm going to ask you to see Mr. Sanchez and get Ms. West's phone number. She made a 2-hour presentation to us this morning. I think she'll be able to answer a lot of your questions.
Okay. I was also wondering, every week Gail Sacco comes out and she feeds the homeless. I was wondering if anyone would be interested in coming out and helping out, because anybody...
No, because it's our position, as the Help USA says, as it turns out, turkey sandwiches cannot put... It's very much like what you're saying. Turkey sandwiches cannot put an end to human suffering.
No, but we also have to not only cure the disease, but treat the symptoms at the same time.
And that's why we have the social centers. But I appreciate that. Call Ms. West. I think you'd find that very instructive.
And let's also work on access to those centers, too.
Thank you. Next, please.
The next is Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident and candidate for election to public office as mayor of the city of Las Vegas, Nevada. On Friday, 29 December 2006, the city of Las Vegas was the first and only major city among the several United States to honor the memory of the late President Gerald R. Ford, a football player, particularly a naval veteran of World War II in the Pacific, who became President of the United States following the resignation of Richard M. Nixon. The Ford Memorial event was scheduled and conducted by Mayor Oscar B. Goodman and was assisted by the smartly uniformed members of the fire department's ceremonial honor guard and the city marshals. The event was attended by members of the Leisure Services Department and other city staff persons. Public attendees included Citizen Ted Russell and Citizen Tom McGowan. Ward representative members of the City Council were not in attendance, and public comment was not allowed during the Mayor's Ford Memorial event. On Wednesday, 10 January 2007, attendance is by invitation only, and uninvited members of the general public will be excluded. Upon my election to public office as your mayor, I'll give a vastly improved city government of by and for the people, back to the people of the city of Las Vegas, inclusively. I'll agree with you. My public comments and requested inclusion in the meeting minutes in accordance with applicable law. Thank you very much.
Anybody else like to be heard?
What I didn't say before is what I wanted to say.
You have to
Happy New Year.
You have to identify yourself, please.
Oh, Johnny Ventura, 61 Raintree Lane, Las Vegas. We're in between Torrey Pines and Rainbow. Anyway, Happy New Year to all of you again, like I said before, and we don't want your job with all the things going on in your ward, and Mayor Goodman, your job, because you're defending the homeless, and which is good, and there's only so much anybody can do. You or anybody else, or me, anybody else. You have to go by the law, which is the written law, and that's it in a nutshell. The other night, my wife and I went to see a movie, and I wish everybody here would go see it. The Pursuit of Happiness. Everybody ever see it?
That's all.
Wilson, what do you think of it?
Great movie. Great movie.
Right. And there was a line in that movie which I cherish. When Will Smith said to this little boy, he says, "Don't ever say to anybody that you can't do it, or anybody will say to you that you can't do it." Will Smith did it. The guy was homeless, penniless, with a kid to bring up. And it wasn't that all Hollywood baloney there. It was a true story. And this guy came up from the downs to up to become a multi-millionaire, and I think the rest of it, I forgot, he sold the company for millions of dollars and it all. Anyway, that's my message. Don't ever ever let anybody say you can't do it. Years ago in my hometown, I started a newspaper called the Mohawk Valley Times. I did it and I succeeded. I was told by, well, you're crazy or something. You're going against the Gannett Press, a $20 billion organization. Well, let me tell you something. This little guy at that time endorsed the Reagan-Bush ticket against the Mondale Ferraro ticket. We won, they lost. Anyway, again, I say to everybody, don't ever say, or ever read anybody say, you can't do it, because you can. It takes a little more effort. Right now, I'm trying to start another newspaper, and I'm talking to people, and I guess I'm talking to the right people, because the funding hasn't come through. And I hope soon, this year, it will. So we can have a newspaper. It's called the Clark County Chronicle. It's primarily going to be a letter to the editor type of newspaper where everybody can have their say, regardless. If you know how to write and you can't write American English, find somebody that can, or find someone of your own nationality who will interpret it for you in any way, shape, or form that we can. But write a letter to the people in charge, like all you 7 people. Write them, tell them, please. And that's it in a nutshell. Put it in writing. Like I said, if you got something to say it in print.
Thank you very much.
God bless everybody.
Thanks. Anybody else who hasn't been heard? All right, seeing none, the meeting's adjourned.